The June gloom is clearing outside. We're in Riverside, California, where the sun has graced us with a blessed day. And what better use case for a blessed day than some flesh and blood, Michael?
Love it.
My name is Bryce Platts. I am here with Michael, Swinger of Hammers Murray, and that can only mean one thing, folks. It's time for another Arcane Games and Events Open Series. This is dwindling down. We're towards the end of our season at this point. There's only one or two opens that remain before we make our top 16 cut to the Players' Championship, and there are a lot of folks in here buzzing with excitement at the new high seas meta where anything is possible. Michael, you've taken a stroll around the room. How are people feeling today?
Oh, there's a lot of excitement today. I think Flesh and Blood is in a very excited state. I just got back from US Nats, as did you, and many of the players in this room, and we are all very excited about what's unfolding before us as the meta evolves with the 3 new heroes injected into Classic Constructed, and boy, what cool heroes are they with the pirate theming. I love it.
And this was not anything but an inept set. I mean, like, the High Seas heroes have been making a huge splash, which we're going to cover right here on Weekend Stories. As I've alluded to already, our 3 new heroes are definitely meta contenders, right? Some more than others. Jacob Shaker, an AGE local from New England, piloted Gravy Bones' Shipwrecked Looter to a finals finish, inevitably lost to the Earth Wizard in the hands of Majin Bay. But nevertheless, Gravy had a very strong showing, probably the strongest of the 3 heroes. I know Jacob Shaker did well. Austin Summers from the AGE Pro team had an incredible performance. And despite the fact that they have incredibly different deck lists.
Yeah, I haven't really looked at the differences between the deck lists yet, but that is part of the excitement as we are all figuring out what works and what doesn't, and the different flavors and designs that you get to pick between. I think the fact that these heroes can be played many different ways, Marlin really comes to mind, but also Puffin, Boost, or Cog. It's really cool to see the different archetypes and the different options coming out of these decks.
It's a very, very exciting time. Anything seems to be possible here, whether you're a Mechanologist, Ranger, or heck, even the brand new class Necromancer, which is people kind of seem to think is cosplaying as an illusionist. However, when you actually sit down and play the Gravy deck, the play patterns, the vibe in general is very, very different than what we've seen from illusionists in the past.
Yeah, the thing about illusionist, and where I will say that the Necromancer feels different to me, is that the illusionist is playing with illusions, and you can pop those illusions, you can see through them, and there are certain mechanics that allow you to just kind of like not have to play that game. Not with Necromancer. They got real health pools. You got to kill them if you want them off the board, which is a different style. Yeah, you know, we've got permanence. We're playing with bodies. But once again, I think LSS did a great job of capturing the essence of the differences between a Necromancer and an Illusionist. And the difference that I see is that one of them isn't an illusion. It's real. It's right there. It's a zombie. What are you going to do about it?
Now, Michael, just like Magellan of old, we are going to have to chart the high seas at the advent of this new set from LSS. So we've seen a bit of a picture of what this meta could look like thanks to US Nationals. Now, there is an entire national season left to play out, and I think a lot of the differences, for example, in the Gravy Bones deck, the Puffin deck, the Marlin deck, are going to start coalescing. We're going to start seeing the prime 80 for each of these heroes as we move through this national season. And AGE gets their first crack at it before any of the other countries. So that's 2 U.S. events trying to figure out this meta before anybody else gets a crack at it. What do you think we're going to see today?
Well, I definitely expect to see some Gravy Bones. The hype around that is, you can feel it in the air. I also know I saw someone sleeving up Marlin, and I haven't seen any Puffins yet, but I got to feel like there's going to be at least one. If I'm wrong, that's crazy. But yeah, I don't really know, and that's what's exciting to me. I'll find out with the rest of you what we see and what kind of meta unfolds here at the AGE tournament.
Tragically, we are missing Anthony Pham and the Honda Pilot buff from today's events. Anthony has some personal things he's got to take care of, so unfortunately not going to see him in the Puffin seat. That being said, you can see him on U.S. Nationals coverage if you go ahead and watch it back on day 1. Anthony Pham was piloting Puffin Hightail and doing it masterfully, mind you. He worked so hard on that deck. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it to a huge finish because he had some issues in the limited rounds, but nevertheless, he has got a very good build of that CC hero, and we will be bringing you a deck tech with Anthony Pham sooner rather than later. So if you don't get your fix of Mechanologists today, you definitely will on our YouTube channel moving forward. Now, that being said, Michael, we can talk all day about the new possibilities that High Seas brings. but some of that product has been lost in transit, as it were. Product has not been distributed quite the way that LSS wanted. People have been speculating about a failure to meet the demand that has been ever growing for their game. Some people have been talking about tariffs. Bottom line, product is not nearly as available as we would like. And we saw that playing out at U.S. Nationals in Vegas, where pretty much every sealed event got sold out in record time. I mean, like, if you didn't sign up for the event by the end of Friday, you were kind of SOL.
I was one of those people.
But then you happened to get us into a team sealed event.
Yeah, someone dropped and I snagged the seat. But yeah, no, I was in a position of taking it easy, chatting, saying hi to people, and then I went up to sign, and yeah, the only thing that was available was Classic Constructed, and I did not bring a Classic Constructed deck. So that was tough. It was a tough situation to be in, and I think a lot of people have feelings about it. I know that for me, it's a bittersweet thing. I love how in demand the product is. I love that Flesh and Blood is popping off. I think it's the best possible case scenario that everyone wants to play this game, and it does suck that there isn't as much product available for a plethora of reasons. I'm in the it is what it is and we'll figure it out camp, but of course everybody has different feelings about it, and I also got really lucky on being able to get a case and ripping it, and it was a really good case. So, you know, I got mine, and I'm sorry for those of you who are struggling to get what you need.
Well, and without editorializing about it, we can talk about the fervor about this new set and these new heroes as much as we want, but you have to assume that representation is going to be skewed a little bit based on who was able to get their hands on the cardboard that they need and who hasn't been able to. So I tend to think that this AGE Open is going to be like maybe only 70-80% representative of how many of these heroes we're actually going to see in our meta.
Yeah, I definitely have been talking to a few players on the floor, and right now the people that are not just like gung-ho, I need to play high seas heroes today, are of the mindset of, you know, let's be patient, let's wait, the prices are high, I don't need to rush into this, and there's a lot of, you know, really great heroes that I've been playing that are still very competitive, and that's what I'm bringing today. I think Travis was one of them. I'm not sure what he's on, maybe Cindra again, that's what he's been representing, and he did very well with it at last AGE, but that's an example of someone who will eventually play Gravy Bones, but is not racing to get that deck made.
And Gravy Bones is the one that I'm probably least worried about, because those diamond-handed illusionists, he's not an illusionist, but he sure attracts a lot of illusionists, because it is definitely a hero that plays to the board and has a lot of marvels. So one Zachary Wallach has done his due diligence to get his hands on all of his cards and will be rocking Gravy today. So I do think that the Gravy Bones in the room will be out to play. I'm thinking more of like Puffin and Marlin. Those folks might not be that intensely trying to get their hands on their cards in order to bring it to the first AGE Open where it's possible.
Well, because of the showing at Nats, I think Puffin is at the very least unsolved. Maybe not as powerful, maybe not the type of deck you want to bring right now in this meta. But of course, there's, you know, anything can change, and there may be somebody that just figures it out and has a great showing, and the next thing we know, we're talking about how S-tier Puffin is. Anything can happen when you've got a new set.
And I can't wait to see it all unfold before your very eyes. There's one more thing we need to mention before we go to break, and that is the fact that the AGE Pro team is kind of on fire right now, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
We were represented quite a bit on Nationals coverage. We had two folks narrowly miss out on top 8. That would be Austin Summers with a very unique Gravy Bones list, and Colin Erickson, the ever-present mainstay on Kasai of the Golden Sand, who just cannot quit that hero.
Yeah. No, he is a diehard Kasai player and just keeps showing us why. He's such an incredible player, and I think the story behind the ability to sort of pick up this hero that keeps being put down at the bottom of the tier list, and just he keeps showing that she is not supposed to be there. I love the story, and actually from the recent content I've been watching on the tier list, I think people are starting to go, actually, you know, maybe Kasai should be up there, and I've seen a few A-tier Kasai lists. And I agree, because that's what I see when Colin Erickson plays it, and the other great Kasai players. I don't know their names at the moment, but they're out there. I know, actually, was there a Kasai that placed higher than Colin?
Not at Nationals,
No, okay.
I don't believe.
I heard someone say that, and I think now that maybe that was misinformation. But
Yeah, I know there was another Bryce Henschel, I want to say their last name is,
Sure.
who was near the top tables on Kasai. Shout out to you, Bryce. You've got a great name, and congratulations for piloting that hero so well. Andrew Rothermel also took down a Battle Hardened on Kasai with a very different build from what we normally see from Mr. Erickson.
Yeah.
But that being said, we also have Alexander Vore rocking Oscilio Constella Intelligence, doing
Oscilio,
incredibly
my
well.
boy.
We had the other Vore, some would say the lesser, some would say the better. Vore rocking Victor Goldbane High and Mighty to a very strong finish there. We're going to see if we can get him in the room for a deck tech. Bottom line, there's a lot to talk about at AGE. Anthony Pham was on stream. Chris Iali on that Victor list was on stream. Just a fantastic showing of a special group of guys that I love to spend my idle time with. So I hope you see what I see, which is a really positive group of people for the Flesh and Blood community.
Yeah, that is exactly what I see.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and talk about what we have in the AGE content pipeline. I mentioned Austin Summers. We got a deck tech with him. We rushed that one out because, boy, howdy, did he rock the house on Gravy Bones. And I know everybody on YouTube is just frenzied for more content about this hero. And you are going to learn a very unique perspective on how to play this deck with Austin Summers. The ever-present board state gamer that he is, he brings his show to Gravy Bones. We've also got a podcast in the mix. I am hosting it myself. It's called Cardboard and Beyond, and our first ever episode is with Ms. Yuki Lee Bender, who absolutely dominated not only the world premiere recently, but also a lot of the side events at U.S. Nationals. She took down the world's qualifier, did fairly well at the calling, and was just rocking, socking on Gravy Bones in all those CC side events. You happen to see her in the room, Michael?
I did. I didn't get to say hi, but I saw her from a distance. There were so many people at that event that I was just like running around, socializing, shaking hands. It was great. But yeah, I think by the end of it, I needed to take a full 2 days off of just talking to people because of how fun and energetic it was and how I spent all that energy. And then I got home and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, spending all that energy and also knocking back drinks at night.
True.
Help.
That doesn't help at all. No, ma'am.
I was in the same gravy boat as you were, my friend, and yeah, I had to play the entire Worlds qualifier after indulging a little bit too much the night before.
Sure.
Let me tell you, Flesh and Blood is already a hard game. It is doubly hard after a night of the Mario Kart drinking game.
Yeah, I did actually just want to go back and comment on the Austin Summers video. I happened to watch it as a fan, and I got to say, the way he went through the history of his deck construction, I've never seen a deck tech like that, and it was awesome. Being able to see the thought process of building the deck from iteration to iteration to iteration, super cool. If you guys want to see the way to build a deck, that's one to check out.
And let me tell you, Michael, we were just scratching the surface there because Austin sent me about 8 of those deck lists, and that wasn't even all that he had locked in his February library.
Yeah.
So I was like, Austin, I know this video is going to already go to about 2.5 hours, so I'm going to need you to pick 3.
Yeah.
So let me tell you, folks, that guy worked so hard on that list. Anthony Pham was putting in the hours too, but I think Austin's got him beat. There was just iteration after iteration. It was hard to keep up even with the Discord when he only had 2 weeks to get this deck together and bring it to Nats, and boy, did he. That was an impressive strikeout on the scene for Mr. Gravy Bones.
Yeah, no, so I love the video, and I just wanted to say that. It's a good one. It's long, but it's good.
I couldn't agree more, Michael. Go ahead and watch it on 2x speed if you don't want to sit in for the entire Yap session. But we thank Austin Summers for taking the time and sharing so much of his approach to Gravy Bones. Folks, the players' meeting is just about to begin, which means that Michael and I are going to take a little bit of a break before we get started for a ton of Flesh and Blood action. That's right. It'll be the high seas, the salty dogs, and more Flesh and Blood after this. a relatively small but intimate pool here at AGE in June. We've got 27 players. The rest of them, a little hungover from Vegas, I think, still at this point. But nevertheless, we still have some star players here. Our first round is going to be featuring Charles Dunn, none other than one of our past U.S. Nationals competitors. He's been doing very well here at the AGE circuit since its inception.
Yeah, Charles Dunn has been doing good at Flesh and Blood for as long as I've seen him playing Flesh and Blood. 63% win rate here at AGE, which is a pretty darn good number. I was kind of scouring, and that is about as good as it gets. I think Colin Erickson just barely eking out a higher one. But the top players, once you start piercing the 60% rate, you know you're one of the greats.
Despite an incredible win rate, he is not doing so well this season. He's only got 2 AGE points to speak of. I believe the only 2 opens that he has attended, he has just not done so well. He's kind of fizzled and dropped out. So he's got 2 more chances, 2 more chances after this in order to make the Players' Championship in that top 16 cut. If anybody can do it, it is definitely Charles Dunn. He is also going to be rocking a new High Seas hero here. We've got Gravy Bones, and he thinks Gravy Bones is very similar to a poutine.
A poutine?
Yeah, you know
in
a poutine?
What way?
Well, if you look at his player profile before you, he thinks it's a fast food, and it's the first food he thought of when he thought of Gravy Bones. Ever the jokester is Charles Dunn.
Yeah. I get it now.
It's early, Michael. We'll get there. We'll get you another caffeine injection in just a moment.
That's the problem.
Definitely more caffeine is always helpful. But what we are kind of lacking in total attendance today, but what we are not lacking in is international viewership. Hello to you, Belgium. Hello to you, Quebec, and everyone tuning in from all over YouTube Fabland. Thank you so much for joining us. We are very excited for this, maybe small, but incredibly intimate and informative tournament that we're going to see right before you. Are you ready to get into it, Michael?
Oh, yeah. Let's see the first matchup.
Okay, let's go ahead and transform ourselves down to the player match area. We've got Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Looter on the left side of your screen in the hands of Charles Dunn versus Daniel Cheng on Riptide, Lurker of the Deep.
Yeah, looking at this right now and knowing what I know about Gravy Bones, I am a little bit worried about this Riptide, but of course, the Riptide's got to know that Gravy's going to be coming out to play, so I am excited to see what kind of tech he's bringing to fight this match, and already I see a giant O face on my co-caster Bryce as he's looking at the board. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing a new bow in the hands of Riptide, Lurker of the Deep. It's a Red Spine Manta, brand new from the High Seas. I saw Daniel flipping through his deck early on, and he does have that Dreadboard that so many Riptides have been utilizing for basically since the hero came on the scene. But in this case, Daniel says Red Spine Manta is the way to go.
I'm excited to see how this plays out. I have never seen a Riptide play this bow before, obviously, but like, what does this mean for Riptide?
It could mean that it's just more aggro slanted. Perhaps Daniel has a switchboard that he has in place where he kind of subs out all of those traps as best he can and then just goes down to a very red line build with a lot of pumps and a lot of 0-for-4 arrows. In this case, however, Charles Dunn is definitely on the front foot, electing to go first after winning the die roll, starting off with a golden tipple and even worse, a chum friendly first mate established on this first turn of the game. Daniel, however, has the answer. It's the return fire banishing a remorseless, which is definitely going to come into the arsenal at the beginning of the next turn and get +3.
Wow, what a start for both players.
Both of them doing a little bit of setup on this first turn of the game. Daniel, however, might have to use that remorseless just to clear chum as quickly as possible, because if he lets it stick around, Charles is going to have command of whatever Riptide's turns look like.
Yeah, going aggro is a very, very good strategy against Gravy, but having that extra go again is also important if you want to be able to clear all the allies. And here we see why, as Charles taps that chum and says, thanks for the pump. That's going into chum.
Yeah. Pump goes straight into chum. Charles Dunn reading his opponent very well. The second a pump is played, that is indicating to Charles that Daniel would much rather send this arrow at Charles' face. And so Charles responds in kind with a discard of an ally, and it's similar to an ALS effect where Daniel is then forced to send whatever attack comes next at his friendly first mate.
Yeah, so while Riptide is a very aggressive hero, when you can go super tall and present a giant arrow, the inability to go wide, other than those Snapdragon scalers and a few key arrows in the list, means that it will be hard to clear these allies as the game goes on.
Things are coming up Charles right now. However, no blood has been spilled on either sides of this board thus far. Taking a look at the top card of his deck, as is his right with that Compass of Sunken Depths is Charles Dunn. Looks like he's got 3 cards to work with and 1 in the arsenal. What could come next?
Yeah, and 1 in the graveyard, too. As we're counting the size of the hands of these Necromancer players, we're going to have to remember what they've sunk into the depths and can resurrect. As I would even call this a 5-card hand.
He's got himself a give no quarter in hand, but unfortunately just no allies that cost 3 or more in the bin. So he's going to elect to just send Conqueror of the High Seas, a fantastic card against Riptide, Lurker of the Deep, who cares so much about his arsenal. This is going to be 8 go again, thanks to the fact that there are 2 blue cards in the pitch zone, and on hit, going to destroy that arsenal and gain a gold token.
And man, this gravy is really coming out to play in the first 2 turns of this game, giving 0 breathing room to Daniel Cheng, who has only been on blocking and cleanup duty so far.
Yeah, 3 cards come out of the hand, and Daniel Cheng is responding with a Lace with Frailty and a Codex of Frailty. Not too bad here. Unfortunately, those Frailty tokens not going to do a whole lot against Charles Dunn unless he's got a big bad attack lurking in wait in the arsenal. For now, however, Daniel is finally going to be able to send an offensive retort.
Yeah, I will say the value of that Ponder plus the pump means that despite this not getting its entire full value, this is a very efficient turn. And so far, we've seen both players really playing it high octane, full, all cylinders firing as he sends this in for 7, I believe.
That is correct. 7 plus a Frailty token plus a -1 defense counter on a piece of equipment that Charles controls on hit. There's really only one piece that Charles wants to be blocking with, and that's that gold-baited hook. So he might be forced into getting its value right here and now, which is exactly the strength of Drill Shot. I do want to point out that Daniel has been showing us tons and tons of pumps and also 0-cost 4-power arrows. So I definitely think this is a much more aggro-slanted Riptide than we are typically seeing here at AGE.
What do you think about aggro Riptide as opposed to aggro any of the other Rangers?
In comparison to like Azalea,
and then I guess Marlin as well.
It's different ways to play, honestly. Aggro Riptide can play a very value-oriented game. He's honestly pretty darn good into other aggro decks because you've got all these nasty on-hits like Blood Rot Pox and Frailty, all that can not only slow your opponent down, but also just chip their life total away as you keep pace with them. That being said, Aggro Riptide is not one that plays to a board hero nearly as well as, say, Lexi or probably Marlin is the best ranger suited to clearing out these allies super efficiently.
And is that because of the Go Again legendary boots?
Not completely. I definitely think that Death Dealer Marlins, for example, are running a lot of just natural go again, like Sick'em Shot, Bolton Shot, that kind of thing. And we're definitely going to see them in Riptide, but you're not going to see the yellows. You're not going to see the blues. You're also not going to see super efficient card draws like you would normally see when Death Dealer is your bow of choice. In this case, Daniel is just trying to send 1 massive attack, maybe 2 every single turn.
As we see the call to the grave now, and Charles Dunn choosing Limpet Hop along, it appears.
I love this choice here, Michael, because those 1-life heroes, oftentimes allies, are really good against decks that want to send a lot of 4s at you because you just can't clear them efficiently.
Yeah, a 1-power or 1-health ally basically getting +3 health is really, really good because they're statted to have that 1 health as 2 comes across here, and Daniel Cheng says, no blocks.
And here we go. Blood is finally drawn on this, the 3rd turn of this game. Round 1 of the AGE Open Series in June. 36 is Daniel's life total at this point. Charles still sitting at a very comfortable 40 as he pops those Mage Master boots, wanting to resolve 2 allies on this turn. Maybe, no, not a 3rd because he is swinging with that Rigor Mortis. So it's 2 into 6 here for the Dunster.
And for those of you at home that are fans of Gravy Bones and want to learn how to play this deck, it's a challenging deck to play, but I want to point out really fast how efficient Charles has been with his resources and his cards so far. This is the key to being a strong Gravy Bones player as he chooses to use those boots and utilize the 2 floating resources to develop another ally and send 6. The pressure is on right now as he's got that 10 life lead going into Daniel Cheng's turn.
And look at this. This is the difficulty of playing Riptide, or any hero that just wants to send a bunch of buffs and 1 big attack. You're going to be leaving 2 allies on the board if Daniel decides to just send this at Charles' face, and you kind of just have to because you've pumped it up with 2 cards from hand at this point. That's the only way to really be efficient with your hand, and Charles is just sitting there with plenty of boys on the board lying in wait to hurt Daniel.
Yeah, those 2 floating resources at the end of any turn now turn into 8 damage, which is a really terrifying proposition for Daniel Cheng.
10, however, on offer for Charles Dunn. Bloodrot Pox and Seek and Destroy are the on-hits, besides, of course, the Endless Arrow coming back into hand. Honestly, the way you typically deal with these Gravy Bones decks with Rangers is by parking one of those Endless Arrows in Arsenal, blocking out, and just removing all the boys every time you see them. Every time they rear their head, there is a very real possibility of fatiguing out these Gravy Bones lists.
Yeah, and those are the two axes to play on. And I think Gravy Bones, one of the other challenges of playing him is identifying what your opponent's game plan is and adjusting your own gameplay to do that, to counter theirs. Because a fatigue can be done by an aggressive deck as long as they target those allies down.
Another undead swashbuckler gets thrown into the graveyard from the Gravy Bones ability. It's yet another Rigor Mortis. And Charles respecting the heck out of this arrow. Dead Threads already used on the block. +3 blues equals a perfect block out here.
Wow. That I wasn't expecting that, but I understand the choice there. As you were saying, the endless arrows can be used to endlessly clear those allies. And Charles says, yeah, I don't want you to even have that option.
In this case, Charles Dunn's final card, a yellow non-blocker, turns into 8 value with Limpet Hopalong into Rigor Mortis. And Charles is very happy to just sit back and play this value game at this point and say, yeah, you can swing at me all you want, but you're going to have to deal with my boys.
I've heard 2-card 8s are good. What about 1-card 8s?
That's A-okay with me, Michael. And Charles seems very happy about it too. Daniel taking 2 down to 28. It is definitely breaking the way of Gravy Bones in this first round here, but it's a Buzzsaw Trap to block out just a little bit of that damage on the Rigor Mortis, and Daniel descends on down to 25, a massive deficit right now for our Lurker of the Deep.
Yeah, Buzzsaw not triggering. None of the effects are pumped higher than their base.
Looks like a plethora of pumps is coming out of the hand of Daniel. It's 3 pumps plus a Codex of Frailty. We got Lace with Frailty, Premeditate, and Lace with Bloodrot, heading into what has to be a 0-for-4 arrow here. He's thumbing through the graveyard. Oftentimes, Endless Arrows are really good pickup here, but the on-hit is just useless in this case, unless, of course, Daniel would like to give it go again and then clear one of those allies on hit. We'll see how much Charles decides to respect it, though, because this arrow is coming in for a whopping 13.
Yeah, Charles is going to have a lot more trouble blocking this one out with no more equipment to speak of, and I do really like the play of hitting with it, Snapdragons, killing the Rigor Mortis, and then getting it back in Arsenal, which is exactly what I think Charles Dunn did not want to happen and why we saw the sacrifice of that very powerful chess piece early on.
And not only that, Charles has 3 non-blocking cards in hand. That's 3 of the boys when you least wanted to see them at this point. And what's more is he is gold deficient, absolutely 0 quarters on the side of Charles Dunn, so he can't even do any Gravy Bones filtering to try to fix this hand up and save a little bit of life. Looks like he gives a smug laugh to his opponent and then takes all 13 of that damage. All of a sudden, life totals are looking much more even at this point, and Daniel slamming the Snapdragon Scalers onto the combat chain to put that Endless Arrow back in hand and probably activate Red Spine Manta and remove a Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, wow, that Red Spine Manta really showing us why he's playing that card. That's a fantastic way to play this Endless Arrows.
It's kind of a funny thing because Red Spine Manta has essentially always been available to Riptide in the form of Red Liner, which has a once-per-turn action effect of put an arrow into your arsenal. The difference here, however, is the tap symbol that's written on Red Spine Manta, so you can take advantage of things like Fire in the Hole to untap it and continually load arrows throughout your turn. We'll have to see if Daniel is running those all-important pumps.
Yeah, that's a great question and would answer why, other than flavor, he chose this bow over the Red Spine.
It's entirely possible that he just felt more comfortable with it because it's got an ocean theme on it, and Riptide, of course, has a couple barnacles on him.
You got to go thematic. That's one thing I've learned playing with these locals.
You got to be a role player, otherwise you are not a player. Looks like 2 Ponder tokens are going to pop here, rather, for Daniel Cheng, and the life totals, once all of a sudden, 27 to 25, still in the favor of our ex-national champion, but Daniel feeling much better now that he's finally been able to do a little bit of triage on this board and remove that Rigor Mortis. Let's see what Charles decides to do with this 3-ally hand. Right now, we're pitching Oyston in order to swing Limpet.
Yeah, I think this is a very critical turn to pay attention to on the side of Charles Dunn because sometimes you can clunk up with Gravy Bones, and watching Charles navigate what seems to me like a very clunky hand is going to be really interesting for the way that you can work around these issues.
Avashji, a great follow-up here. A blue has now entered Gravy Bones' graveyard, which means that he can play cards with Watery Grave from his graveyard, and furthermore, they'll get Go Again thanks to the Compass of Sunken Depths. And if that is not good enough, Avashji will confer Go Again to this Rigor Mortis, which means that even though Charles is yellow flooded, he is doing very diligent work on his opponent's life total. 27 plays 33, 27 plays 23, as Rigor Mortis with Go Again is on the combat chain. Looks like a Return Fire is the retort here. However, Daniel already has a card in Arsenal, which means that this card is a bit of a clunker.
It could be, yeah, without the natural Go Again, or rather the Snapdragon Scalers available, it is unlikely that he has a Go Again arrow already parked. Although, did you see what was in there? If he has a Go Again arrow already, this could be phenomenal.
I didn't see it, but
Okay.
he did, however, banish a Sikkim shot into the banish zone, and I think what he's planning is a pretty cheeky play here. At the start of his turn, when Return Fire triggers, he will probably utilize that Trench of the Sunken, Trench of Sunken Treasure to bottom that Arsenal card and also get that resource that he needs to send Sikkim shot for 7 Go Again.
Makes a lot of sense. Ooh, but another chum. I mean, the
exactly what you want to see for the Sikkim
this
shot.
This could work out well.
So it is a chum-friendly first mate, the second of the game, going out onto the board of Charles Dunn, which means that we've got 3 Pirate Boys for Daniel to contend with. It is Chum, which is a 4/6 body, Limpet, 2/1 Go Again, and Rigor Mortis, 6/1. It is definitely on Daniel to deal with this board at this point. He can't just keep sending all the damage face, but he's got a Sikkim shot in the arsenal, which got buffed up by Return Fire. So 7 can be utilized right at Chum right away, and there could still be an offensive follow-up. Don't you love hearing the flittering of the cards? There's a little bit of ASMR going on in the room right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to...
Daniel thinking through this play line here.
Yeah, I think it's very tough to choose between Chum or Face here because you can always send it at Chum later and force him to tap the Chum.
It is just so hard to buff an arrow up enough to kill Chum and not have an on-hit that you would rather hit the opposing hero with. You know what I'm saying?
It makes sense. This would be an efficient way to kill him, but it looks like Daniel did opt to go Face.
Looks like a compass activation for Charles Dunn. Does he like what he sees? He can't do anything about it. There's not an opt effect on this compass. It's just to take a look. 7 Go Again, still to contend with here. Charles, very blue flooded here. One of which of those cards does not block. It's our Diamond Amulet, a brand new card from High Seas. However, he's got a Chart the Season hand. Does make me think that he wouldn't be blocking with this if he liked what he saw on the top of the deck.
Yeah, just taking 1.
6 on 7 is the block. Daniel cleans up the combat chain. Looks like it's just a pass here. Cannot utilize that second action point after Sikkim Shot gain Go Again. Ooh, hello, Daniel. We've got a 3 of a kind in hand. Do my eyes deceive me, Michael? There's a Rain Razors and a 3 of a kind. Very interesting indeed. Makes me think that he must be rocking Fire in the Hole because I think the only true way to utilize 3 of a kind well enough for Riptide is multiple bow activations.
Yeah, yeah.
Hoping that he found himself a Bolton shot in this hand as well. Utilized with Rain Razors, that means he can go ultra wide, which is what Rangers are very want to do. Right now, taking 2 damage from that Limpet Hop Along, and Hop Along is Charles. Hopping along is Charles Dunn. It's a follow-up with the boat. Conqueror of the High Seas. 8 Go Again with 2 blues in the pitch. And there's 1 lying in wait to follow up with Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, I was going to say that's super annoying, but at the very least, Riptide is the best positioned of all the Rangers with those traps. Buffed and Go Again is vulnerable to what Riptide can do. It does not... Daniel doesn't have that in his hand right now, but it is worth mentioning that at the very least, Riptide does seem to have a little bit more counterplay against the Arsenal hate compared to some of the other Rangers.
Charles is just off to the races here. Since turn 1, he has been putting on not only board pressure, but also Arsenal pressure, also damage.
Yeah, well, the fact that this is going to end with a Rigor Mortis for 6 is just brutal.
24 plays 19. Daniel is playing behind, but not by much. However, a couple big attacks still to deal with on this defensive turn.
One play that, and there it is, I think Daniel just choosing to trench that away, prevent the gold generation at the very least.
Does bottom that card, but is still posturing with a blocking card from hand. Looking like only one here. Probably going to take 5, and then I would have to imagine into 6. No, it's going to be a big block out here. 2 cards, which means that Daniel takes 2. Sure, no arsenal is blown up here, but there is more damage to be done. Charles Dunn activating the gold-baited hook here and swinging Rigor Mortis, despite the fact that he has not created a gold token this turn. He does, however, detect that if Daniel were to give him 2 cards and blow up that hook, then he just wouldn't have anything to clap back on this board.
Yeah, I really like that hook usage of Charles.
And it's a 3 of a kind from Daniel Cheng, pitching that Rain Razors, unfortunately, to draw 3 cards here. From now until the end of the turn, only cards can be played from Arsenal. And it looks like there are all of the Bolton shots that he needed to combine with that Rain Razors. Oh, this is a very anemic turn if I have ever seen one, Michael.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that he couldn't just keep one more card and pitch that one instead.
And Daniel probably kicking himself for not removing that chum-friendly first mate when he had the opportunity. He does have the ability to activate Red Spine Manta. It would have to be the Bullseye Bracers first in order to get go again on that Bolton shot. If he hits an ally, he can reload one of those the other Bolton shot for free and then kill another ally, but that would leave Charles with a chum-friendly first mate and 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, the tough part about that playline is his last card is a Return Fire, which he doesn't really want to arsenal. Of course, he can always trench it away, but that's just not a very efficient use of the arsenal slot.
Honestly, Return Fire was one of those cards I was super high on when it was first spoiled, and then the more I think about the Ranger playlines, the more I'm just... This card can absolutely be devastating to have in your hand.
Yeah, especially for the non-trench users. The Arsenal is the most important slot of any class in Ranger. So if you have a block card and you can't use it, you just drew it for offense, you're going to IP or potentially ruin the rest of your game.
Daniel, unfortunately, using the entirety of a 3-of-a-kind turn just to remove one ally, and that's chum-friendly first mate. That number 6 is really difficult for Rangers to deal with. Daniel had to overkill it by 3 points of life there, and now Charles just has a full freeway with which to use these 4 cards.
Yeah, not only that, but he had to give up a piece of equipment too. Really, really inefficient clearing.
Definitely not where the Ranger player wants to be, with 2 buddy boys still on the side of Captain Charles Dunn, or should I say King Captain Charles Dunn, because he's sporting that Crown of Dominion on top of Grady Bones'
the
crown.
royal pirate over here.
Restless Bones is the beginning of this turn. 6 go again because Charles discarded a Sawbones from the hand. And Daniel only working with 11 life points at this point.
Yeah, he's about to start to be forced to block.
Forced he is not, because he says, I will take 6 right here. Down to 5 is Daniel Cheng. Not feeling super good, but giving a quick laugh to our ex-national champion. 2 go again as the follow-up, thanks to Miss Hopalong.
And thankfully for Daniel, no floating means that at least Charles will have to commit another card to keep going on offense.
And no blue has entered the graveyard as of yet, so Charles doesn't have access to all of his undead pals lying in wait.
Very, very thin silver lining.
Just trying to give Daniel what I can. It's a block of the New Horizon, which perfectly covers up what Limpet is kicking Daniel's way, I guess I should say.
Yeah, I will say Daniel really had a good start to the game, but because Charles did too, I think it got pushed under the rug a little bit.
In general, one of those rock, paper, scissors interactions in Flesh and Blood is that of a board state hero and a ranger, and usually it goes the way of the board state hero. Illusionists generally prey on rangers, and Gravy Bones is showing to be no exception.
Yeah, I do think that what I saw of the Azalea lists over US Nats weekend was the large amount of go again helped. I won't say that it was, favored because of that, but it certainly was nice to see all the Bolton shots able to clear allies and continue on the offensive, but Daniel doesn't quite have that luxury playing Riptide.
So Daniel also has a card in hand that a lot of people were kind of high on as we were moving into high seas, and that's Poison the Tips. One of those cards from, I believe, Arcane Rising or Crucible. It was Crucible. It was an upgrade to Rangers, but it really didn't make that much headway. It has a powerful effect written on it. Until end of turn arrows, you control gain. If this hits a hero, they discard a card. But one of the criticisms of it is oftentimes when you resolve it at the beginning of a turn, your opponent simply says, okay, I'm blocking this turn.
Yeah, and it doesn't confer any other benefit. So in that sense, it's sort of you're discarding a card too, right? You discard the card, and then until you get them to discard their second card, you've gone neutral.
Mm-hmm. One of those things that just doesn't kind of hold up under Flesh and Blood scrutiny. 2 go again, once again, from Charles Dunn when Daniel is sitting at a measly 5 life points. There's still a Rigor Mortis lying in wait, ready to be used on this combat chain.
Well, at least it blocks 2 as it comes in for an efficient use here. Not really, but...
Is what it is. Keeping Daniel alive is Poison the Tips. One of the best use cases of that card that I've been able to find.
Just the perfect number, too.
It's just an amazing crack bubble that blocks.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just kidding. If you're a Poison the Tips enjoyer, don't mind me. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. Restless Bones in the red. Another great follow-up here, and looks like the discard is going to be Humperdinck. Charles, however, a little bit deficient in resources on this turn. Nevertheless, this is the time to have an off turn when your opponent is sitting at 5 life and being forced to block with so many cards from hand. Restless Bones did have go again, and Daniel is able to resolve a Collapsing Trap, one of the most terrifying cards in the Riptide deck. But Charles, without any cards in deck or in hand, doesn't really seem to mind.
Yeah, and now Daniel Cheng with 1 card in hand. Will it be on the combat chain or in the arsenal?
I will. Manta.
Let the man tell you himself. It is a load of the Endless Arrow from Red Spine Manta. Which ally will he decide to kill?
Rigor goes to his water grave.
It's going to have to be Rigor Mortis, which means that Endless Arrow comes back to hand because that is an on-hit effect, not an on-hit of a hero effect. And back into the arsenal goes the Endless Arrow. This is kind of the play pattern that I expected to see in the early game from Daniel Cheng. Just find your Endless Arrow as quickly as possible and remove dudes until the cows come home.
Yeah, I do think that when you are choosing your game plan, you kind of have to pick it early and stick to it. So if you're going to go aggro, you have to stay aggro. And if you're going to clear, you have to clear the very first one because the very first one is the highest value one of them all. So if that's your game plan, you need to commit to it early. But once your back is against the wall and you're sitting at 5 health, I do understand the decision to pivot and just pray that maybe they can't get the allies out or maybe they can't get the offensive power. And so you can start to turn things around. But that being said, if the game plan now is to clear, I think Daniel would have really liked to start by clearing rather than just starting now when the life deficit is so large.
Charles thumbing through his own graveyard, pulling Whaler Humperdinck to the 4, really wanting to resolve it as soon as he can, but he just doesn't have the resources to really get it done here. So Murderous Rabble goes into the graveyard after coming in for 3 at Daniel, blocked out nicely by a blue Bolton shot in his own right. It's an Oyston coming out of the graveyard, which has go again thanks to the compass. Of course, the follow-up being Limpet Hop Along with 1 in the pitch remaining after pitching that Whaler Humperdinck from hand.
And that Limpet has run a marathon so far this game. I can't imagine attacking this many times, missing a leg. That must be a challenge, but Limpet up to that challenge.
You think it's hard to walk on a sword, Michael?
Walking on a sword sounds... Look at that. There's blood coming out, which is gorgeous art, but yeah, that doesn't look fun to me.
Yeah, gorgeous art, but definitely very gnarly. Like we've got a gore and a half on all of these Pirate Necromancer cards.
Mm-hmm.
Tip the Barkeep is the follow-up here. Creating a Gold Kiss Rum is Charles Dunn.
And then attack with Oyston for 3.
And here comes Oyston for 3, not electing to get drunk on this turn quite yet. Just going to save something in the arsenal for later and pass it on back to Riptide. He's in a very comfortable spot here.
Yeah.
He does not have to go anywhere fast. He's going to make Riptide do the removing of these allies if they possibly can.
Yeah, but things did just slow down quite a bit. Charles not presenting very much. Daniel keeping some cards, which is exactly what he wants. It's the only way that he can have a chance in this game as he sends 7 towards Charles.
Yeah, and this is just a tough situation for Daniel. He's trying to get these low block value pumps out of his hand, but inherently that forces you to attack your opponent's face, and you really need to be removing these allies if you're going to stand any chance in this game as a ranger.
Yeah, I almost would have preferred him to put that in front of the Limpet. But it's a tough spot either way.
Without a doubt. It is definitely the onus is on the Ranger player to find a miracle to get out of these board state situations once they've kind of steamrolled.
That being said, he was able to connect and cheat a little bit of damage as Charles Dunn drops down to 16, but that must mean that he's got a hand he wants to keep, and that's a very scary proposition when you're Daniel Cheng.
There is something very piratey coming Daniel's way, and it starts here with a blue Jittery Bones, which is after the combat chain resolves and Charles closes it, going to unlock the entirety of that terrifying locker of undead dudes in Charles's graveyard. Daniel looking to the sky for inspiration, some way to get out of this really rough board state.
Ooh, and he takes 2, going down to 1.
For the remainder of the game, Charles Dunn presents on-hit death, which means that follow-up of the Limpet Hop-Along is going to hurt even more.
Pretty good on hit.
However, Charles says it's time to resolve Anka, drag under first. This one probably not going to be used for its effect for the rest of this game because it'll prevent Daniel from drawing cards during his action phase. But if Fabtcg is going to give it go again, and this big bad 5-power boy is going to be threatening lethal very handsomely, Michael.
Yeah, and the other thing I really like about Anka is the ability to simply use that instant, discard a card, just to keep filling the graveyard. You don't need to have the effect do anything to gain value from just sort of a watery grave filler.
And the cards come flying out of the hand of Daniel, and unfortunately one of them is a no block. It just wouldn't have mattered, though, because Charles had one more follow-up with an ally, and the ex-national champion ascends to 1-0 here at AGE in June.
Yeah, very well played from Charles, showing us just what Gravy Bones has in the tank, and that looked brutal as he was able to present so much damage early in the game, get the Riptide on the back foot, and just keep that pressure up, asking a very difficult, if not impossible, question of, can you do enough damage to me while I'm doing 1-card 8s to close the game, or are you going to just keep clearing my allies and doing nothing to me while I keep building them back up?
Yeah, and you know, Daniel tried to do something. He definitely tried to present meaningful on-hits to his opponent, but when a lot of your cards block pretty well, granted, you know, about 21 of them block nothing, but when the rest of them are block 3s, you can kind of just keep pace with Riptide in terms of damage and then just live on your board, 1-card 8.
Yeah, but I do find that that's the angle I like to attack Gravy Bones at. So far, when I've played very aggressive decks, I've found that sometimes if you just keep saying, fine, keep the board, I think eventually you won't have enough go again to punish me, and I will just keep attacking your face. Oh, you drew through allies, 3 allies, like now you can't block? Great, I'm going to do 20 damage to you. That can work, but it does rely on the Gravy not being able to efficiently play their cards offensively. And that's what was so scary about the way this game started, was it just out the gates, Conqueror into Limpet into Rigor Mortis, like he's playing as aggressive as the aggressive player, if not more.
And that's the key I want to touch on here, Michael, because part of the learning curve of playing Gravy Bones is choosing your crew effectively. So you notice that it seemed like Charles was finding all the right guys at all the right times, but I would argue that all the wrong guys were sitting in the sideboard collecting dust, while the Limpets, all of the low health allies that are really inefficient for 0-for-4s to remove, came in and found their way into the arena and going at Riptide's face.
It sounds like what you're saying is you want to fight fire with fire as Gravy Bones, and if you are going against an aggressive deck, you want to bring your aggressive allies, and if you're going against a clearing defensive deck, you might want to bring some of those hardier allies that can withstand that clearing and get you to the finish line.
You know, fire is a really good choice, but also that lady with the knife leg seemed to do the trick as well.
Fight bloody knife leg with
fire?
Yeah.
I'm with it. We'll figure out our idioms here by the end of the day, folks. We're just getting started, and Michael definitely needs another caffeine injection. But before we get to that, we're going to have an interview with Charles Dunn, the man himself, the conqueror of U.S. Nationals from years past, and also the conqueror of Round 1 here at the June AGE Open in just a moment. We'll be right back. We're back, folks, with ex-national champion Charles Dunn, who just, I guess I want to say, limped his way across the finish line, but it looked like anything but. That seemed like a pretty handsome victory.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Gravy Bones can look like that when he gets ahead. You know, he gets his board and he kind of runs away with it if you can't handle the board of skeletons.
So, Charles, in the past, in one of our player profiles, you kind of said that you tend to gravitate towards what you called easier decks, like simpler play patterns. Gravy Bones, however, seems kind of complicated to me. What drew you to this hero?
Yeah, so I was admittedly a bit nervous when I first it came out. I'm like, man, this seems so powerful, but it's probably kind of complicated. I was never really an illusionist player, and it kind of feels like that. You know, a Dromai or Enigma. You know, you have the board presence. That was never really my forte as a player. But I don't know. I mean, first off, the theme, right? Pirate, Necromancer. I think those are really cool.
Yeah.
And so the combination of that, plus he just seemed powerful. And, you know, he just released recently, and I knew he'd be difficult to play against in particular. And so I thought, well, while he's brand new, I think he'd give me a lot of edge when people kind of don't know how to attack him that well. So all those reasons, you know, he just kind of felt really good to start playing.
And then you'll have the experience once he starts getting natural answers.
Yeah, that's the plan, is to really get really comfortable with the deck and hopefully keep playing him.
You know, it seems reasonable, Charles, but I had to notice that when you had the Limpet stacked up with the Rigor Mortis, and then you blocked out with all the rest of your cards, pitched a yellow and went 2 into 6, I was like, this is pretty Anothos-y right here.
Yeah, a little bit, right? If they let your board stick around, they're basically just weapons, right? That are really cheap to swing. Especially Rigor Mortis, just 1 card 6, right?
Yeah.
I'll take that. And if you try to play super defensive, I can fatigue other decks because my attacks are really big, and you're not attacking me directly, so I'm not really blocking with cards. It's an interesting dynamic.
So Daniel took a little bit of a different strategy approach than you were originally anticipating, which I think is the right one to think about when you are going up against a Riptide as Gravy Bones. Tell me what you were expecting and what changed.
Yeah, typically Riptides, I've seen them be very defensive. Lots of traps. They try to use like Dreadbore and big arrows to like really pressure your deck total and try to fatigue you out. They've also got Remembrance and the Quiver that's kind of like Remembrance. So I was almost expecting them to try to like use endless arrows in particular to clear out my allies and just fatigue me out. So I ended up submitting like a lot more cards than normal, not more than 60, just because I was afraid of that. And it kind of messed up my ratios a little bit. I had a little too many allies, too little blues. I think we saw one hand there where I had 3 allies and I had no gold. I'm like, oh, this is awkward. But then he was playing it very aggressively, right? Sending pumps and then just attacking me. And that meant, luckily, because I had a good start, I was able to develop a board quickly that just attacking me was fine. I could just block out and then attack with 1 card to swing back Limpid and Rigor Mortis. But that's definitely a very interesting part of Fab dynamics, is like you see the hero, but that doesn't necessarily tell you exactly what they're going to be doing. And, sometimes you make adjustments because of that.
Yeah, in the fact that you have to do it mid-game, not only before sideboarding, is one of the things that makes this game so special.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that dynamic of it, and of course, if I play him again, I'll have a better clue as to how they're probably approaching the matchup.
Definitely. So one of the aspects that I was kind of plugging before you came on the screen was that as a Gravy Bones, one of the skill gaps is learning how to bring in the right allies for the right matchup. What was your approach in that regard to this?
In this particular match, I just brought in everybody. Everybody I had on my list, because I was afraid that he was going to be using endless arrows to kind of clear out every ally in my deck and leave me stranded with nothing left. So I figured even the worst ally is worthwhile here. But no, in a lot of matchups, that's an important consideration, because you really want to have kind of the sweet spot number of allies based on how much gold you have and how much you're able to discard them. If you have too many, then you end up like just getting bad hands with it. And you want to make sure they're really impactful. And luckily, there's just like a really wide variety of them. And so I think that's one of the areas that I'm expecting Gravy Bones deck building to develop going forward, is figuring out the exact right combination of allies into every matchup. I don't have all the answers yet, but I'm definitely working on it, and I'm sure a lot of other people are too. So hopefully this is a good attempt at it with my deck here today.
And despite the fact that you had to bring in all the boys because you were expecting more of a fatigue slanted style from your opponent, you did seem to find the ones that were the best suited for Riptide. All of the low health ones, the Rigor Mortis, the Oisin, the Limpet, just because if Riptide is going to be sending an arrow at any of them, it's probably going to be a 0 for 4, and that is just not efficiently used when the ally in question has 1 life.
Absolutely. I really like those allies. I like Rigor Mortis, Limpet. Oyston, I'm kind of half and half on. But a lot of those 1 health allies, like if you just do the pure math, you say, okay, how much do they attack? How much do they have health? And like their math is fine. But then as soon as they send that 4 power arrow into a 1 health thing, you're just like, this is the best card ever, right? And so those 1 health things are kind of a liability against things like ninjas or warriors that have small weapons. But into those kind of decks, I think you're already kind of struggling as Gravy Bones into those decks anyway. So might as well, I'm not going to say like give up on them, but like, you know, just optimize for the matchups that you think you can win consistently. And so I think those low health allies are really good.
I think one of the things that kind of follows these board state heroes in their wake, in their history of Flesh and Blood, I'm looking at Enigma mainly, is that their 80s get very fine-tuned and stringent towards the end of their tenure. I mean, the case in point, the PT London Enigma list pretty much looked exactly like one another, save for like 1 or 2 cards, right? Do you think that is where Gravy Bones is going to be headed, or is he always going to be kind of this whatever flavor floats your boat?
I think there's definitely there is going to be homogenization over time as players really develop and learn more about how the deck plays. I do think Gravy is a bit unique in that he's got some very distinct play styles. I mean, I almost think back to like Dromai, where you had like mono red, like all red line Dromai versus ones that were playing maybe more bigger dragons. I think we eventually found that kind of the red line was the optimal play, but I think there could be like different archetypes within it. Right now, I think, you know, you want to play like a lot of blues and yellows and like no reds at all, but I could totally see a version that has like a lot more red aggressive attacks and tries to play the game very differently. I'd love to really experiment with those, and hopefully we can find some new variety in it.
So you are not, say, on the Ukulele Bender list that she just posted on Flesh and Blood's website.
Yeah, I think I saw that one. I thought that was very interesting. It had a lot of those aggressive red attacks in it.
E-strikes, Command and Conquers, what have you.
Yeah, I think that is an interesting way to take it. I think there could, you know, obviously that is a very early list as well. Everyone is still early on. But I think that is a concept worth exploring in the space of Gravy Bones, and it could present a very different way to play it as opposed to the, like, you know, no reds at all or like very few reds. And heavier allies, so go heavier attacks. Lots of stuff to explore. I'm really excited to see.
I have to ask, how does Chart the High Seas fit into that equation for you? Because Austin Summers mentioned in his deck tech that we just did recently that the main reason he started chopping so many reds was because he just hated missing on Chart the High Seas.
Chart the High Seas is like the best card in the deck. It really is, at least in the version that I'm playing with like 6 or 7 reds total. Because it just does so much when it works. Right? It gets a blue card in your graveyard, it pitches a blue, hopefully it hits a guy into your graveyard, and gives you a gold. Like, this is so much value.
Everything that Gravy wants.
It's so much in one card, and really optimizing around that card is kind of like my first thought with the deck. And so I think if you do go this more aggressive red attack strategy, you're naturally going to be giving up some edge there. Maybe it's worth it. I don't know, but like Chart the High Seas is such a good card that I think it's very much worth playing around and optimize your deck to that as much as possible.
One of the last angles I want to talk about, specifically in regards to Gravy Bones, is how much jewelry you bring into each matchup. Because first of all, amazing flavor note, by the way, is that all of these amulets that were printed in High Seas seem to have like contentious places in Gravy Bones list, depending on who you ask. But I kind of love the idea that Gravy's sitting in his ship beforehand, thinking about, like, okay, what dudes do I bring? What jewelry do I bring? Does this go with this jacket? I don't know. So I noticed you had the ruby amulet, and I assume at least the diamond as well.
Yeah, just those two right now. I think the diamond amulet is just like, I think it's always
inherently good, right?
Valuable. It's a great target for like Call to the Grave, or when you just like have an extra action point, you can float it for later, right? Like, hey, I don't have a guy to play this turn, or whatever. You can just kind of preserve that action point for later. And it's very important into decks that are actually trying to fatigue you, so you can go wider on a key turn. The Ruby Amulet is like pretty good in a lot of cases, especially if you want to play Whaler. Sometimes you don't actually have, you have like 3 blues and a yellow, and you need like 1 extra resource. And so having those 2 on board is really helpful to make sure you can Whaler when needed. And also just a little higher density for some like the Bones cards, the Jury and Restless Bones. But Ruby Amulet is, I think, pretty good. I've seen some other ones being played around. I'm a little skeptical that you want too many more Watery Grave cards, but I could see maybe 1 or 2 other amulets as well as possibilities.
On a personal note, Charles, we threw your player profile up earlier,
Yeah.
and I did a double take on the number of AGE points you've accumulated this year, and it's uncharacteristically low for you.
That's
What's
true.
been going on this season?
I've missed a couple of events because I've been traveling or had some other plans. Unfortunate timing. And the handful of events I have been able to attend, I don't know, it hasn't worked out well for me. This has not really been my year on the AG circuit. I'm hoping to bounce back and get a win here today and, rocket me up the points leaderboard. But it's been some tough sledding so far for me this year.
Including today, you still have 3 chances, and you're off to a great start.
Thank you. I
So-
really hope to capitalize on it.
We are looking forward to seeing whatever you have next. And what the heck? If you make top 8 today, I'll go get you a pint of Rocky Road as well.
Wonderful. I do love me some Rocky Road ice cream.
Well, folks, we will be back in just a moment with more Flesh and Blood, more ex-national champions, and more gravy boats after this. In the Battle of the Undertow, it seems the newcomer, Gravy Bones, has taken it. But now we're going back to Flesh and Blood's storied history. It's going to be a match-off between the two heroes from the first 2 sets. Welcome to Wraith and Arcane Rising. That's right, it's going to be a Dorinthea Ironsong versus Azalea, ace in the hole. And the Azalea player happens to have filled out a player profile for us. He is becoming a mainstay on the AGE stream. It's Paul Selinske from Altadena, one of your cohort.
Oh, yeah. He's a great guy, great player, and taking down Tao Tao round 1, nothing to scoff at.
What?
Absolutely.
Wow, Paul, coming in hot.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Paul has suffered an incredibly egregious loss to my co-caster, Michael Murray, on Kano.
I didn't read that yet.
When was the last time you played Kano, my friend?
It's been 2 years, I think.
Yeah, that's how I know you.
Yeah. I used to be the homegrown Kano player. I've been thinking about sleeving him back up. I'm not going to lie.
Well, that's good because it looks like Paul suffered an incredible loss, almost uninstalled Flesh and Blood, but he came back, and that's good because he is definitely showing his stripes. He shows up week after week, month after month on Azalea, and he's really been putting up the numbers now. His AGE win percentage is kind of a measly 44%, but nevertheless, he's got 2 top 8s this season alone, and he's sitting at 43 points, which puts him squarely in the running for Players' Championship.
Oh, yeah, and that win percentage has gone up a lot recently. This is the aggregate of all AGEs or possibly just this entire year. But
this is all AGEs for the win percentage.
So it's a tough number to climb back from if you started out low like I did at 33%. But you know, we'll make adjustments one day.
But the standings are here in front of you. Paul sits at number 10 here, and his opponent, Richard Truong, is absent from this list, which is honestly a little bit of a surprise. He's an incredibly strong player, has been playing Dorinthea since he started in the game, I believe, during last season's AGE circuit. So I expect to see some really serious Dawn Blades.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show the kind of competition we have here at AGE, that players that are very, very strong can struggle to get to the top 16. It's not easy to make it on that list.
Well, let's stop talking about him, Michael. Let's go ahead and see some glint the Quicksilvers and red in the Ledgers. Let's go on down to our match area. Swell the music, Justin. Here, the players are shuffling up for all to see. We've got Paul Selinske on the left side of your screen, piloting Azalea ace in the hole versus Richard Truong on Dorinthea Ironsong.
Loving what Richard did with his hair.
Oh, yeah, he's got bangs now, man. I think that's just our silly headsets that are giving him a whole new do. Let's see how it works out for him, Michael.
He's rocking it.
Who do you give the edge to in this matchup?
Oh, man. I think it's such a classic. I really want to call it a 50-50. The D-reacts that Dorinthea likes to bring just can help a lot against those dominated arrows. The disruption that Azalea can throw can prevent the counters from getting on. I do think that we're going to see Richard a little more on the back foot, as most players are into the Azalea, but Warriors block really well. He has a huge fridge to work with, and that can be very troublesome for Azaleas that rely on the on-hits.
Michael, history repeats itself. Anytime you let an Azalea go first, they have knocked the death whistle in hand, and this is no different for Paul. Nevertheless, he is deficient on another pitch card, so he's going to see what he can draw off the top. He's really hoping for a pump there. Alas, no, it's just another arrow. So if he goes for the knock the death whistle here, it will be cleaned up very easily by Richard's equipment suite if he so chooses. Unfortunately, while he's in some senses drawn the nuts, it's not quite what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, it could be just a save it for the nuts for next turn type of deal. Although he goes for the Azalea, trying to get just a little bit of chip damage out, trying to take advantage of the fact that he is going first, which Azaleas are very wont to do.
Okay, Paul still in kind of a rough situation. Hasn't been able to find a single buff despite seeing 5 cards on this first turn of the game. 6 cards on this first turn of the game, which does mean that whatever comes next will probably be very buff rich. So he's going to want to save an arrow that he really wants to get over the top, and red in the ledger being in the hand is a good start for that strategy.
Absolutely. Dominated drill shot, kind of annoying to deal with, very likely to hit here. Oh, excuse me. Richard just reaching for the equipment.
Was just going to force an equipment block early on, which is not nothing.
Yeah. Azalea needs to get through the fridge before she can really reliably hit, and that is one step in that direction.
Yeah, while that hero ability is just so annoying, dominate being such a dominant keyword, I guess I should say, makes it really difficult to go up against heroes that can block well with what they wear into combat.
Yeah, Paul going for the quiver. I like that play a lot. Seeing a buff on the top gives him confirmation that he can arsenal that Bolton shot comfortably, although it doesn't look like he did do that. It looks like the arsenal was the red in the ledger.
Okay. So he's got a Rain Razors in the hand and a couple of other things to boot. Looks like fairly arrow rich still is Paul Selinske. I'm sorry, no, it's a Codex of Frailty, a yellow Bolton shot, the Rain Razors, and another red. Red in the ledger in the arsenal. Paul probably trying to do a little bit of disruption, but Richard has the nuts to go super duper wide with this Dawnblade, which, hey, super wide with the Dawnblade is 2. Yeah. But there are a couple terrifying on hits here. Go again from the Warrior's Valor and draw a card from Steelblade Supremacy. This is exactly what you don't want to see if you're the Azalea player.
Yeah, and when we talk about asking questions, this is a very, very prominent question to be asking. Do you want me to be able to draw a card and gain go again? And Rangers do not like to block, but boy, this is going to be a tough choice not to block something this powerful.
Samantha Cheatwood is in chat. I'm pretty sure that is Paul's person, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and she's calling him Pablo, though.
Yeah, well, that's Pablo Selinske.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we got the Pueblo, Pablo. Well, the Pueblo is currently being rebuilt, but we've got a wedding coming up soon that I'm very looking forward to.
And that will be between Paul Selinske and Samantha Cheatwood. Thank you so much for joining chat, Sam. It's so good to see you there. Paul will definitely do it for the Dina if he is able to. That's Alta Dina, folks, which unfortunately was just ravaged by the Eaton fire not too long ago. Paul lost his home in that fire, but nevertheless was in attendance at the very next AGE Open, much to the aplomb and excitement of all of the people that play with him here at AGE.
The resolve of this man continues to impress me.
Okay, looks like 8 has come across, though. Paul is bleeding from that Dawnblade. Richard has drawn himself a card and is going ahead and probably just going to pitch that blue to send yet another Dawnblade, see if he can get a counter on early, but it's all going to hinge on that card that has been drawn off the top from Steelblade Supremacy. Dawnblade for 5 here.
How do you feel about the choice not to block, Bryce, as a Ranger player?
It's really difficult to do, honestly. And usually when Dorinthea sends out a couple pumps, a lot of non-attack attack damage for the Dawnblade, it's really hard to want to put cards in front of it because the next Dawnblade is going to be smaller and the next Dawnblade is the one that you really want to hit to prevent the counters.
That does make a lot of sense. And I think also the danger of an attack reaction and turning on reprise, it's such a challenging deck to block out against.
Yeah, usually with Rangers, especially Azalea, you don't have a whole lot of agency on the blocking side of things just because your cards don't block that well. And if you throw them in front of your opponent, then you have nothing to do on your turn. And Azalea wants to be doing her disruption actively. She wants to be sending red in the ledgers. She wants to be sending remorselesses, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and the other thing too, like you said, the red in the ledger sitting in the arsenal, as Paul now reaches blocking 2, playing a little bit more of a mid-range plan.
Oh, and it looks like Richard is holding on to the Singing Steelblade. So he's got the punish here. It's going to be Singing Steelblade with that last resource. And I would have to imagine an Iron Song response searched out.
That seems like the right hit to me. Drawing another card, getting a counter, and pushing 3 extra damage. That is a very strong start for Richard.
His options are just very limited because he doesn't have any more resources floating. Richard might think I would rather leave more Iron Song responses in my deck. So no, instead deciding to rip out Glint the Quicksilver, which I actually don't mind here because he's just trying to refresh his arsenal at this point and keep the pressure on Paul as long as he can. If he had searched out the Iron Song response, it's important to note that Singing Steelblade banishes the card that you find. So it must be played on this turn lest you lose it for the rest of the game.
No, that's really good. I think he's already hitting, getting through 1 damage, getting that counter, because Paul's blocking 5 on 6. The Singing Steelblade pumped it up just enough to get over, so Richard choosing instead to draw some other card, taking the hit, and being really efficient. I like that.
But this is exactly what Dorinthea wants to do. That first counter is the one that means the most, Michael. All of a sudden, Dawnblade coming in for a break point is just so backbreaking for a deck that cannot block well. Richard goes ahead and draws.
It looked like a red. I didn't see which one.
I missed it. But it's going to be destined for the Arsenal almost no matter what here. Looks like another card draw off of that Steelblade Supremacy. It's a Jagged Edge here. So Richard, little bit punished for going for that Glint the Quicksword. Oh, it's a Sharpened Steel. Both of these cards are pretty good for the arsenal, but I tend to think that Sharpened Steel is the more enticing one. Richard posturing, no, he pitches the Sharpened Steel for a second Vigor token, instead electing to keep that Jagged Edge. Azalea not going to have any prevention effects to take advantage of the second clause of that card, but the 1 for 3, I guess, is a little more enticing at reaction speed.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to get the reprise out of a Ranger player, so having an unconditional pump that you can put on the first swing is pretty valuable. I like the choice for Richard to put that one in the arsenal.
Take Aim is the first action for Paul Selinske with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. And the follow-up here is going to be Red in the Ledger for 8. No Dominate here, unfortunately. But when that's the thing. When you throw 2 cards in front of an enemy's attack as Azalea, this is what comes out. And while Red in the Ledger has one of the best on-hits in the game, it is a very easy thing for a warrior to block out.
Yeah, this feels like a 2 cards and a piece of armor to me.
Richard has, however, found another really nasty turn, a second copy of Steelblade Supremacy and an Unsheathed, which is going to give go again, but he must block out this Red in the Ledger, and this is exactly the power of Warrior right here. 1 card plus 3 pieces of equipment is an easy thing to block out a Red in the Ledger for 8.
Yeah, just putting the entire fridge up, not expecting to need that as long as he can keep the tempo as strong as he currently can, and that is a really, really scary barrel to be facing down. The 4-card hand that Richard has put together is going to threaten a ton, and Paul doesn't even have an arsenal right now, so he's either going to have to take all of this or fold the hand.
Well, Richard has blocked 9 on 8, so no on hit from the Red in the Ledger here. Paul also has no arsenal at the end of that turn. He's going to be at the behest of whatever he draws here, and yep, it's unsheathed into Steelblade Supremacy. Paul gives a wry smile as he goes, yeah, this is rough right here.
Oh, and the double Vigor token paying for all of this is just so good.
And Richard still has a blue in the hand with which to deploy that Jagged Edge from the arsenal and also swing an additional Dawnblade if it connects. So Paul right now has to block 12 on this Dawnblade, unbeknownst to him.
Yeah.
But I tend to think that Azalea hands are just not going to block that well. Yeah,
No,
already a Codex of Frailty.
blocks.
So it's not going to be in the cards for Paul to block out this first Dawnblade, no matter what he does, unless, of course, he throws the New Horizon and Long Draw Half Glove in front of this. But that would take quite a soul read from his opponent, who just kept an entire grip against you.
Yeah, really, really good start from Richard. Really, really rough start from Paul.
And I think this is the thing that keeps Dawnblade Dorinthea players coming back to her time and time again. Yes, her numbers are fairly predictable. They come in 3s, but the second you get a counter on that Dawnblade, heck, 2, I'm sure that is a drug that is very hard to quit.
Oh, yeah. I know our occasional co-caster, Mitch Leslie. Whoa. Hold that
Paul.
thought as Paul's reaching for the equipment already.
That's 6. That's possibly 7, 8 from this Read the Glide Path. Is he going to soul read this?
That's 10.
That's only
Holding
10.
1 card back.
Oh, I tend to think that when you make this play, especially as a Ranger,
You
got
gotta
to
commit all the way.
whole hand.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's like he almost got there, but what card is he expecting Richard to play that is only pumping 1?
You have to expect that this Dawnblade is going to get to 12.
Yeah.
It always comes in 3s with Dorinthea Iron Song.
Yeah.
And this, case is no different. Jagged Edge gets this Dawnblade up to
Ooh.
12, which means that Paul is going to take damage, and Richard is going to be able to swing this Dawnblade once again.
Silver lining, Paul not taking a ton of damage, which means he's got more life to work with as the game goes on, but he had an opportunity there to shut this down, and oh, that draw.
It's another Jagged Edge, folks. Richard is creating a Vigor token here with one of those 2 floating resources,
I don't
which is
know about that.
curious.
Maybe he just decides that he doesn't need to push the damage now.
Yeah,
He's already hit. He gets to keep the counter no matter what, and he's threatening 6. So, yeah, I like that. Just saving it for later.
Yeah, Richard, the ever-diligent warrior player here, he knows his opponent can't block it out anyway, so he might as well save that Jagged Edge to push over the top when Paul tries to block out once again. No, he decides, let's go ahead and pitch that Jagged Edge. I like this singing Steel Blade better.
Yeah, just go find it later.
Well, singing Steel Blade is fantastic because, generally speaking, you've turned on your opponent's reprise effect when you're resolving it, so you find an Iron Song response and make that whole dynamic of, oh, Dorinthea's attack reactions always come in 3. Say, no, it comes in 4s in this case.
Yeah.
Codex of Frailty to play for Paul Selinske, the 1-card hand that could. Let's see what 0-cost arrow he's got. I tend to think it's going to be that drill shot that he resolved on turn 1.
Red in the
indeed.
ledger with the tunic. I like that, just demanding cards. But Dorinthea, being a very mid-range type deck, is usually pretty happy to just give 2 up.
Paul definitely in the back seat here. 23 plays 40 in the favor of Dorinthea Iron Song. Only a 5 damage red in the ledger, but an Arsenal reset here.
The frailty also matters a ton on the clapback from Richard. So, I completely understand the logic of holding that Codex. Imagine putting that down instead of keeping it when this is the way that you utilize it.
Without a doubt. The other consideration here is that Richard all of a sudden is completely out of blocking equipment. So even though Paul has not drawn any blood on the side of the warrior player, this is the time where he finally gets to do so. You said it yourself, Michael. First, you have to work through the fridge, and that's generally how these matchups go.
Yeah, despite Richard still being at 40, Paul's already done an effective 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage to him in that fridge, so.
But he's got to face down a 10 damage Dawn Blade, Michael, and that is a really tough mountain to climb.
Yeah.
Sharpened Steel plus Unsheathed is 6, plus another 5 on this Dawn Blade should be 11. Oh no, the Frailty makes it 10. So just 10 go again, with a card in hand and a resource still floating in a card in arsenal, which we know is that Singing Steel Blade ready to come out and play. Richard is feeling good right here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we're going to see an entire fold of the hand once again. It's possible. I do think that Paul needs to shut down these counters. Being on the back foot at this point, you can't really hope to race, so you need to interrupt the momentum that the Dorinthea player has gathered so far.
Once your opponent has 2 counters, you have to take a turn to go full stop. I think I can block this out here based on what they have played thus far. And usually this is a good way to start when they're resolving a lot of non-attack actions rather than just swinging a naked Dawn Blade or swinging the Dawn Blade already with go again. That being said, Azalea just doesn't block that well. And let's see, I saw 1-2 block and take aim.
Yeah, it's a arrow heavy hand. He's got 3 blocks, which is a good place to be at this spot.
So Paul has 11 block in hand, which does block out this Dawn Blade, but he has to be considering at least an extra +3.
And what happens if that Singing Steel Blade turns into a Twinning Blade? Does that just blow this block out, or is it kind of moot?
It depends on that last card in Richard's hand. If he has a blue, then yes, that could be a real issue. I don't think it would mean an extra counter on the Dawn Blade, but at this point, Richard doesn't really care about that.
Paul folding the hand. I really like this, but we kind of already know that he'll still connect.
We're only at 12 here, which means that even if you have just a cut and dry, random Dorinthea Iron Song attack reaction buff, then it's going to get over by 1.
Yeah.
In this case, Richard has the Silver Bullet, which is Glistening Steel Blade. His consideration here is probably just, do I want to save it for next turn, honestly? Probably forced into sending it now, because you don't want to lose those counters on the Dawn Blade.
Yeah, that's just the power of those counters. Pushing it up to 10.
I will play Blade Flurry.
No, it was another red in hand. Here comes Blade Flurry, getting up to 12, and then the Singing Steel Blade comes out to play from the arsenal. What will the choice be here for Richard?
He could actually do another Glint-style play and draw a card. Now that he's connecting,
It's unfortunate that he doesn't have another resource.
And there it is,
with
the
which,
glint.
Yep, and that's exactly why he's choosing that glint, the Quicksilver right here, because no matter what he draws, he is going to be able to swing that Dawnblade an additional time after it has snuck in for 2.
It looks like Paul's going to have to do this once again as this turn resolves to try to clear those counters.
But it gets harder and harder every single time you do it because the Dorinthea is just stacking more and more power on that Dawnblade.
Yeah, if he can get another counter here, that's going to make it really tough.
I don't think there's anything to stop him. Paul has folded the entirety of the hand and all of his blocking equipment at this point, which means that even if Richard draws a red and pitches it to swing this Dawnblade, there's another counter getting put on it.
Yeah.
We got the glint, played the glint.
Okay, it is yet another jagged. I think that's the 3rd jagged edge we've seen drawn off the top
Yeah.
in the middle of a turn for Richard. Okay, Paul has taken 2 down to 22. He's almost at half of Richard's life total. And things are just not going Paul's way. Yes, the jagged edge goes straight into the pitch zone to swing Dawnblade for 7 thanks to that Blade Flurry that was resolved earlier on. 6 because of the Frailty token earlier this turn.
It's a lot of damage.
No blocks for Paul as he descends down to 16 life to Richard's 40. No blood has been drawn through the armor of Dorinthea Ironsong.
What's the over-under on a clean 40 health win?
Oh, no, don't put that evil on Paul. I thought he was your friend.
He is, but this is brutal, man.
Okay, Paul giving a quick rub to the card in Arsenal as we blind Azalea flip into an Endless Arrow. That's not bad.
Yeah.
So unless Richard has found himself a 0-for-4 defense reaction, which... Is that a shelter from the storm? Please say it's not a shelter from the storm. No, it's not. Okay, so there's no defense reaction in the hand of Richard. There's nothing in the arsenal, so it is a foregone conclusion that this Endless Arrow will connect. It's just whether or not Richard would like to save 3 life here.
That's surprisingly helpful in this position.
Yeah,
he's going to need a lot more like this, but that's really nice to get the card back, be able to arsenal it, maybe pair it with some pumps, or at least shoot it back, I should say. There's no way Paul isn't folding the hand again.
Okay, so the over-under on a clean 40-0 sweep is now 0%.
All right,
which is
thank God
good
for that.
for Paul Selinske. He has drawn blood, 4 life points out of the Dorinthea player's life total. 36 plays 16, but here comes a Dawnblade for 6.
Yeah,
Oh
3
gosh.
cards in hand. I wonder. Yeah, it's always so hard to know because Paul has to keep thinking about that twinning blade. We know that Richard doesn't have it at the moment, but it's always a scary
You've been hurt by
proposition.
Twinning Blade before, haven't you?
I know. You see 6 coming at you, and you decide, I'll give you 9, and then it's just, thanks for the 9. Here's another 6. It's brutal.
Paul giving a think here. It's a hard prospect. Dorinthea now has access to so many, run-through type effects. A Naked Dawnblade is not as safe as it once was earlier on in the tenure of this game.
I will say I kind of missed that question, the theory behind how to block Dorinthea, and we're seeing it right here, but giving 6, giving 9, giving 12 in this spot, do you have a sense of what the right play is?
For Paul at this point, he's got to stay alive and send something reasonable in return. In this case, however, I think it's a better choice to block the first Dawnblade than he has in the past because Richard has to find a source of go again here. Right now, Ironsong response and Nip at the heels is going to get it up to 10, which means that Paul has blocked this.
No, it's 3-2 blocks.
It's 3-2 blocks. No. There's a Bolton shot in there. Oh, I see.
And
what you're saying.
1-3 block. Yeah,
That
it
is
gets
really
over.
tragic.
It is really tragic. If Paul had one more 3 block in the hand, he would have finally stuffed the attack. He's going down little chunks at a time. This time, only taking 1 life. Oh,
no, because there was an
attack,
additional swing thanks to the refraction bolters from Richard Truong.
Now we're at 4 counters.
Okay, all of the equipment has been used. Paul is forced to pass once again, and there are 4 counters on Dawnblade. Sorry, there's an Endless Arrow that's going to come out of the arsenal first. Richard says absolutely no blocks. Down to 32 I go. You keep your Endless Arrow, my friend. I'm about to hit you with a Dawnblade that comes in naturally for 7.
It's so brutal.
This is a rough thing to see
Oh,
for Paul, and
no.
it's the Ironsong determination to start this turn off, which means that it's not just 7, folks. It's 8, and it's got Dominate.
Richard doing his best Azalea cosplay.
and Paul is forced to block here because 8 are the only life that he has to spare. Jagged Edge plus Iron Song response is going to get it done, but Paul says, no, Rain Racers before I die. I'm going to activate Quiver as well, then extend the fist bump. And down goes Paul Selinske in favor of Dorinthea Iron Song in the hands of Richard Truong. Round 2 goes the way of the Warrior.
I need some wood to knock on because I'm about to say something and I don't want it to be a curse, but Paul has not done great on camera so far in AGE.
He's had a couple wins.
He's done well, but from what I've seen, I think he's got a bit of a camera curse, something that we all have and can work through, but really, really unfortunate draws for him and really fortunate draws for Richard the way that it played out. That was really, really hard to deal with.
Yes, and this is the power of Dorinthea Iron Song. Luckily, in Southern California, we have plenty of mainstays on Dorinthea, so you have a ton of ways to practice this matchup. And you know, if you live here and you play here, you should know all the tricks that she has at her disposal. But Steelblade Supremacy after Steelblade Supremacy into Red Warrior's Value, like that was probably the best that it could have been drawn up for Dorinthea there.
Mm-hmm. That was awful for Paul and great for Richard. Congratulations to Richard. That was just a brutal beatdown. Dorinthea showing us the kinds of power and aggression that you can exhibit on the Dawnblade, and especially when you're against decks that aren't bringing defense reactions, sometimes that Dawnblade just eats those decks alive, as we saw here.
Slicing and dicing his way into round 3 is Richard Truong. We'll see if we can get him for an interview in just a moment, and we will be back with him. More Quicksilvers glinting, more Steel Blades singing after this.
Welcome back, folks. We are joined here with Richard Truong, who just destroyed an Azalea on camera. How are you feeling about that game?
Very lucky, but also feels good, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to just win the games. You want to take them. No sense making it dramatic when your goal is to win it all. When you first sat down in front of an Azalea, I'm sure you've played this matchup before. Is this one that you feel favored in, or are you afraid of the Azaleas?
It's very close. Like, it's a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah.
And it's usually decided by the first Azalea turn 0.
Yeah, we saw Paul trying to set up a red in the ledger. I don't know if you saw that, but he didn't have the buffs to support it, so instead just sending a drill shot for 4 dominate, and you easily covered it up. Yeah. When was the die roll in his favor and he chose first?
He chose first.
Okay, yeah, correct. But
I like picking second myself because I just like being the first to attack, and I have no problem like blocking 7 turn 0 if they actually get a dominated red in the ledger.
Yeah, it makes sense because you have such a big armor suite. But I do know that one of the game plans for Azalea is they got to chew through your armor. So sometimes just getting that armor turn 0 is a win. I also want to ask you a bit about your deck list. Is there anything interesting or spicy that you showed up with, or How did you come up with your deck list, and what are you bringing today?
So my deck list today that's different from usual is I decided I don't like playing D-Reacts.
Okay.
I used to run like 6 or maybe 9 or upwards to even 12 D-Reacts in my list. And today I'm running 2 sinks and 2 shelters. Is it the right call? I have no idea.
Sure.
It's just I'd rather lose.
Well, what's the
trying to
basis of that call? Why did you decide that D-Reacts are not what you want to show up with?
Defending against Assassin, it just feels impossible.
Fair.
And Victor also seems impossible, and I just need to hope to high roll to the moon.
Okay, so you're going for gem luck, and instead you're trying to up the odds of the rest of your matchups rather than facing these assassins and guardians that can sometimes just feel like unwinnable matchups. You say, I'll dodge them. We're going to go no D-Reacts. We're going pedal to the metal. And it looks like your deck did exactly what you designed it to do. Really, really scary offensive power coming out. Sounds like you feel like you high rolled a little bit, but is that something that normally happens, or like where did you land on the scale of getting the offensive power going?
So getting a Steelblade Supremacy early is always, I consider a high roll. And I got it turn 1, and literally he had the decision point immediately. Like, do I let him draw 2 cards? Do I not? And Azalea has so many 2 blocks. It can be really hard to make that decision.
Yeah, and it looked like there were just a few key moments where that 2 block really bit him, and he just missed out on that break point, and you just kept getting those counters rolling. I also am curious because obviously Dorinthea, there's a few different ways you can play her. The Hatchets build has been around now for a long time, making its first debut on the main stage in Pro Tour Los Angeles. Have you dabbled in that list? Do you have a preference? And tell me about your feelings on the 2 different builds.
So I love Hatchets also. I played it a lot the beginning of the year. The new Spill Blood with Sharpened Senses combo is insane. It's a 3-card 17, I think it is, with Tunic, which is crazy value.
Wow.
But the reason why I'm playing Dawnblade is I think it is more fun, and yeah, why am I not playing Hatchets?
I love that. No, you know what? What I saw on camera was you asking impossible question after impossible question after impossible question. How are you going to block this? How are you going to block this? And you always had the answer. It was like there wasn't a right answer. He didn't have what he needed to stop you.
Yeah.
And if you were expecting to go against aggressive decks that can't stuff the Dawnblade, I mean, I can see why you decided to do that. I don't even think Hatchets could have done what you just did on camera. So in that sense, if you're looking to roll Gem Roulette and only face decks that can't block very well, it makes a lot of sense.
I think the one thing I don't like about Hatchets is if they play Codex of Frailty and you have a 3-card 17, it becomes a 3-card 5 or 3-card 6 or something.
Yeah, it goes way down. That makes a lot of sense.
It just feels so bad.
Have you played Into Gravy Bones on either or both lists yet?
I've played Into Gravy with Dawnblade a couple times, and it feels very Dawnblade favored.
Yeah, because you can get those counters on the allies.
All the Gravy Bones say it's their worst matchup.
Wow. Well,
but I think
that we have
space.
so many Gravy Bones in the room. I think that might be another answer to the question of why Dawnblade. Have you played the Hatchets variation? Do you know how that feels?
I have not played the Hatchets.
Okay. Because I imagine that the lack of being able to get counters means that you're actually just sort of trading fairly into the allies, whereas with the Dawnblade, you're just building that snowball.
Yeah. I think Gravy has potential, but it takes time to build a list with many options. I think Dawnblade Dory honestly loses to just raw 2-for-7s with good D-reacts, etc., etc.
Sure.
And so any deck can win. It's just whether or not you're ready for it. And you have to be playing really well, or like 2 counters in. It's
I do know how devastating a deck filled with D-reacts can be into the Dawnblade. I don't know if Gravy is one of those decks. It sounds like it probably isn't, because if you fill your deck with D-Reacts and allies, where's your damage coming from? So yeah, I think the theory there is sound. I'm really curious to see if we get you matched up into a Gravy to see how the theory plays out on the battlefield. Are there any other things you want to shout out or talk about?
Shout out Turn Zero Games. Yeah.
Turn Zero Games, let's go.
They got me started, and they're super friendly. If you haven't gone before, Sunday at 5 p.m.
Where is
Good
that?
time. Koreatown?
Koreatown. Cool. So if you're near Koreatown and you want to play some Flesh and Blood, do a little Google search. Turn Zero Games, they got you covered. Thanks for that shout out. Anything else before we wrap it up?
That's about it for me.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the 2-0. Keep it up, and looking forward to seeing you back in the booth and get some W's.
Yeah, thanks.
We just saw the battle of the points. Yes, it was arrows versus swords, but how about old and busted versus the new hotness? It's going to be Levia, Shadowborn, Abomination, the one in the room, mind you, versus Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter, of which we have several. 6 is the total representation here for Gravy. Otherwise, it's Cindra and Verdant springing up the second and third top spot. And then it's a smattering of everything. We got an Oscilio in the room. We got a Fang. Heck, we got a Marlin. Unfortunately, though, no Puffin. So not 100% representation for High Seas. What do you think about this metagame here, Michael?
I mean, in direct comment to Puffin, I didn't see a great turnout for her at Nationals, and it seems like people either haven't figured her out or maybe overrated her coming out. I personally love playing Puffin and think she's a strong deck, but the way that the cards have fallen so far since this meta started does seem to indicate that maybe she doesn't quite have what it takes to take down big tournaments. So I do understand the choice not to bring her, but of course Marlin, the new ranger in the High Seas, has a lot of people trying to build her, figure her out, and we've got Evan Bridges on that one. And then Gravy with the best showing and the best representation. I think people really just like to win games, and they base their choices a lot based on that.
With the representation of Gravy, I'm definitely looking towards that Fang in the pool, who is currently X and O. It's Patrick Rubicava, who is kind of a Fang truther along with myself. He's been working with me very closely to develop the AGE Pro Team Fang list. And if Gravy stocks are going up, Fang has a fantastic matchup into Gravy. I mean, it feels like you're playing Left 4 Dead. It's just like zombie bang, zombie bang.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And it does seem like the decks that have really good access to Go Again have a bit of a favored matchup into Gravy. It makes me wonder, of course, Gravy is strong, but it seems like he's targetable. So very interesting development there. We'll have to see if the prey or the predator wins out in this day.
Speaking of predator, there is one Arachne marionette lurking in the pool, and that is none other than Tao Tao Chu, who won our very last AGE Open. That's right, the month of May was taken down by this shadowy figure. He did, however, suffer a round 1 loss from Paul Selinske, who we saw on stream just last round.
Yeah, it seems like things went really, really well for him early on and then just didn't quite fall the way he wanted for round 2, of course. Hoping for better luck as he goes into Marlin, the AGE villain, Evan Bridges.
And
we're allowed to root against him, right?
Yeah. He's the only one we're allowed to root against. We also have a couple other AGE events on the horizon, folks. The AGE in New England is popping off on June 28th. That's going to be at a new venue. Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire is a brand new Flesh and Blood store. Store owner Katie is very ambitiously going for a no Magic the Gathering business model. Whoa. And so we are privileged to help support that dream because we would love to make it happen and make more safe places for Flesh and Blood. Furthermore, we've got 2 LA Opens scheduled at the ready that we're here to announce. It's July 13th at Top Deck Keep once again, and of course August 9th here at Top Deck Keep. We love this place, and we don't want to go anywhere. There will be more dates for AGE New England coming up, possibly back at Great Stories, coming at you real soon. We will let you know as soon as we can lock those in. But bottom line, there is an AGE Open on either coast every single month as promised, and it all leads up to that Players' Championship, which will be coming at you September and October.
I do have a question for you about these AGE East. I know we haven't been covering them recently, but is there any coverage coming up on them?
The next one we will be covering, thank you so much for mentioning that, Michael, the one on June 28th at Grave Troll Games will indeed be streamed by myself and also Patrick Greasy at the casting desk. And we will give you some bi-coastal bloodshed. And be there and don't be square. Watch it on AGE YouTube channel. Let's go ahead and get down to the feature match area, however, because we've gotten word that our players are ready and they're itching to spawn allies and also murder them if you're on the other side of the table. So, producer Justin, arrange those sock puppets however you need to, and let's proceed on down to the feature match area. Swell the music, folks. These are some dark arts dabblers if I've ever seen them. Look at Levia getting all crazy with her mouth suit, I guess is what I'm going to call that. And then Gravy Bones, of course, being a dead pirate himself.
The zombies versus the skeletons. What a cool thematic matchup we have on our hands.
Demons, I would say?
Demons, thank you. The demons versus the zombies, I guess. These are zombies.
Yeah. Gravy's got the zombies.
Yeah.
Levia is a demon, right?
Yeah.
I'd buy that. Okay, so looks like Clark Moore is starting off here. Peter posturing like he doesn't actually have an affirmative action to make here. What do you think about this equipment suite here, Michael?
Well, I'm starting off on the Gravy side. It looks pretty stock standard. Going down to Levia, we have, again, pretty stock standard, but we actually haven't seen a lot of this stuff. And what's that in the headpiece there?
That's the spoiled skull. That was the headpiece, the Majestic that came out of Dusk Till Dawn. That is going to allow Clark to have a very big turn later on once he kind of has his graveyard filled. It's going to put 3 cards in, I think it's he chooses 3 cards in banish, he rolls a die, and then he can play one of them until the end of turn. So you try to get like a Blood Rush Bellow in your banish zone and have a 4th Blood Rush Bellow turn
Spoiled
later
Skull,
on in the game.
obviously very powerful, but it is competing for a really, really tough spot there. The Legendary Brute Helmet.
You're cueing me. Come on, Michael, you got this one.
You're going to make me wait here
Scowling
for 5 minutes.
Fleshbag is the name of that card, which of course intimidates your opponent on defense. And yeah, you're right. That is one of the most powerful cards Brute has access to, and it's an interesting choice to leave it at home. I tend to think that Clark is making this choice kind of similarly to the Dromai matchup for Levia earlier on. I tended to like Spoiled Skull in that matchup when I was playing Levia as well, namely so that you can kind of fatigue your opponent out, kill allies, kill allies, kill allies until the moment where you want to go for the throat. And then you can banish, say, like a Blood Rush Bellows, and then a couple other power cards that are in your banish zone.
So it's all about that offensive spike with the Spoiled Skull.
A little bit. It just makes you want to go the distance because a lot of the time during this game, you're going to be taking a pause and killing dudes. Clark also, it is important to mention, has a very awesome podcast called the Pitch It To Me podcast. He is one of the 3 hosts on that one. The other 2, of course, are Joel Racinos and Fuzzy Delp, both mainstays here at Arcane Games and Events. Golden Tipple is the first attack resolved on this combat chain, but it looks like there's already a judge call here. Peter pitching a very sharpied up proxy of Eye of Ophidia here. We're trying to decide whether or not the opt happens first or the draw.
And I believe the player gets to choose the triggers when they happen simultaneously. It looks like Peter doing the opt first.
Okay, and we resolve here. Chum goes into the bin, a gold token created, and a card drawn for Peter Buddensiek. In case you're thinking you're seeing a familiar face, you were right. Peter Buddensiek was in our finals just last month against Tao Tao Chu. Things did not go his way because he was on Arachne, slipped through cracks, and essentially donated a hero power over to Tao Tao's Arachne Marionette.
Yeah, that can be a very rough matchup.
So it's 2 boys in the bin for Peter Buddensiek. Chum, Friendly First Mate, and Rigor Mortis. This Golden Tipple still has yet to complete resolving. Clark might be in the tank about these blocks here. Life totals are no longer in the favor of the Shadowborn Abomination. It's 39, plays 37 in the favor of Peter.
We see the Enlightened Strike in hand. A decent follow-up, but it doesn't establish any of the allies in that Watery Grave. Still, I think no blue played this turn as well, so that is not on. Bit of an underwhelming turn.
Peter, however, does seem to be utilizing those red attacks. He's got an Enlightened Strike in hand. Goes ahead and pops that gold generated by the Golden Tipple immediately to see if he can fix this hand up a little bit. He does find a blue that he can resolve, but no, just says it's time to resolve this E-Strike, probably for buff power 7, and pocket that Avast for a later turn.
Yeah, things starting out a little bit slower than our first Gravy game on stream, which is how I typically see these Gravies playing. A little bit of a slow roll in the beginning to set things up rather than the absolute offensive blender that we saw earlier.
Clark blocking with 2 cards there, trying to do a little bit of graveyard fill. He has hit the faded 3 cards in the grave. He's got an Eye of Ophidia his own. This one not proxied. Kind of a flex on Peter Buddensiek there, but Clark has a really nice follow-up. It's Shadow Realm Horror, which is going to banish 3 cards out of the bin of Clark Moore. He happens to only have 3, and all of them are 6s, which means that this not only gets +1 and go again, but also Clark can play one of those banished cards later on this turn. A screamer of a turn coming out of Clark Moore.
Yeah, 7 go again. These are the types of cards that are super nice to have, super flexible, because they allow you to go wider, but they also allow killing of those really high breakpoint allies. You can see the Chum in the graveyard right now. If that was out on the board, it wouldn't surprise me at all if this 7 was going straight at him.
And 7 must go at Peter because he has not resolved a single ally as of yet. And this is exactly what Clark wants to do. Pressure that life total early, and that way he has the space to remove allies when he needs to. Usually, Clark is going to want to wait until he has discarded a card with 6 or more on his turn so that he can remove allies with those claws. The attacks from Levia, just like we saw with aggro Riptide in round 1, are just too big to be donated to, say, like a Rigor Mortis or an Oyston.
And seeing the block from that Conqueror of the High Seas is a big deal. Getting that off of the offensive combat chain and into the bin with just 3 value. Big win for Clark.
And after that Graveling Growl was resolved from the banish zone after being put into the graveyard, Clark just sent a 3-card 13, which is not a slouch at all. For Peter, it's Avasci into Rigor Mortis, swing Rigor Mortis, pitching a yellow, another Chum, which means that this is 6 go again, create a gold token on hit. Clark takes that 6 almost immediately. Peter generates that gold token and evens up these life totals. 29 plays 30 as the second E-strike of Peter's day is coming at Clark. 5, draw a card on this.
Yeah, another efficient turn here, but not extremely offensively slanted. 6 into 5, 11 damage presented for the turn. And it looks like Clark has a really good hand that he wants to keep all 5 cards of, which could be scary as with the clapback.
I think that might have been the first Blood Rush Bellows for Clark in the hand, if my eyes don't see me. Yes, indeed, there it is. He's also got a blue, and I would have to imagine 2. Yeah, he's very blue flooded, but they're all blue 6s, which is fantastic, except for the Call to the Grave, which is going right into the pitch zone. So Clark is going to have the green light to do his worst on this turn.
Yeah, guaranteed discarding that 6. That's exactly where you want to be, especially with the 2 resources floating.
Man, it is fun to see Levia today.
Yeah, I haven't seen her in a long time.
Deadwood Rumbler going to the graveyard, which means that Blood Rush Bellow is going to be resolved for the full extent of its effect. Clark goes ahead and draws 2 cards. I believe it's a yellow Graveling Growl and a blue Dread Screamer. So not the high-powered attack that Clark is really looking for on this turn, but you're still going to be able to send Claw. So starting off with 10 and then following up with something, which is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, being resource-rich on the Blood Rush is usually a pretty good thing.
That being said, he is not going to be able to efficiently remove that Rigor Mortis, so I tend to think that all of these attacks are going to go Peter's face to maximize the value on that Blood Rush Bellow. So Rigor Mortis will fight another day, and Clark will have to deal with it on that same other day. Oh, but there was a pulping in the arsenal, Michael, which means that this is coming in for 8. And we'll see if Clark is able to discard that 6 right here. The card drawn is not going to be shown to us. Let's see if he makes the hit. I tend to think that Clark made this play because he had 2 other 6s in hand. But no, if it was no, he pitched the blue Dread Screamer. So we're all good here except for that last card, which we weren't able to catch. Peter rolls a 3. It's the middle one. It's a Wrecker Romp, which means that this pulping has dominate.
If Peter didn't arsenal a D-Reactor, which I don't think he did, there's not much he can do here to turn that go again off. Of course, it does need to connect in order for that to take effect.
8 go again, dominate right now. Peter fishing a little bit, cracking one of his 2 gold tokens to draw a card and then discard a card. I think that was a defense reaction that he just drew. That might have been Blood in the Water. He's definitely going to get rid... Never mind. My eyes do deceive me. He is going to get rid of one of these non-blocking allies, but he's got 2 more in the hand, which means that Clark is going to get a lot of damage in right here.
Yeah, Peter's taking a huge hit from this Blood Rush Bellow.
And this is the difference between this Gravy Bones matchup and the aggro Riptide that we saw round 1. There just wasn't enough pressure coming out of Riptide to pressure the Gravy Bones away from just playing to the board, right? Which can be a very efficient thing to do, but only if the game goes long enough. In this case, Clark says, I'm going to close this out before you can get value on these allies. Oh, and Clark proving me wrong immediately as he swings a Mandible Claw into that Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, and I don't think that's wrong. It is a little bit sad to be giving 5 points of damage into 1 point of health. That being said, the game plan of keeping the board clear can make it really difficult for Gravy Bones to have any kind of meaningful return fire. Now you have to build up again.
Now, that was a big turn. Clark did a lot of things, but the one thing he didn't do was banish a 6 from his graveyard, which means that he did take 1 to Blood Debt, the first thus far. And if there's one thing Levia can do, it's take a lot of damage to Blood Debt. So he will have to keep an eye on that as this game progresses. Golden Tipple in the blue this time. The first action resolve for Peter Buddensiek.
Take 1, 23.
He's discarded a Rigor Mortis, which means that yet another gold token is generated and a card drawn. Peter follows up with a Saltwater Swell, finds that blue Avasci on the top, which means that he has 3 floating and 3 go again on the combat chain.
That's a good card, Saltwater Swell, the attack action that costs less than 0 sometimes.
Dead Thread's active.
In this case, costing -2.
Pretty strong.
3 go again here. Clark really thinking about whether or not to block with these cards. It's a very different posture than we saw the last turn when he had the Blood Rush Bellows in hand. He pretty much said ship the damage immediately when Peter presented it.
Now looking at a way to play this 5-card hand efficiently, and that is one of the things I think that Levia can struggle to do is consistently convert 5-card hands. You do usually need to block here and there just to make sure that you're using every point of value that you can.
In this hand, the action points are kind of deficient. So Clark is going to have to convert some of the defensive value of his cards rather than the offensive value. He does have Call to the Grave, which is like Levia and Gravy Bones are pretty much the only 2 heroes that use that card in this game, and Levia has been doing it for much longer than Gravy at this point, although not to as good of effect. Sawbones resolved here out of the graveyard.
Just kidding.
Because, no, Peter has put a blue golden tipple in the graveyard.
Yeah,
Peter's just thinking about sequencing here.
Yep. Sawbone's another one of those super powerful allies.
Peter is our resident trash talker, famous for losing on stream after he totally tries to verbally body his opponent's hero.
I didn't catch any trash talk before this.
I
did
didn't
you?
either. Maybe that means he's going to win one on stream. He's activated Mage Master Boots, activated Dead Threads to get a resource floating. And he's sporting the red Swiftwater Sloops. Usually kind of a mainstay in Limited in this high seas format. In this case, Peter says 6 go again is good enough to run in a CC deck.
I think that card makes a lot of sense when you're trying to shore up your aggressive matchup. We saw the aggressive pressure that was put on by Charles Dunn using these red go again cards, and this is just another flavor of that. So I do like the card. Of course, in this case, being pitched for 1, not ideal, but it's there to use when needed.
For now, it is just 6, courtesy of Sawbones. Clark blocks with Scabskin Leathers and Savage Feast in order to shore up the majority of that damage. Clark says, respond with Dread Screamer in the blue to immediately remove that Sawbones. I think that's really heads up. Sawbones is an kill on sight kind of ally.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see if Peter will go ahead and use that instant ability before it dies.
It would basically just be for posture at that point because
Sometimes I've seen players like to use it just to continue to fill the graveyard, even if it doesn't come in for value.
you do not discard a Watery Grave card
Is
on
that not?
Sawbones'
Oh,
ability.
excuse me.
Nope,
I was
you
thinking
just
of
tap
Ankh.
them. Bye-bye. Peter deciding not to tap out of spite. And it's a yellow Graveling Growl once again. This time seems to be going at Peter's face here.
Makes sense, but this is the kind of breathing room that Gravy can generate by putting out lots of allies at once, and we saw that Mage Master Boots used to great effect as now he gets to start his turn with a Rigor Mortis, which is a really nice proposition of 1 resource for 6 damage.
And Peter's got himself a fantastic Majestic and Give No Quarter. I do believe he's got 2 allies in the bin that cost 3 or greater as well, so he might be able to essentially pitch that card by playing it for 6. which could be the double ally turn that he really needs to turn this tide. That being said, Mage Master Boots have already been utilized here, and Clark still sitting at 4 life surplus to Peter's 18, and still 6 damage on the combat chain.
Yeah, 6 asks a meaningful question of a third of Peter's active life total right now.
Peter, really thinking about this block. This could be the one that has the game hanging in the balance. He's lining up 2 cards right now, a Murderous Rabble and Tip the Barkeep. All of that damage going to the blocks.
Yeah, the Give Nor Quarter is such a good draw right now, as with only 2 cards in hand, he's still going to establish a very meaningful board and be able to present some more damage on the back end.
First, however, we have a Gravy Bones activation. Down to 1 gold is Peter Buddensiek. He draws up a Tip the Barkeep, discards that Oyston out of the hand, which makes me think that, yes, it's going to be a Give No Quarter resolved here, which means that Peter essentially has 9 resources with which to put together this turn. I think he would have loved to have the Mage Master Boots still at his disposal here.
Yeah, I think Gravy would like Mage Master every turn of the game if they could have it.
And no, it's not a Give No Quarter turn right here. It's a Tip the Barkeep instead. Generate a Gold Kiss Rum and swing Rigor Mortis.
I like this
to
too.
Death Threads.
Saving that Give No Quarter for a more explosive turn with the action points now on the board in the form of that rum.
And Peter diligently not activating his gold-baited hook here because there's a lot of cards in the Levia deck that block for 3, and usually she is very happy to play that value game of block 2 cards, send 2 cards. I'm thinking of a little guy now named Endless Maw, who is a 2-card 9 that plays into that Levia game plan. But right now, Peter indicating to Clark that nothing else is going to come his way this turn because this Rigor Mortis simply doesn't have go again.
Still a pretty efficient turn. 2 card 6. Actually, no, 1 card 6 because he gets to arsenal that last card. Yes, extremely efficient turn. Not to mention the establishment of another ally on the board.
Clark Moore still in the tank here. This is round 3 of, I believe, 5. I think that number at the bottom right of your screen is an error. We've got 27 players here, which should mean 5 rounds of Swiss before our top 8 cut, which means that there's a lot on the line here already at round 3.
Yeah, we're having some losing outs happen already, I think.
Clark lines up 1 card, and it's a big one. It's Swing Big. One that Clark would definitely rather be utilizing on offense if he can. Life totals are now 18, plays 19, barely in the favor of Clark Moore, but there is a lot more blocking equipment on his side of things. There's still a Carrion Husk with which to use, 2 blocks on Apex Bonebreaker, and also 1 more left on the Scabskin Leathers. Right now, it's just Boneyard Marauder.
I don't like that very much.
It's less than ideal, but Clark seems to have been caught red-handed here. He blocked with a Swing Big, he pitched a Swing Big, and played a Boneyard Marauder.
Yeah, it's definitely the right out for his hand texture, but compared to Peter's 1 card 6, a 3 card 9 is not ideal.
Blood Debt has been turned off, so no 2 damage taken for Clark Moore at the end of this turn. This could be a pivot point for Peter.
That's how it's feeling to me as well. Getting to keep that 5 card hand with a Give No Quarter in arsenal. Maybe even not needing to keep the 5 card hand because he can do what he wants with just 3.
Peter decides to keep 1 blue and a Swiftwater Sloop. Makes me wonder if that card on top of the deck is a blue. So he's going to draw here, float 1. If it's a blue, then you better believe he'll be slooping in just a moment.
Good use, I think, of the gold here, knowing that he won't use it for the Gravy Bones this turn. He needs that for the Gold Kiss Rum if he wants to go extra wide.
First, it's a Give No Quarter, the one that was put there in Arsenal last turn. That plus the 1 floating from the Golden Tipple equals a Chum friendly first mate.
Yeah, I popped a gold and played a quarter.
And that might be the last ally that was left for Peter, so that Give No Quarter not giving as much value that it normally can. Gold Kiss Rum activated here. Gravy Bones is now drunk, but just until the end of the turn. And in this game, being drunk pays dividends because it means that this chum will be 4 go again.
You gotta do some math here.
And now Clark doing math, as he says before you, because he's got a Carrion Husk to consider here. If he starts his turn with 13 or less life, that all-powerful 6-block equipment piece will just go straight to the Banished Zone.
This is also such an efficient turn from Peter. I think he had a 3-card hand if you count the Arsenal. And I'm looking at 4 into 6 into 6 right now if he plays that Swiftwater Sloop and then ends with the Rigor Mortis, which would be a 3-card 16, putting Levia to shame.
Clark going to see what he can do with this hand. He's got to make a power play here because Peter is coming out swinging. He doesn't even know about that red boat that lurks in Peter's hand.
Yeah, and Peter, having blocked out quite efficiently thus far in the game, still sitting at 18, not quite in lethal range, makes it such a tough decision to decide to keep a 5-card hand, because even if you convert it all, you run the risk of Peter utilizing that life total as a resource and then coming back with another huge attack.
Clark really in the tank here, doing a lot of math, but it could all go out the window once that sloop hits the arena.
If Clark decides no blocks for all these, he could go down to 3 right now.
Certainly can't do that. He's going to have to find... I think Clark is identifying that this is the moment where he needs to find a block point for his Carrion Husk.
He sees the Rigor Mortis on the table. I think that it's smart enough that you could assume that's coming your way and you could get the full value, and he does decide no blocks.
Clark has taken 4 here, and Swiftwater Sloop is the follow-up. 6 go again here, and Clark very happy that he held back that Carrion Husk because it comes out to play right on top of that red boat. Rigor Mortis, the follow-up. 4 into 6 into 6.
Man, Peter's got a big fat board to deal with.
So I got 18-9.
Clark says, I'm taking all of this all the way down to 9, so he has saved his Carrion Husk, luckily. But this means that he is no longer going to be able to transform into Blasmafet. So probably not we're not going to see a demi-hero hit the board for Levia this game. Clark has got to have a big turn here.
Claw Rigor Mortis. In response, Agile Windup.
Okay,
like
this
that.
is a good start. Sometimes a big turn can mean clearing a lot of zombies.
Yeah, getting control of the board state here is really, really important.
3 go again.
Clark clawing the face here. 3 go again, thanks to the discard of that Agile Windup.
No blocks.
The follow-up, I tend to think, is going after Chum.
Mark of the Beast kill Chomp.
Yep.
And this is a fantastic play here, too, because Mark of the Beast will go to the Banished Zone instead of the Graveyard, because that's what's written on the card, and it will also turn off Blood Debt, thanks to the fact that it is a 6-power attack.
And there's a really important detail showing on the board right now. Peter Buddensiek has 0 cards in his Watery Grave at the moment. That may change right now, but certainly means that he needs to start filling that back up ASAP if he wants to keep the value engine going.
Perhaps exactly the reprieve that Clark needs right now, because that could mean 2 setup turns versus 1 for Peter. Clark just needs space, because Levia can dish out the numbers. There's no question about that. Oh, but that's a good ally to hit in the graveyard, Peter. It is Limpet, hop along. He's going to have to get a blue card into the graveyard if he wants to play it, though.
Revealing an ally off the top, if he had some way to get it from the top into the graveyard, that would be extremely helpful. One of the upsides of Saltwater, even if you don't hit that blue, you still get to see that it's an ally.
Clark seeming to take a reckless amount of damage here. He's down to 6 now after that Saltwater Swell. Peter's going to follow it up once again. There's still a yellow on top, so no extra pitch generated there. It remains to be seen how much Peter needed that. Clark says, I'm going to block with that Apex Bonebreaker. I don't even want the extra Might token value. I'm going to keep all of these hands with an Agility token and see if I can put you back into your grave, Gravy Bones.
And here's that helmet that we spoke about at the beginning of the game coming in. I'm very curious to see how Clark Moore utilizes this.
Blood Rush Bellow being chosen here makes a lot of sense. I love the Savage Feast here because an agility token has popped at the beginning of this turn. Peter just reminding himself of the text on this card. It's probably been a long time since he's seen it. Clark is choosing 3 cards in his Banish Zone with different names. Randomly, he will be able to choose one to be able to play this turn. You know he's hoping for that Blood Rush Bellows.
Yeah, the Graveling Growl, a clear miss compared to the other 2.
Depends on whether or not his hand will banish another 6 this turn.
Maybe miss was too strong of a word, but there's a preference here that I see.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
Roll the dice, says Clark Moore. What will it be, Peter? It's a 5. The right card is chosen. It is Graveling Growl. Clark, yeah, shrugging a little bit, indicating that that was the least likely choice for him.
Yeah.
5 technically, with this guy being playable until end of turn.
So
Still-
Graveling Growl is playable this turn, but it cannot be played unless a card with 6 or more has been put into his Banish Zone this turn.
Yeah, if he can fulfill that requirement, still strong, 1 for 6.
Oh, and you can tell why he really wanted the Savage Feast or the Blood Rush Bellow. He has a Beast Within in hand. The high roll potentials were there.
He still has a chance to hit it as he plays this Dread Screamer. Oh, I'm sorry, this doesn't. Never mind.
Dread Screamer is just going to banish 3 cards from the grave. He needs to hit a 6 here, which will give Dread Screamer double go again, thanks to the agility token and the text on Dread Screamer, but it will also unlock that Graveling Growl. But you see right here, Clark is just a little bit tilted by the miss there. He had 2 out of 3 shot to get exactly what he wanted and just couldn't get there with the die roll. This is the challenge with Brute.
Yeah, and that Dread Screamer eating up the agility can't feel good as well.
He has banished a plethora of 6s, so double go again is unlocked, although it is not particularly useful. Peter has drawn himself up a Blood in the Water now, so he's got a good amount of defense reactions with which to use. He is going to discard the ally alongside, which means a 1-card 6 block is nothing to shake your hat at. Red Dread Screamer is the follow-up for Clark after pitching a yellow. Going to see if he can get true go again here. He's already moved it over, which makes me think that he can't miss in this graveyard. We'll see, though.
Bro, this would have been such a good Blood Rush Bella turn.
Can I read the Demi Hero?
Yes, I need to have 13 blood debt for it to be relevant.
Currently at 7 blood debt, 13 required to turn on the Demi Hero for those who couldn't hear the lower volume.
Yeah, I need this one.
Yep, Levia Redeemed is being taken a look at by Peter Buddensiek because that's the only side of that card that is still relevant here. Clark will need 13 blood debt cards in his Banish Zone in order to activate it. At action speed, he can become Levia Redeemed and essentially go back up to 8 life and also turn off blood debt for the rest of the game.
Going back up to 9, so getting close. 4
He's close.
short.
6 go again here from the second Dread Screamer this turn. Clark lamenting that this would have been a great Blood Rush turn. We can't
Sure
deny
would.
him that. But you got to hit that 1 out of 3 die roll. With great power comes a lot of drawbacks in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Peter blocks with the gold-baited hook and takes 5 down to 10. Clark forced to pitch that swing big in hand. Resource deficient here to play that Graveling Growl thanks to the spoiled skull. So this is still a massive turn. This is still 18 damage, but it is not enough to threaten Peter's life.
Yeah, and Peter with that D-React in hand, blocking 6, putting another very meaningful card into his Watery Grave. The Limpet Hop-Alongs, 2 sitting in there means that Clark is going to face down the Gravy Bones Kadachi lock pretty soon here.
I am really curious as to why Clark didn't deploy the swing big as his first attack this turn, because he had the agility token.
True.
This turn could have been worth 2 more points of value.
Interesting.
Maybe he
the
was
tilt.
Maybe he was really concerned about hitting a 6 on the banish and being able to use his Graveling Growl.
Could be.
It's a curious thing. I think there's a potential that we miss 2 points of offensive value here.
Yeah,
Even
there's-
so, it wouldn't be threatening the life total of Peter Buddensiek.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. It's sitting at 10 instead of 8 right here. Not the most meaningful difference.
It's also true that he's just trying to accelerate to 13 blood debt and get to that Demi Hero flip at this point, trying to make the best out of a bad situation.
Peter is in the tank, though. Not sure if he's just thinking about staying efficient or if there's some concern on his end.
There's a Conqueror of the High Seas in the arsenal. Sea Legs in hand. Looks like a Murderous Rabble there, too.
So a bit of a clunker. If the Murderous Rabble comes out, he will enable the Limpets to come out as well. So I think he's fine going down to 4.
Yeah, I like this because he's going to be able to go Murderous Rabble, probably 3 go again into Limpet, swing 2, 3 off of the Oyston.
Oh.
Nope, says 7 is good enough here. Conqueror of the High Seas is out on the arena. Clark doesn't have an arsenal, but he only has 2 life points here. Oh, and Clark forced a block with the Blood Rush that he found. Off the draw there, gives a wry laugh because that is not the way he wanted it to shake out. This is a normal game for Levia players, if we're being honest.
Yeah. Win by the die by the die. That's a lot of die.
Pulping.
Okay, it's a pulping.
Oh!
Discards his last Blood Rush. And the salt continues to flow here in the mines of Top Deck Keep. Currently 7 go again here on offer from the pulping. No dominate, though.
Yeah, I was going to say that could have been lethal. It couldn't because of the dead thread still on the board. But
And it is lethal for Clark, though,
Yeah.
because that Blood Debt takes him down. Has not been able to banish a card with 6 or more that turn, which means that it goes the way of the gravy. The Shipwrecked Looter ascends once again in this, the June AGE Open in LA.
I got to say, though, if it didn't whiff that hard at the end, that Levia was in a really good spot. I think it just came down to that stumble at the end there, the RNG of the die not coming up the way of Levia, which is unfortunate, but it's also the, as you said, with great power comes great risk in the form of rolling die to rely on your power turns.
The Brew Life is a hard one for sure if you've ever lived it, but it's also really exhilarating.
It is.
So you have to give way to the fun if you're going to get the most out of that hero.
Absolutely. We were both just in Vegas, and we know how exhilarating it can be to sit down and roll die and hope for the W. And, doesn't always come up. For me, it didn't even come close when I was in Vegas. And a little closer for Clark, but not quite, as he stumbles just before the finish line.
Unfortunately, I left you and Sock Puppet producer Justin stranded at the craps table because I am a risk-averse person.
I am, too.
The only time I will ever take it is when I'm sitting down and playing cards.
He peer pressured me very hard to play with him, and I did cave. And my God, I don't think I've lost $100 faster than those 3 minutes at the craps table.
How about the last time you played an AGE Open?
Oh, whoa, yeah, actually that might have been faster.
No, I'm just kidding. You did really well at the last one.
Yeah, it was a draft.
Yeah, it was the hunted draft.
The
and
CC events I've played in the long past did not go well.
Well, one of these days we will unchain you from the casting desk and allow you to play in another one of these, Michael.
Yeah, let
Maybe
me
you
get
can
that
take me with
Puffin
you.
deck put together. Yeah, we should have. We'll just swap with we'll have 2 people play on camera. Then we'll go play on camera, and they can cast.
Okay, that sounds fun. Little Freaky Friday action.
Oh, yeah.
Which one of us is Lindsay Lohan and who is Jamie Lee Curtis?
I call Lindsay Lohan.
All right, I'm cool with that.
But that means we're going to swap.
Oh, so then
I
wait a
have the
minute.
mind of Lindsay Lohan and the body of Jamie Lee, right?
Oh, so
Is
things came out great for me. I've got the mind
I
of
just
Jamie Lee
wanna-
Curtis and the body of Lindsay Lohan. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Yep.
This is a fair trade. I accept.
Yep. I
Well-
just want to know what she thinks,
That seems reasonable. Do you think mayonnaise is her favorite condiment?
I sure hope so. We'll find out.
Well, we'll find out that and so much more when we come back at AGE. Don't go anywhere. Hey, I just ventured into the salt mines and pulled out a Peter. How you doing, bud?
Dude, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I can't complain. That was a pretty intense match that we just saw right there, and mainly it seemed to come down to a die roll.
Yeah, I thought it was like pretty interesting playing like the mid game. He had a very good early pressure, and then I kind of responded with pressure in the mid game, and then was able to develop with my pressure. And he kind of had like had the good start, and then the mid game I feel like there was some of those attacks should have been at like my allies instead of me, and it allowed me to usually with CC Gravy I like compassing on my own turn, and my opponent allowed me basically to compass on his turn to know if I can block 6 on this and then still be able to send go again plus develop an ally. And in every situation to where they're just attacking 6 at me and I can develop allies and keep other allies in the same time, I just kind of snowball effect, and my opponent has to kill me if he's going to take that line, or he needs to start clearing like basically instantly, and it snowballed out of control, basically.
So we've seen 2 Gravy games on stream today, but they were very different in certain respects. So earlier on, we saw Charles Dunn going at it with an aggro Riptide, and he did so very handsomely with like good blocks here, good damage there, had a Limpet and a Rigor Mortis, kind of used it as an Anothos, for lack of a better term. But he was incredibly deficient on gold. You, Peter, in this last match, showed us how powerful Gravy can be and how many more options are open to him when the gold engine gets going.
Yeah, he's incredibly powerful when you have the gold engine going, and it's funny because like the gold engine is very good by itself, but it also makes you snowball gold later down the line as well. Like Golden Tipple, for example, like gets to go one for 3 with go again. If you discard the yellow card, it makes the gold, and then you draw a card. But you can also hook on that turn because you've already made the gold. So not only do you make the first gold, then your opponent has to respect to make the second gold of that turn. And if they can either respect it and you still are left with 1 gold, or if they disrespect it, you have 2 gold. And now you get to draw multiple cards off the gold, or you can use your leader ability multiple times. Like, it just like the gold is so important in the deck, and it's the reason why you had to play Crown of Dominion, because the first gold matters so much, and the second that you can be flexible with your gameplay with the gold, it's incredible.
Absolutely. And one of the things we keep talking about is the skill gap between Gravy players that know which allies to bring into a matchup and which ones kind of are haphazard about it. So what were your choices here going up against your opponent? Yeah,
so like I always play like the main like 3 Rigor Mortis, 3 Limpet, 3 Sawbones, and like the 1 Oisian, and the 3 Chums in my list. Like every single matchup I play all of them. Besides like sometimes the ninja matchups I don't play Limpid because it's like not that really impactful and it dies really easily. But that's usually all the allies I'm bringing in like every single matchup. I brought Swabbies and Whalers in for this matchup. It's like a kind of a mid-range matchup to where he presents a lot of damage, but he lacks go again consistently.
Right.
And he can take 1 or 2 avenues. And he can be. There's basically 3 avenues they can always take versus Gravy. Is like Jacob I forgot his last name. The guy,
Jacob Shaker.
Jacob Shaker. Yeah. I was like, is it Shaker? Is it not? I was like, I really didn't want to say it wrong. But he had a really great postmortem that he wrote on, and then he posted on Twitter and Blue Sky. There's like 3 different ways that they can really react to Gravy, and it's heavy clearing. Like I'm gonna clear every single ally on site. I'm going to clear your ally and send an attack at you, like kind of mid-range it. I'm only going to attack the really good allies and kind of ignore the bad ones.
Or
like,
when it makes
sense. Yeah. And then the third one is I'm going to ignore allies and go face. So my opponent fell into the second category to where he killed allies when it was pretty important for him to do it. It was pretty easy for him to do it and it made sense, and then it's standing there. But then halfway through the game, he realized I need to go face here, and he switched from 2 to 3, and it allowed me to just get independent value out of like the allies on the field, which is just like kind of incredible. I never had time basically to set up a Whaler. I could probably play a Swabby this game, but I didn't have enough time to set up a Whaler because of how he was playing the matchup. Right? If he was, I don't know which one of the 3 he's doing, so I had to plan for kind of all 3 at once. The first one, is really good if I have Whaler in my deck, because eventually, give no quarter into a Whaler is like super powerful, and it takes so many resources for him to kill it. Because most of his things are 6 and it's 7, which is super impactful. So it's really good against the 1, but Swabby's way better against the 2 and the 3 than there. So I brought both of them in depending on there. I brought like three D-Reacts because depending on as well. Just kind of had a 63 card pile to where like whatever he picked, I had the toolbox basically to be able to do it.
There was a very poignant conversation going on between the two of you.
Yeah.
I agree that he came out with a lot of really intense early pressure, which I highlighted on stream because it's like, yes, this is exactly what you want to do against Gravy, because they can't just sit back on a board and swing out turn after turn. They have to start doing something active to respond to you. Then, however, there was a situation where he took the time to remove some allies, and you came back swinging with Chum for go again, and then a swing out of the entire board. So you almost forced his hand in kind after the the Chum, Sloop, Rigor Mortis turn.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Levia and for Brutes at large, when you want to pivot from that game plan 2 to game plan 3, sometimes you have to do it off the back of a die roll. So after he resolved Spoiled Skull, and he showed you which cards that he was going for, how important did that die roll seem to you?
It seems like decently impactful. I thought the one he hit was the worst one, obviously, out of the 3. And I think that one basically made it to where I was pretty favored if he hits this one. There's one of the options to where I think the game was like pretty even to like maybe
Savage
I was
Feast.
Yeah, Savage. If you hit Savage Feast, the game's like kind of even. Like both players can win at that point. If it's Blood Rush Bellow, I think I was like unfavored at that point. Depending on like the 2 cards that he draws. Like if he hits resources, like it could be almost over on that turn, basically. But basically one of the 3, it was kind of weird. It was like either it was really good for him, or it was really bad for him, and then there was kind of a middle option, and then it hit the bad one, and it was fine. I think I still had like a good option, even if he hit the Blood Rush Bellow. I still think I had a good chance of winning the game with the allies on board. But it would have mattered like how much block I was getting per turn, D-reacts, et cetera, et cetera.
And that is a tough proposition when you have so many non-blocks in a deck like Gravy Bones.
I was really confused when I first saw that the allies. I assumed it was like Dromai, right? That there was like the 3 block and then it had the backside.
Right.
And when they confirmed that they just don't block, I was like, what are we doing to like warrant this? Yeah, and then fast forward, like I'm like, oh yeah, dude, these things blocked.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Well, it's important to mention because then there wouldn't be a mini game of like getting them into the graveyard, right? You would literally just block with them and then play them the next turn, which would be out of control.
I think the only way was just like if you blocked with them, they would go to upside down, and like you couldn't play them. But it was just like, the hoops that you have to go through with Gravy are so intentional, and he's still very good.
He is. And so one of the other contentious things about building a Gravy Bones deck is the number of reds. I talked to Charles Dunn about this. He's on 6. Austin Summers, my teammate, is also on 6. And the main reason for that is they both hate missing on Chart the High Seas. You seem to not care nearly as much because we've got E-Strikes, we've got Saltwater Swells, we've got Saltwater Sloops. Talk to me about your approach there.
Yeah, so Yuki, one of the greatest deck builders in the game, I basically took this list, and like some of the Canadians were also working on it as well. And I basically took this list from her and played literal 0 games before the battle hardened. And I asked what the game plan basically was, and she was highlighting in the article that's on LSS that she did, the 0 to 80 for Gravy Bones and stuff like that. Incredible read if you want to learn a lot, like a high-class Gravy to start. And she really highlighted that the go again attacks before are very, very important, and to act kind of like the allies are your finisher. So there's a lot of different ways to build Gravy, but this one specifically that I'm playing is playing more reds to be able to always maximize on the go again at the beginning and always hit, head jab 1 for 3, making more gold, putting an extra blue on, like putting an extra blue off swell, and then hitting with the Conqueror into an ally to finish it off. Other Gravy decks are trying to be more defensive, or trying to go more go-again centric to playing multiple allies, or really or heavier towards the ally centric. I'm using just the allies for my finisher. And like obviously I can still do the Mage Master thing, play both allies. You know, my opponent has to attack one of them, but I'm trying to utilize the attack and defense of my allies to the maximum effect. And the second that they take a turn off, I can always capitalize on that turn. I think the other versions sometimes can't capitalize on the turn, depending. But the more reds you put in the deck, it's more variants of like you can't hit off chart, you can't there. But I didn't when I was playing the Battlehorn, I didn't even have chart on my list.
Yeah,
like I just recently added it, and still it's like you have a fail case, but the reds are so impactful.
It also perhaps gives you extra equity into the mirror because you have so many head jab effects that are really good at removing a lot of these allies.
Yeah, I actually lost the mirror round 1, but I'm bad. I've never played the mirror before, so I definitely boarded incorrect going against it. I basically got fatigued and then had to take a whole bunch of damage to try to like not get fatigued, but then I died. But I think theoretically, the reds help way more in the mirror because you can basically snipe anything that's 3 or less very, very easily with the red swells, the golden tipples, etc., and then keep going. And then the E-strikes can snipe the whaler from like if you put an E-strike in Arsenal, you can snipe the whaler, you can snipe the chum very easily, and then you can direct more things towards their face and not always use the allies. I think it's like a really cool, really cool dance in the mirror, and I have no idea if I'm correct at all. So, like, I mean, like, it's week 1 of the format. Like, we just had the format come out last weekend. You know, watching some of the, is it Bologna? Bologna. Sorry, I'm gonna piss so many people off. I'm sorry.
It's okay. He's from Vegas. Be gentle, folks.
Yeah, it's like watching some of those games is like kind of incredible. Like, we're still so early into this format and really understanding what we need to be doing, and I actually can't wait for another month of like testing and knowledge to go into it. Like, I fully expect Gravy to be all over the Singapore metagame, and I don't know if the best build will be known by then, but I know that like I can't wait for many articles to come out and basically read all of them of like I'm playing this version of Gravy for this reason for this metagame, and who knows, it might change all the time. You know, Drill might change all the time. Had like Enigma changed all the time, and you know, Necromancer is basically illusionist as well, so I expect it to change throughout the meta as well.
It definitely feels like there are a lot of flavors and approaches to this board state deck, which is not always the case. I talked to Charles Dunn about how the Enigma list, the 80 for that deck was pretty much solved by the time Pro Tour London came around. Like, the difference between Pablo Pintor's list and some of the other top 8 Enigmas was maybe a couple cards.
Yeah. The Enigma deck kind of made a full circle of being like, I don't know how many like ward stuff I should be playing, and then it went to like full ward, and then at the end it was like basically only the best ward there was in the deck, and I'm playing like not always playing pummel, but playing the most efficient attacks possible, and it's cool to see. I can't wait for the Gravy to see. Maybe the red is the worst all along, and maybe it's the best all along. Who knows? And I'm here for the ride.
Well, Peter, I have to let you get a bit of a break before the next round is paired. It is great to see you win a game on camera. I think the difference might have been the trash talk, my friend.
I didn't trash talk before this
one.
Good dog. My opponent did.
Oh.
And he lost. He said, I just won this matchup last round. It felt really good for me. I can't wait to play on camera. And I'm like, I understand. I've been there before.
Well, good for you keeping your tongue in your mouth, Peter. I'll let you have a moment before the next round is paired. Thank you, as always, for joining us here in the booth.
My pleasure, man.
It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Turns out brutes are not the only ones that can cast bones. Turns out Michael Murray and I are doing that pretty darn well because we got another Gravy Bones matchup coming up for you here, folks. This time it's going to be against Fang Drakai Blades, which we'll get into it in a little bit, but I kind of think it might be a slam dunk for the Fang.
I can't wait to see the match because so far Gravy has been looking unstoppable. So seeing a stop here live would be really interesting. Can't wait to see how it plays out.
Well, first we got to touch on these standings here, Michael. We've got a lot on the line here. One of our players is in contention here in spot number 4. It's Patrick Rubakova, who will be piloting Fang Drakai Blades. He is going to try to secure his spot in the Players' Championship because he is not going to be in attendance, at least for next month. So we would love to get as many AGE points as he needs right here, right now. Our other competitor was our round 1 stream from earlier today, Charles Dunn, who is not even on this list. He is sitting at a measly 2 AGE open points right now. So he is trying to fight his way into the Players' Championship. Patrick is trying to secure his spot.
He's going to need to fight very hard and get a lot of wins in the next couple rounds because, or not rounds, but AGE showings because, yeah, 2 is not a lot.
Yeah, speaking of next AGE showings, we've got the 28th of June for AGE New England. That doesn't matter to Charles Dunn or Patrick Rubakova because they are here in the West. They play at AGE LA. So they've got 2 opportunities before that Players' Championship. That'll be on the 13th of July and the 9th of August, both here at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, the lovely sponsor of AGE LA that has kept us humming all the way through this season 3. We thank you, Top Deck Keep, for being such an amazing facility and having awesome people for us to deal with day in and day out. So we are going to proceed down to the match area in just a little bit. Players are shuffling up right now, sizing each other up, and luckily because Peter Buddensiek is not involved in this feature matchup, probably not trash-talking each other.
You never know. Patrick can go hard when he wants to.
He can. Charles, however, I don't know if I've ever heard him say a bad word about somebody.
He's the nicest guy I've ever met.
Really? Hold on.
I know a lot of bad people.
What about this guy? All right.
I stand by what I said, Mr. Mayonnaise hater.
I said too many things about your condiment choices last month, didn't I?
Yeah. I'm still steaming, but it's okay. We don't have steamed mayonnaise on the menu.
No,
that
would be
disgusting.
Vile. So none of that, please. We're going to check in with our producer, Justin. How we doing? Let's go ahead and get on down to the match area. Swell the music, folks, because I think Patrick on the right side of your screen is going to be killing some zombies right and left. I don't have stake in this, but Patrick is one of my teammates and also the main guy that I've been working on this list with. So maybe I do have some stake in this after all.
Well, at least a little bit of bias. But the one thing that I think is really important is if you are going to be playing Flesh and Blood in this meta, that you have an answer to Gravy Bones. And it sounds like Patrick may be confident that he does. Looking forward to seeing how this game plays out.
Peter said it himself. Like, the meta is still pretty darn wide open. This is a brand new Flesh and Blood meta and a brand new booster set. And Gravy Bones is making a lot of waves. I tend to think, however, that if Gravy Bones is going to be a mainstay and we're going to be seeing him everywhere as one of the most popular heroes, Fang is in a really good spot. So we'll see if Patrick can get it done here. Generating a fealty token on turn 1 is one way to do it.
Yeah, great start for Fang. Love those fealties, and getting online this quickly would be great.
It's back over to Charles, though, who has 1 gold to speak of.
And Portside Exchange coming out.
Portside Exchange will generate that gold token, means 2 on the side of Charles Dunn. Also discarding a Sawbones, which is one of the more difficult allies for Fang to deal with, at least efficiently. Most of the time, one of those Obsidian Firebanes, plus any one of his attack reactions is going to be enough to get it done, but it is kind of a little bit overkill, which you don't really want to be doing. But that being said, zombie killing is a good thing to be doing for the warrior.
Yeah, and Sawbones has 2 life, but can tap to prevent 1. Is that?
That is correct.
So the other option would be, say, a Pledge Fealty coming in for 2, but that wouldn't quite do it either.
Exactly. So you definitely want to be overkilling Sawbones rather than underkilling him. That is for darn certain.
That being said, a card for a card is a fair trade no matter how you play it.
Okay, looks like a plethora of blues for Charles to choose from here. Sawbones is going to be resolved thanks to that Portside Exchange going into the graveyard. 1 floating, so he can swing this Sawbones or continue to do other stuff here. Could establish that chum from the hand by pitching the last blue that resides there.
It's an interesting prospect. Developing the allies, but not converting their offensive value.
It seems like a rough approach, but when Fang is not completely online with 3 fealty, it can be a little bit difficult for them to put up that much pressure. What is Patrick working with here? He's got several twists and turns of all different varieties, a yellow and a blue on top of a blaze headlong, and I couldn't quite make out that last card. But bottom line, there is a lot of non-attack action speed damage pumping he can do, which will play well into killing that chum, but Charles is not going to present it here. Sawbones coming in for 6 here without go again.
Yeah, I didn't see every card in Patrick's hand, but I did see what looked like a lack of fealty generation, so not getting online as quickly as he would want.
It's a Blade Flurry, the last card in the hand, which is rough. Patrick only has the Blaze Headlong, which is Draconic, in the hand. We didn't quite see what he pocketed in the arsenal, so he's really hoping that it's a Draconic attack reaction here. He's pushing forward that Balance of Justice, which is, I think, a massively good choice of a headpiece here, because Gravy is one to draw cards, if I know Gravy.
Yeah, I haven't seen Balance of Justice in a long time, but this might be the meta to bring it back. I really like the choice here.
From Portside and my hero power, yep.
Yep, and Patrick popping it immediately here. Portside Exchange plus a hero power here means that Charles Dunn has drawn 2 cards. So Patrick going into this turn with 5 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. What did he get for his troubles? Another Blade Flurry. Not exactly what he wants to be seeing here. Makes me think that that arsenal card is going to do some serious work here.
Yeah, for his sake, I really hope it's a Draconic reaction.
First card resolved here. Seems to be a yellow twist and turn. Patrick's got to commit here, though. Yep, yellow twist and turn here. +3 to the next dagger, and when this hits, you may attack with it an additional time this turn.
The way he's playing this makes me think he does have the reaction, and there it is.
And it's a great one here. It's Tooth of the Dragon, which means he is not wasting any more offensive potential. And because of twist and turn, saying when this hits, not when this hits a hero, it means that he still has 2 daggers to swing on this turn.
Really nice use of that. 4 damage going through, 5 into that 2. So as you said, it was a slight inefficiency to clear.
So Tooth of the Dragon is going to pump up this Obsidian Firebane, coming in for 4 now at Charles' face. But Patrick doesn't have any more Draconic attack reactions in hand.
Looks
Could
like
he
he's
be
gonna spend
thinking
the
of popping the
fealty.
fealty?
I think he is.
An interesting choice here because he could have elected to go with the Blaze Headlong. Probably going to resolve both these Blade Flurries and pocket the Blaze Headlong, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, double Blade Flurry into an Obsidian Firebane that's already at 4. Means we're sitting at 9 here.
Yeah, staying efficient with this hand, but going down 1 fealty sort of backwards on his ultimate game plan of making those daggers free.
No, Patrick wants to deploy that Blaze Headlong here, so it's 4 go again. He's still got 1 resource floating to swing that 3rd dagger thanks to twist and turn. Patrick just wanting to put the life pressure on Charles as soon as possible. Give him no quarter.
Yeah, and I actually really like this. I don't want Arsenal cards against a Gravy Bones if it is, if I can help it, just because of the Conquer the High Seas value is so high when you have that Arsenal card.
It's a reasonable prospect. I do tend to like Blaze Headlong in the arsenal to remove some of those allies. It's a really key component to doing just that. It's also a 1-card Draconic play if you do, for example, have to block out a Conquer of the High Seas or a CNC and just send 1 thing back to keep your fealty.
I definitely follow the logic, but Charles Dunn sitting at 22 is a low number for being this early in the game. I like that, at least.
I love that for Patrick. Right now, Charles Dunn looking to resolve a Golden Tipple at the start of the turn. Thinking about the Gravy Bones ability, too, though. And yes, it is going to be blue Golden Tipple, discarding Chum, friendly first mate. Up to 3 gold and drawing a card is Charles Dunn. Sitting at 22 to Patrick's 36 here. One thing I do have to mention about the Fang list I've been working on for a long time with Patrick is that one of the value propositions of it is that thanks to the inclusion of many resource cards compared to a lot of other Drakais of Blades, is that you can play the game still without being online. Sure, you would rather be there, but because you have a lot of resource cards, you're not dead in the water if you haven't been able to turn your Fang hero ability online in the first 3 turns of the game.
Yeah, and I'm also just noticing the boot piece for Patrick. I am so used to seeing
Valiant Dynamos.
Exactly, Valiant Dynamos. But it makes sense because you don't want the game to go long against Gravy. The longer the game goes, the more allies you have to kill.
I honestly tend to think that I like the game going long against Gravy because once the hero ability is turned on, I can just sit in Value Town and block a lot. This is something where Patrick and I differ a lot. Like, he tends to bring in Dragon Scalar Flight Path in situations where I don't think it's necessary. That being said, this is also the first time Patrick has ever played this matchup.
Fair.
2 resources and a gold to draw a card. Sure.
Charles drawing a card off of one of those 3 golds that he had floating, down to 2 now. 3 cards in hand. What does he get for his troubles? It's another Chum in the hand, a Lead the Charge, and a Conqueror of the High Seas. He activates Gravy, which means that now he can send that boat. 8 go again, and Patrick looking awfully clairvoyant here after getting rid of that arsenal.
Yeah, it's just the one power card that really turns games around is that Conqueror. It represents so much value when it gets sent. So being off Arsenal is a wise decision, in my opinion, as long as you are facing down anybody that can bring the Conqueror of the High Seas.
Charles is, however, thumbing a Lead the Charge. Really wanting to sequence this turn correctly.
That makes sense to me. Okay.
Charles says it adds up, so here comes Lead the Charge getting played out
Use
here.
Dead Threads plus a blue to play a Chum. You've got 2 action points.
Chum
From here, 1 from its
has go again thanks to the compass, and Lead the Charge also generates an extra action point, so 2 remain floating here.
And attack.
Hook has been activated, and Chum comes in for 4. 1 action point remaining here for Charles Dunn. Patrick has to decide if he is willing to let his opponent have a gold token.
Importantly, a gold was already generated off the Golden Tipple, so this is not dangerous to the Hook holder.
Sync below, any sync.
Patrick says no blocks here because he's got a sink below lying in wait, which is A-okay with him. No sink, though. Loves the rest of the context of this hand. Charles closing the combat chain to play Call to the Grave, probably finding a super powerful ally to resolve on this turn.
Diamond Amulet.
Oh, it's the Diamond Amulet. An even better choice.
Going for value. Late, or I guess setup.
All my last card.
Yeah, this is a huge setup turn for Charles. Means he's going to bank those action points for later. Diamond Amulet can be popped at instant speed anytime henceforth for Charles to resolve, heck, 2 allies or swing 2 allies, and he's pocketing that Conqueror of the High Seas for a later day.
Yeah, may not be value this turn, but financial value sitting on the board has gone way up.
Patrick thumbing through the remaining 3 cards after blocking with a sink below. Looks like a pitch of a twist and turn into Obsidian Firevein. No blocks for Charles. Pledge Fealty comes out and restarts his loyalty to his Emperor. 1 Fealty on the board, 2 go again. Excuse me, both of these attacks are going at Chum, and Patrick is generating plenty of loyalty here. That's 2 Fealty tokens thanks to Affirm Loyalty on that second dagger, and bye-bye Chum.
Yeah, that's really nice. One of the upsides of these reactions here is a lot of them don't care about what target they're hitting. The marks do, but in this case, a mark wasn't played.
And there it is, zombie down and 2 fealties generated. So Patrick not doing any more damage to Charles himself, but really slowing down that game plan.
Yep, Charles now with a 5-card hand and a big old watery grave to work with, though.
Still kind of doesn't want to be resolving that Conqueror of the High Seas in the arsenal because Patrick is off of his own.
Yeah, I think Charles was smart to put it there and hope to get more value out of it in a later turn, but now instead he will have to just churn out allies. I wonder if we'll see him using some of those action points now or if he wants to keep holding on to them.
And the deck churn continues here. Jittery Bones sends Rigor Mortis, that gangly friend of Gravy Bones, into the graveyard. Pitching a back alley breakline is Charles Dunn in order to resolve Rigor Mortis.
Use Mage Master Boots.
And it's the Mage Master Boots turn. 2 allies coming out this turn. Chum brings us down to 0 floating. An activation of Dread Threads probably means a swing of the Rigor Mortis. Here comes 6.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that kind of slow build-up. Not a lot of offensive pressure here yet. But with the action point now sitting on the board for later use, you know that he has the capacity to go wide as long as he has the high-powered allies sitting there threatening.
Patrick has another good answer here. He's got Tooth of the Dragon plus a blue and a twist and turn. I think that was that a red one? It is red. So he can get his first dagger up to 6 in order to kill that Chum. But then the question remains, how does he follow up and kill Rigor Mortis? He might have to leave it for 1 turn here. But I think that's okay. Like, you don't have to kill every single ally every turn as Fang Dracaive Blades. You can leave one here or there.
You mentioned that he has the Tooth of the Dragon, right? Mm-hmm. Which represents 2 power. How do you feel about clearing the Rigor Mortis instead?
I don't like it. I want Chum killed on sight.
Okay.
So I tend to think that the play line here is twist and turn, swing dagger at Chum, Tooth of the Dragon in order to get it up to the 6 power, and then maybe follow up and kill Rigor Mortis after that, which is probably why Patrick is ditching this for the Drakai.
Really powerful card, but without a mark, not really as useful as it otherwise could be.
It's also important to mention here, folks, that Grains of Blood Spill, one of the namesake cards of Fang, is activated every time a weapon hits. It doesn't have to hit an ally. You can hit... it doesn't have to hit a hero. It can hit an ally and generate a Vigor token. And that's every time a weapon hits.
We actually see him putting 2 into the Chum first and just kind of 1 card clearing or 2 card clearing it.
Holding back that twist and turn for another day.
Now he's got an arsenal, though, which means Charles Dunn with the Conqueror waiting to get that value is ready to spring if he has the blues to support it.
Charles with a full grip here. This is the scary bit about doing your due diligence on zombie clearing, is that you leave your opponent with a lot of cards in hand. But that being said, there can be awkward moments for the Gravy Bones deck when they are given full tempo. Charles, however, making a heads-up play of keeping that powerful boat in the arsenal until this very moment.
Yeah, this play he has been crafting for the last 3 turns in a row and finally gets to unleash it.
I'll start with a Conqueror of the High Seas for 8.
And unleash it he shall off the back of a massive tidal wave. Here comes Conqueror of the High Seas, threatening to gobble Patrick's arsenal and create a gold token for his effort.
And depending on the texture of Patrick's hand, he still has a lot of armor to work with, which could work in his favor here if he needs to protect the arsenal.
Patrick really doing well at finding these resource cards early, which is exactly what Fang wants to do. In this case, he's found himself an extra 1, which means that 3 can be devoted to the block here, and he's got enough armor to cover up the rest of it.
And it looks like just that.
5 on the armor, and that redundant blue come out to block out Conqueror of the High Seas. Charles Dunn not holding on to a cheeky pummel, luckily for Patrick. Combat chain closed to play a Fabtcg and put a blue in the graveyard for Charles Dunn. A great follow-up here because Rigor Mortis is going to come in for 6 go again. 1 resource still floating here.
Yeah, and the starting with 8 into 6 go again into what I have to assume is another ally from Grave. It's a lot of offensive power coming out of Charles this turn. So really taking advantage of that turn that he built up. Even though he didn't get the arsenal out of Patrick, he's still getting a ton of damage.
Gravy Bones activation here to put Oyston in the graveyard. Charles immediately resolving that Oyston. I believe that is the first Watery Grave card played from graveyard this turn, which means Oyston will have go again. Charles still with a card in the hand. It's going to be pocketed for the arsenal later, but first, activate Gold-Baited Hook and swing Oyston.
Attack for 3 on hit gold.
3 on hit gold. Patrick thumbing through 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. How to clear these zombies and also put pressure on Gravy Bones. He's got an Affirm Loyalty in hand, which means that if he keeps this full grip, he is going to be able to turn his hero ability on and have free daggers for the rest of this game.
Yeah,
which is pretty important to do here.
It is. It is. I'm trying to zoom out right now and think about who's ahead. It feels dead even to me at the moment.
In certain respects, it is. Patrick is doing a great job at killing chums whenever they rear their ugly heads, which is like the most awkward situation when you're playing against Gravy Bones. For example, when they've resolved both Chum and Sawbones. So he's doing a good job at keeping this board clear. We have not seen the final form of the Fang deck, though, because once daggers are free, the numbers just start crashing in Fang's favor.
And I think that's why in my head it was starting to feel like Charles Dunn was gaining the advantage, because there was a 10 life lead that's now equal, and it looks like Patrick is falling behind a little bit, but I'm glad that you mentioned that once those fealties are online, things will shift once again as the game plans kind of go back and forth between the building of the gold and the building of the fealties. Sorry, the building of the allies and the building of the fealties.
I'm really liking Twist and Turn in Patrick's deck right now. I'm not super high on this card, but against Gravy Bones, it does mean that you can always deploy all of the attack reactions that you want offensively and then keep a dagger in reserve for 1 power to, say, clear a Rigor Mortis or an Oyston.
Yeah, the difference between being able to clear 2 or 3 or sometimes even 4 allies seems like a big deal here.
Twist and Turn does say it has to hit, though. So if Patrick wanted to use a Tooth of the Dragon here, unlucky for him, it's a Searing Gaze, he would have had to get over the defenses of Charles in order to get that extra dagger swing. So Searing Gaze will connect for 3 right here. Patrick thinking, I think, about the Grains of Blood Spill trigger. The other thing that's amazing in the Warrior Weapons suite, equipment suite, to deal with these allies is the Brave Forge Bracers. Can be activated once you have hit with a weapon this turn. Doesn't have to hit an ally. Rigor Mortis going down to the Affirm Loyalty and Obsidian Firebane. Patrick activating Grains once more because it is whenever a weapon attack hits. And goodbye, Oyston. Patrick giving maximum respect to these zombies, doing his due diligence, clearing the entirety of the board, but also ripping 2 cards from Charles and taking 2 life points.
And as you mentioned, now we are online as Patrick, so things may start to fall a little more in his favor as his value goes way up once those become free.
Speaking of value, though, Charles Dunn, Chart the High Seas, not hitting a blue, though. Unfortunate. 2 allies go into the bin. They are both yellow, so they'll generate more gold tokens. This is more gold than we've seen Charles have in previous stream matches.
Yeah, the gold here, not super useful, but of course, in the late game, that can spell doom as you cycle through your deck. So seeing a big stack of gold on Charles Dunn's side certainly matters at this point in the game.
Charles seeing if he can put something together with this blue lead the charge. A blue card has gone into the grave. Thanks to Chart the High Seas, he's going to start drawing. Going to start using his riches, all of his plundered booty, to dig further into this deck and see if he can find some way to pressure Patrick.
Yeah, he definitely needs to present something. 4 cards at a life equality at this moment would be a huge swing of tempo in the favor of Patrick if he can't threaten something meaningful.
I definitely want to give the edge to Fang in this situation because now that Patrick is online, the life totals are going to start changing very quickly, and Charles has not been able to establish a super meaningful board in the face of all this pressure. The Mage Master boots are gone. There's not going to be a whole lot that he can do to establish that Patrick can't answer cleanly.
Activate the hook and attack for 2, go again.
Okay, 2 go again from this Limpet. Trot along. Also a hook activation, which means that Patrick has to decide if he wants to give more gold to Charles. But at 4, doesn't matter all that much. And yeah, Patrick taking 2 down to 19. Charles' life has eclipsed Patrick by 1 here. 20 plays 19.
Yeah, and Charles doesn't seem to be very happy with this hand, trying to piece it together, but just kind of knows that 2 is not enough to do anything meaningful in this spot.
I wonder how much he needed that Chart the High Seas to hit a blue in order to unlock this turn. He's going further into the deck, folks, popping another gold token back down to 4 after Limpet created 1. Charles also activating Gravy here. Probably found an ally, and yes, another Limpet goes into the graveyard here.
And another blue. That is not what he needs. I think he's thinking about just keep digging with that gold. Fortunate that he had the big stack that he did, but...
Yep, and a Sawbones comes out of the graveyard. Doesn't have Go Again here because Limpet already consumed the Go Again clause of the Compass. He could, however, activate that Diamond Amulet at instant speed to get his action point back.
Just got to think that's not how he wants to use the amulet. He might be priced into it, but that thing is supposed to create a huge offensive power turn, not barely scrape you extra 5 damage on a 19 health opponent.
He could be thinking, no, you're right, it is going to be a swing of the Sawbones. I was thinking perhaps he would go for a 3 ally turn and say, hey, Patrick, you can probably only kill 2 of these, take your best shot. But in this case, I think I like this swing a little bit better. I think Charles is realizing that his window in order to use that amulet to offensive potential is closing.
Yeah, if you don't have a board to use, it just sits there and does nothing.
6 on the combat chain for Patrick R. Oh, and he's got himself a Hunt's End at the exact time that he needs it. A Warmonger's Diplomacy in the hand as well. Actually kind of an astute choice against Gravy Bones.
Yeah, that's a really scary hand that Patrick has to work with, and I would not be surprised to see no blocks, but he is tanking a little bit, just making sure that's the decision that he wants to make.
Again, this is the first ever Gravy Bones Patrick has come across, and even though I think it is a favored matchup, Gravy Bones is one of those decks that really punishes you if you don't have experience into him.
Yep, and Patrick goes down to 13, loves the 4-card hand to work with, and about to send it all over.
I don't blame him here, but if he is going to falter, if he is going to stumble, it will probably be when a Sawbones has been resolved and is on the in the arena for the Gravy opponent. That's when these decisions about how to clear allies becomes a lot trickier.
Yeah, it can just represent that extra point that you need.
Patrick indicating very pointedly that this Obsidian Firevein goes at Charles.
And it looked like Charles was maybe a little surprised to see that.
Probably means that Hunt's End is going to be the first attack reaction this combat chain. Generally speaking, players are not wanting to block the first Obsidian Firevein. However, Charles probably has a little bit of redundancy in this hand. Yeah, Patrick thumbing his chin makes me think that he really wanted Charles to say no blocks here.
Why would he want him to say no blocks?
So that Hunt's End converts wholly to the life total.
It does make sense.
I think you still send it, honestly, because otherwise he's holding a Long Whisker Loyalty and a Searing Gaze, so you might as well get added value there.
Right. The Long Whisker Loyalty coming in at the end would be nice. You get all the modes activated instead of just the one.
He's only going to be able to get 2 here unless he utilizes the Dragon Scalar Flight Path, which he has got complete green light to do thanks to the fact that he generated 2 Vigor tokens on the last turn.
If he chose attack again and then attacked at an ally, that would be a pretty efficient way to clear it.
Huge. Okay, so Hunt's End, yes, is going to be the first attack reaction here. 3 should get in unless Charles has something to say about it.
Any further reactions?
No, I'm passing.
No further reactions. Pass priority, says Patrick R. And 17 plays 13 in the favor of Charles Dunn at the moment after connection.
I'm curious how much of a decision it's been on Patrick's side to stay off Arsenal. He's been doing that pretty much all game, and I do like the decision into the Conqueror, but sometimes it's just that your hands line up and you play them all out, and other times it's a very calculated decision.
I will say Patrick is a very foot firmly on the gas kind of Fang player when it comes down to it. His decks generally slant fairly aggro. His main hero besides Fang is Dash.io. He loves to boost his way through games. So it might just be a playstyle thing.
Long Whisker selecting.
Okay, Long Whisker is going to come in on the second dagger here against Sawbones, probably buffing power and choosing an additional attack. And there it is. Sawbones goes bye-bye no matter whether Charles activates its ability or not.
The one at Limpet. I'm going to pop in reactions. I'm going to pop Dragon.
And here comes the Dragon Scalar Flight Path, giving go again to this Obsidian Firevein that was attacking Limpet, which means that the left-handed Obsidian Firevein can swing an additional time. Patrick converting both of those floating resources back into Vigor tokens, closing the combat chain for, yes, Warmonger's Diplomacy.
That's a good one.
I am curious to see how this does against Gravy Bones.
I mean, it seems backbreaking to me.
Maybe. I mean, like, Charles is still going to be able to go, I will just establish two allies instead of one in attack on this turn. So he's not. It's not going to make it. It's not like Azalea where he's going to IP3.
Well, Charles is sitting on a 4-card hand at the moment, and we know that one of the ways that Gravy can stand against aggro decks is by presenting damage in the form of attack into create ally into attack with the ally. So that prevents that first attack from going off completely. If all you do is establish allies, I don't feel like you're progressing your game plan.
Charles does, however, have Give No Quarter in the hand, which is non-attack. Looks like he said war, though, off of that Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. I don't see how 2 allies gets you to where you want to be, especially with the speed that Patrick's clearing them.
I would tend to agree with you, but I do believe there is a Whaler Humperdinck in the graveyard, and that would be the one that would make me want to say peace and, like, deal with me.
Okay.
You know?
even then, it's only 7 health. If you're not swinging with the Whaler, I don't know.
It's tough. It's a
Yeah.
tough choice. Any way you slice it.
Double Whaler might be enough, but here Charles Dunn chooses something else.
In this
for
case, Charles activates Gravy Bones, discards a blue. But because he chose War, he is simply not going to be able to play any of those allies out of the grave because they are all non-attack action cards. Restless Bones, he blows up the top card of his deck because he didn't have any allies in hand. Tried to find the go again, but just couldn't. Patrick taking a whopping 6 damage, down to 7 here, not afraid one bit.
Yeah, so that Warmonger's Diplomacy really hurt Charles that turn.
And, you know, it is a double-edged sword for Fang. Fang does run a lot of non-attack actions, so Patrick really hoping he didn't find any here,
Yeah, the
unless he
twist
can
and
pocket one.
turns. Oh, no.
Yep.
And there it is. Thank you.
Good
Charles
thing
Dunn.
Charles caught it.
Yeah, so hurting him.
Patrick is stabbing himself in the gut right here, but he's also going to try to get Charles on the impale. 1 right here, 2 floating, 3 cards in hand, one of which is completely useless here.
Yeah, despite preventing any ally creation, he still has a 10 life deficit to work through. So hopefully for his sake, this hand converts well, even though he's on War.
Imperial Intent makes its way out onto the combat chain. This is a card that some Fang players are not necessarily high on, but it is contentious for some Fang players, you know, myself included. I don't particularly like running this card. It is just a, you know, textless Searing Gaze ultimately, but Patrick liking it. Patrick definitely feels comfortable with a lot of draconic options in his deck when he's playing Fang.
Yeah, the aggressive slant is definitely showing here.
And because there were no allies established on Charles' turn, Patrick has full leeway to go 100% to the face, and he is doing just that. Looks like 7 damage is what this blade is pumped up to now. Down to 7. 7 plays 7. And Patrick still has things to do. It might be yet another Warmonger's Diplomacy
You can't
if he
because-
could. If he could, Michael.
Yeah, so the Warmonger's Diplomacy IPing Patrick as well. Now it's 7 plays 7, and Charles has another full grip.
Definitely a whoopsie-doopsie for Patrick because he could have converted one of those cards for 3 defensive value on that Restless Bones on Charles' turn. Charles is now free from the Warmonger, so he's going to go ahead and play a Chart the High Seas.
Another sort of miss there. Lots to work with in that Watery Grave, but no resources off the back of this one.
So interestingly enough, Patrick could have converted that Warmonger's Diplomacy into a Vigor token and an activation of the Braidforge Bracers as well. Just an activation of the Grains of Blood Spill, not the Braidforge Bracers because that's a non-attack action.
True. Sitting on 2 Vigor, I think he did on both occasions.
Destroy a gold draw card.
True. You are absolutely right. So no, he had to keep the Warmonger's Diplomacy, unfortunately, even though he couldn't play it. Charles hits off that High Seas. This building is a buzz, Michael. The energy is out of control in here, and it's not just Flesh and Blood players. We've got games of all types here at Top Deck Keep. A destination here in Riverside for all things cards.
Tipple, discard to create a golden draw card.
Golden Tipple discarding Whaler Humperdinck. I think the second that is in that graveyard here. This Tipple is in the red, so Patrick facing down a non-zero amount of damage here. His life total is dwindling. 7 plays 7 here, and Charles still has 3 cards in hand.
No, I'm actually a little bit worried for Patrick. 7 life is not a lot to work with, and if you ever find yourself falling to the back foot against a Gravy Bones and putting cards in front of allies to keep yourself alive, you are in a bad spot.
And this is the reason that I tend to keep Valiant Dynamos in this match, because it's not like, even though I feel the matchup is good, I don't think that Gravy Bones is not dishing out damage. I mean, it's coming every single turn. They've got Conqueror of the High Seas. They've got allies that swing for a boatload. So you got to respect the damage.
And Patrick is doing just that with the block. 4 cards left to work with as Charles works through the rest of his turn.
And he's got a Chum in hand. Can he find a way to resolve it here? That could be really rough for Patrick.
Yeah, Chum is not what he wants to see right now. Gravy has not been activated yet.
Draw a card.
Patrick already forced to sacrifice a bunch of his offensive potential, blocked with an Oath of Loyalty, which is really interesting because once Fang is online, you tend to want to just block with those blues that don't represent offense, but really seeming to value that Warmonger's diplomacy, perhaps thinking that he has to line up a one-card play.
Could be. I think Patrick stumbling a little bit last turn is biting him right now.
He's got a Sworn Vengeance in the arsenal.
It looks like Charles Dunn is considering discarding a Sea Legs off of that Gravy Bones activation instead of the Chum. I saw him start to reach over.
Charles trying to wet his whistle, but no, it's the friendly first mate that makes its way into the graveyard. Which means that he has a yellow in hand and a blue.
To draw a card.
And he was so rich all the way through this game. Charles Dunn was up to 5 gold at one point and back down to 0, showing how powerful it is to just be able to draw cards on demand.
You got to spend it to make it, Bryce.
Scared money don't make no money, Michael.
That's right. This is a bit of a clunker, though.
Not ideal. Has not resolved a card with Watery Grave from the graveyard yet. Yes, it is 2 Whalers in the graveyard, a Rigor Mortis, a Chum, and 2 Limpets. Charles got to make the right choice here.
Yeah, a little resource shy for the Whalers. I could see a Chum, but there's still, he needs to convert 3 cards and then maybe the Arsenal, although that's pretty safely parked.
He has resolved a blue card, right? We started off with a Chart the High Seas, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was this turn. There is one in the pitch too, though, so now I'm sort of questioning it, but I believe we've resolved a blue, so the Watery Grave should be online.
But with Mage Master Boots gone, with the Diamond Amulet gone, Charles is only going to be able to either resolve 2 allies or resolve an ally and swing it. If he goes for the latter line, he is not going to threaten Patrick's life. There's no way.
5 to play Chum.
Chum is going to be the choice here, but the follow-up, gold-baited hook into, yes, swing Chum. There's nothing stopping Patrick from taking all of this and sending it all back at Charles. And we could be in a situation where Patrick wants to go all gas at Charles, but one of the most powerful things about Chum is that he swings for free. So you essentially can block with 4 cards in hand and then swing a free Titan's Fall every single turn.
As long as you don't draw that dreaded all-ally hand in the late game. And that is a very dangerous potential that Charles could be facing down. I do see a lot of allies in his Watery Grave, so perhaps ally thin in the deck, which is what he wants to be in this moment. But yeah, just sending the 4 right now, asking Patrick if he can convert all 5 cards. That's a scary spot.
Patrick, without a super clean and clear-cut way to remove this Chum, he would have to waste some damage in order to do so. He could give maximum disrespect and go straight toward Charles, but I tend to think that that is a losing position when it comes to Chum.
Yeah, I'm still figuring out this Chum card because while I do know how powerful it can be for them to sort of snipe a huge, tall attack, in a lot of cases, it seems like when they ask me to attack it, I was going to do it anyway. But no.
Turn is the choice here. So Patrick holding on to that Warmonger's Diplomacy, really hoping that he can just stop Charles in his tracks for one more turn. 2 Vigor tokens popping here. Floating 2 resources, Patrick R. Thumbing that Sworn Vengeance in the arsenal. He's got a Blistering Blade in hand, so he could go Sworn Vengeance, swing Dagger at Chum, play Blistering Blade in order to clear the Chum and also get go again there, but then he's only sending probably 2 with the Brave Forge Bracers at Charles. Just not a lot of pressure. And yeah, Charles responding immediately to that non-attack action. Charles does have a lot of allies in hand, Michael.
Wow. So protecting himself smartly, intelligently rather.
And yes, goodbye Chum, thanks to Blistering Blade plus Sworn Vengeance. Patrick creating a Vigor token on hit there. But no, he says it's time for Warmonger's Diplomacy again. Surely I will not mess myself up yet again and try to play a non-attack action card. Charles. Onus is on him, but he's got himself a Conqueror of the High Seas. He probably can't get 2 blues in the pitch here, but it is still 7 when Patrick is at 7.
And once again, Conqueror faces no arsenal. So Patrick doing a great job of dodging that. And I also really like the Warmongers without an arsenal as well, because if he draws the non-attack, he can place it somewhere afterwards if he can't use it.
Charles thumbing through these options. I believe the choice was War. It indeed was, because here comes Conqueror of the High Seas, only for 7. No High Seas active here because we have a Whaler Humperdinck and a Give No Quarter in the pitch zone.
Yeah, pretty underwhelming turn, but of course we're in the late game and both of these players have expended all of their armor, all of their resources. We're in the phase of flesh and blood where we are exhausted and swinging what we've got.
Patrick has got 2 non-blocks in hand, but he's got a Hunt's End as well. Exactly what you want when your opponent is sub 10 life. It just becomes so hard to block Fang at this stage of the game. And Patrick smells blood. He's blocking just with his Grains of Blood spell, descending down to 1. No Valiant Dynamos here, folks. He's not going to be generating life points every turn. He thinks that this is what he needs to close out this game. Charles must be trembling in his boots.
Yeah, he has this window here. There's no allies on the board. Nothing to think about other than attacking straight into the face of Gravy Bones.
And it's Obsidian Fire Vein for 1 with endless possibilities in the hand of Patrick R. Charles, thinking about his block potential, there are 2 allies in hand, which means that this hand only blocks for 6. There are no gold tokens on the board, so he can't cycle any of these allies out. This might be it.
That is not the hand you want when you're facing down a 4-card hand from Fang.
Charles really hoping that Patrick is trying to be tricky with a Sigil or some such. Block 3 with Restless Bones. Priority back over to Patrick. What will be the choice?
Does he have the sidestep?
He does. He also has a Tooth of the Dragon and a Pledge Fealty.
Oh boy.
Or I'm sorry, just a Pledge Fealty? Yeah, just a Pledge Fealty.
Oh, that's a good hand.
Oh, he's got Rake over the Coals in hand.
Oh.
This is a fantastic sidestep. But you know what he doesn't have, Michael, is ways to give additional attacks to his daggers.
True. So this Rake over the Coals is not that powerful. Just representing 2, and maybe if you want to count it 3 as a reaction on this, but that would give this a clean block value.
But here it goes, Rake over the Coals, pumping this dagger up to 3, and the Hunt's End, an additional 4 on top. This is 7. Charles is going to have to take 3 here. I'm sorry, 4 here, down to 3. 1 plays 3. Patrick still with 2 cards in hand. He's got the Pledge Fealty, which represents very little offensive capability here. Charles, however, only can block with 1 card in hand. And the Dead Threads, if he so chooses. This could be it. Blocking 4 on 2. Patrick has the answer right here. Blistering Blade will get this up to 6. And not quite leak through, but it's still going to be pretty darn good here. Charles down to 1. 1 plays 1. Patrick parks that last card in Arsenal and moves to end.
Surviving that turn is a huge deal for Charles. 3 cards in hand to work with. I mean, it won't be the biggest Gravy Bones turn you've ever seen, but with Patrick sitting at 1-2, this is now a very, very close game.
Patrick has worked through a lot of non-blocks in his deck, though. Every single card in this hand does have a block value, only one of which is 2. The rest are 3. Give No Quarter out of the arsenal for Charles Dunn. He's got 2 yellows in hand. How is he going to put this together? He needs a miracle from his pirate buddies.
Oh, if he had more blues to work with, we could be looking at something huge, but just the Rigor Mortis coming out,
which
not
is
a
free
lot.
thanks to Give No Quarter. Just attacking for 6 here. This is exactly what Patrick wanted to see. He has the green light to block with 2 cards and send back his wrath.
And this is the hardest part of the game, sitting across from Fang. Every single dagger representing potential reactions. It's so hard to block at 1 life against a Fang.
Charles, without any defense reactions to speak of, he's going to have to give 2 cards to this dagger in order to give it maximum respect. Or I guess that's minimum respect in reality.
Yeah, you can't afford to just give 1.
Which then allows Patrick to simply play Pledge Fealty from Arsenal and go to the next chain link.
Yep, the Fang version of Twinning Blade coming out here, just saying, thank you for the 6. Let's try again.
And yes, Patrick says, I do not care about this rigor mortis. I'm going to take every single card from you anyway. You're not going to be able to swing with him. And so then Patrick, if he can't get over...
Oh, no.
Which why go over when you can go to the side, my friend? Fang, Drakaya Blades takes down the shipwrecked looter.
What a game. That was close.
These are back-to-back opens for Patrick, where he is absolutely dominating on the Draconic Warrior.
4-0. He's locked.
He is locked, baby. There is no question about it. And honestly, with this few number of players here today, 27, Charles Dunn may not completely be out.
Okay, yeah, potential to bubble as long as he keeps going hard. Of course, there's a lot of good players here that he still has to get through. One of the things about a small AGE is typically the people that show up are the killers.
100%.
And there's a lot. It's a density of killers today.
And there's no question about it. Charles Dunn is absolutely a killer, but he is fighting for his position in the top 16 going into the Players' Championship, something that is usually just assumed whenever we go into an AGE season. Like, we know Players' Championship, we're going to see Chris Iali there. We're going to see Charles Dunn there. We're going to see Zachary Wallach there. Right now, it is not a for sure thing for Charles. And Patrick stomping on the little guy who is just trying to carve his way into that top 16.
Poor Charles, 2 points. That's all he's got.
Yeah, I feel bad for him, but I'm happy for Patrick as well because he's sporting my favorite deck in the format at the moment.
Well, like you said, Charles may still have a fighting chance, so we'll have to wait to see how the rest of the games play out today. One more round to go until we get to our top 8. Looking forward to it.
And we're going to talk to the Patrick Zombie Killer Greasy R in just a moment here. We'll give a little shout out to him, a little interview action, and then we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go nowhere.
Welcome back, folks. We are joined here with the winner of the last game, Patrick R. Fang versus Gravy Bones. And I heard that this is your first time playing the matchup. How did you feel going into this?
Well, yes, first time playing the matchup. I had heard that it was Fang favored, and I thought I was locked already, being at 3-0. So I was like, okay, this is a relatively stress-free game, and it's against Charles Dunn, who's an incredible player. So I thought, what could be like a better first matchup?
Yeah.
Given that I think I definitely could have played a lot better there, and Charles got unlucky, I think.
Okay.
And he's such an incredible player. I am starting to get solidified that this is a matchup that maybe Fang is very well equipped. Given that
Bryce keeps saying it, but I mean, I caught a misplay here and there. I certainly wouldn't have said that you played poorly, and the game came down to the wire. I mean, 1 life to 1 life. Like, you know, at the very end, you had the damage, and he did not have the block to finish things up. But I mean, even at the second to last turn of the game, he dropped to 1 and like stayed alive, and wow, that was a really entertaining match to watch.
Yeah. No, I look, we're always our own harshest critic.
Sure.
I think that my draws lined up pretty well with what he was trying to do. I was mostly referencing that turn where I played a Warmonger's Diplomacy and then forgot that I couldn't play my own.
Yeah, you missed the 3 life, right? Because you should have blocked.
I think I would have saved the 6 life because I had I had
You
another
would have blocked with
Warmongers.
both?
I probably would have just given it.
Sure.
Yeah, I think. But just because I felt like I was in a pretty favorable position at that point, and so I made it a little closer than it had to be. But I think, Charles is such a strong player, so it's just I feel like picked up some of the play planners from Gravy while playing it, and so hopefully I won't have a similar punt in the future.
Yeah, well, you are currently sitting at 4-0 on Fang, an excellent showing today. How have your other matchups gone today?
They've been great. My first matchup was a bye.
Okay.
my opponent Clark. Shout out to you, Clark. Had a little trouble getting here. After that, I got paired into a. Spare me. All right, a Verdance, which is.
That's a tough one for Fang.
Yeah, I think so. But I drew up my hand and I had 2 pledge fealty to start off the game on turn 0. That's the thing about Fang. He giveth, he taketh away.
Sure.
So when you draw like that, it's really on you to drop those games. So had a lot of good pressure there. Round after that, I was up against my good pal Richard Truong on Dory, who I think was featured.
Yeah, he was on stream. So in the Warrior matchup, it sounds like you took it. How do you feel about the Dory into Fang?
I feel it's quite Fang favored. It's actually a point of not a contention, but a point of debate between the two of us. And look, I know how much we've been treating the AG stream to Warrior mirrors there, but that would have been a great one because it really came down to the wire. He took me down to 1 or maybe 2 life.
Wow.
So he played really well. A lot of the room in here is a lot of very strong players. So it's you never feel like. Even in a favored matchup, that this is something you're going to just glide into.
I think the Gravy Bones was a great example here. 1 life to 1 life. It came down to the wire. Speaking of the room, I'm just now, we are in a new meta. And so the question I want to ask everyone as I get them on camera is, how are you feeling about your deck into the overall meta? And how do you think things are shaping up? And what are you worried about? What are you trying to avoid? And what are you happy to pair into?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, Michael. I think I do not know how I feel yet. I'm playing 2 Warmongers Diplomacy in my 80. I happen to draw both there into Charles, another piece of fortunate luck my way. But and I on the hunch that is something that is going to be good into all 3 of the new heroes, which I expected to see some of. I don't think we have a Puffin today, but the other 2 are present. There's Paul Selinske, who's a very strong Azalea player around too. So I figured, send a little flak damage Paul's way. The impression I'm getting is that all 3 new heroes are heroes that Fang wants to see, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm really interested, and I feel very lucky to have been able to play against Charles in the last game because I'm just, Gravy Bones is the talk of the town, I think, and it's so, people are really excited to play. It's a really cool hero. It seems incredibly complex, and so, they're still figuring out what they're going to play, how they're going to play it, and I need to adapt to that. So really awesome practice. Really glad that I got to get this one in.
Yeah, I think Gravy Bones is kind of giving, not flavor-wise, but just in terms of he's a super powerful, super popular hero at the same time. I'm getting a little bit of Aurora back, so the changes to LL I think will be really good as we see so many people. I mean, we've got double the Gravy today of any other hero, and I expect to kind of keep seeing that. Of course, Gravy Bones being a harder deck to pilot and possibly a more targetable deck than Aurora means that it's a bit of a different choice to bring it or not bring it to an event. But he's cool, and I think that plays a lot into why we see so many of them.
And I think, just to piggyback off of the Aurora comparison, Aurora was a very powerful deck, but also I think a little bit more streamlined in her play pattern, so folks could sort of just like buy the Armory deck, and then I guess they had like a month, but like learn it from there and play it in CC. Gravy Bones seems incredibly complex, at least to me. I know Aiden Kwasniewski of 3 Floating fame is here, and he told me that this is his first ever game was round 1 here, and I can't imagine that. Just like the depth, as somebody who tried to learn Gravy Bones for the Calling in Las Vegas last weekend, how complex this is. So it's going to be a really interesting sort of next few weeks to see how that develops, and I'm looking forward to watching back games on streams such as this of people who are really skilled like Charles piloting the deck.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of people who don't know how to play the deck fully optimally against a bunch of people who don't know how to play against the deck fully optimally. So it's a very sort of we're all figuring it out together kind of situation. And even commenting on that, I know that Gravy's story for U.S. Nationals was, wow, what a powerful breakout hero. But I think looking at the win rate, I don't know what it was by the end of the tournament, but I think day 2, he was like sitting at 45%. Was not impressed by the overall win rate. So I'm sure that there are some people that have it figured out and others that just haven't quite gotten there yet, or it could be that there's bad matchups. So I don't know why he wasn't sitting at the 60% of Verdance, because they both got into the finals. But there certainly seems to be a little bit of a difference in either what can target him down or the skill or understanding that it takes to pilot him effectively.
Totally, and because we can talk about win rate at large here, but then when we look at the final tables of these things, we've got Jacob Shaker losing in the finals to Majin. My teammate Austin Summers had a really strong finish on Gravy as well, and then of course Brody winning I think it was a Battle Hardened, right, on Gravy as well. So clearly, when you put it in a really skilled player's hands, there's a lot to be figured out there, and so it's just I'm a little bit intimidated by how because ally decks can be so scary, especially for us meager warrior players to sort of try to clear up. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how that develops.
Yeah, it's funny you bring up warrior players, because I was just thinking about how Colin Erickson has been stuck to Kasai the entirety of his flesh and blood career, despite the ups and downs, mostly downs of how Kasai feels and is positioned. But he doesn't care about Kasai's win rate. He cares because he wins with her. So it doesn't matter, folks at home, whether your deck is positioned well or feels good or has a high or low win rate. If you're winning on them, play your deck.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I know there are some Colin fans out there. I consider myself a Colin fan.
Yeah.
I'm actively trying to convince him to move over from Kasai to Fang, play the better warrior. We'll
Good
see how
luck
that
with
goes.
that. Yeah, maybe when she LLs.
Maybe, yeah, in a couple of years.
Cool. Well, are there any shout-outs or any comments you want to make outside of the realm of what we've just been talking about?
Well, massive shout-out to the AG team for putting all of this together, especially
Always.
a week after Nationals, which I know for a lot of us
exhausted still.
I'm tired myself. I wasn't even supposed to be here today. I'm glad I am to hang out with the folks in the room and then also the folks watching.
Yeah, to take it all, you're on a tear.
I'm doing all right.
We'll see. We still have finals to play.
And of course,
But you are locked in.
I am, yeah. And a massive shout out to the guy who gave me a ride, Richard Truong of Turn Zero. Shout out to Turn Zero in K-Town.
Wow. No respect to the driver, huh? Taking him down.
Well, look.
You're making up for it here.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining us. We're going to wrap it up here. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood coming up soon.
Seems that fire beats zombie, but will lightning, Michael? The next round is yet another Gravy Bones match, but it's going to be Oscilio Constella Intelligence in the challenger seat. Who do you think is going to take this one down, Michael?
I have no idea. I think, so here's what I will say. Oscilio has a lot of go again. Yay, that's good for clearing. Also, a lot of burst, which is good for not clearing, but killing people who don't block well. So I wonder if maybe Oscilio's favored here, especially Oscilio loves to have time to set things up. That being said, disruption is really bad for Oscilio. So if he gets hit with a high Conqueror when he's got a Gone in a Flash in Arsenal, that could spell doom for him. So I definitely think there's play on both sides of the field. Really looking forward to seeing, once again, does this deck beat Gravy Bones?
That is the answer that we were trying to provide everybody watching at home. What works into Gravy and what doesn't?
Yeah,
because
we don't know. We're learning along with you.
And you're going to be seeing it now that he is out from high seas. If there's one thing that is certain is that this is going to be a popular hero here in the world of Wraith. The other awesome thing about these competitors is that they're mainstays here at AGE. First off is Ryan Brown, who is coming out from a store that is very near and dear to my heart because it was my first ever MTG store, my first ever card store for that matter. That's a Hidden Fortress. Ryan, however, hails from Ventura. If you can't tell by his demeanor, he is definitely a surfer boy. I'm just kidding. He doesn't surf. But he does play Flesh and Blood, which is awesome. He's got a AGE win percentage of 54%. He's top-8'd 3 times in his history, and he's sitting at 25 points, which does put him just out of the running for the Players' Championship. He is definitely fighting for his way in.
Oh, absolutely. 25 and a good showing here today could be what it takes to lock it in.
And his favorite ice cream flavor does seem to be vanilla plus fruit sorbet. Mango is the best, but any fruit works. Purest ice cream experience is what Ryan Brown says. So I take issue with that because if we're talking about
take issue with it, Bryce.
I'm not yucking his yum. This is just my personality on stream.
Yeah.
I swear I'm very open to your food preferences otherwise. But if he's going for a pure ice cream experience, why isn't it all ice cream? Why does it also have to be fruit?
I mean, is it fruit sorbet? Oh, is that
sorbet is not ice cream. There's no cream in sorbet.
I see where you're going, but my God, that is very ice cream purist of you.
But if there's one thing that Ryan Brown is about, it is good vibes. He is one of the sweetest guys in the room, and we are very happy to have him playing here constantly. His competitor, however, is Zachary Wallach, the reigning Players Champion, but that was back when Enigma Ledger of Ancestry was still in the format. In this case, he's moving to a different board state hero, and if there's one thing you know about Zachary Wallach is he loves playing to the board, so when Gravy Bones hit the high seas, he said, I'm playing nothing else until I crack this guy.
Well, Zachary Wallach's a blinged out player, and every deck he's played from Dromai on, I don't know what he was on before that, but he loves his bling. I even was just talking to him before the event started today about how he had Marvel Dragons in the deck and an extra playset of them outside so that he didn't have to flip the card. So 6 of each dragon in Marvel form is Zachary Wallach, the bling master. And you know he's brought his bling today on Gravy Bones.
We are definitely going to see it on stream. He also has a mediocre superpower of memorizing useless knowledge, which actually comes in handy quite a bit for Zach because he is he's just out of pharmacy school and out on the beat. And if there's one thing you need to do as a pharmacist is memorize things.
Yeah, hopefully useful things, but doesn't matter. Memory's memory.
And regardless of what he remembers, there are a lot of voices upstairs, apparently. He's going to be hearing voices, probably telling him to kill his opponent across the board.
Oh, yeah. You know that they're just dripping in those zombie voices telling you not to let your opponent live, steal their treasure, take them down to 0, and get those AGE points at the end of the day.
Let's see if Zach can steal them away from his competitor as we proceed on down to the match floor. It's Ryan Brown versus Zachary Wallach. This is the last round of Swiss here at the June AGE Open. Both players are X1. They are locked for top 8, but boy, is it going to be a scorcher of a match as they compete for seeding.
Yeah, I love Oscilio so much, so I'm glad to see this matchup here on camera. Looking forward to see how he pairs into what's shaping up to be the villain of the format, Gravy Bones, both thematically and literally as everybody's playing them.
Wait, he's a villain?
Yeah. Are you friends with any zombies in real life?
No, but I'm not going to misjudge them, you know? I don't judge a book by its cover. Just because he's dead doesn't mean he's bad.
I would judge a zombie. If I met a zombie in real life, I think I would think ill of him without even speaking to him, which is a horrible thing to say. I know. But they're zombies.
Okay, fair. Maybe you've been watching too much TV.
I think
Don't
I
believe
might.
everything you see in Night of the Living Dead.
Well said.
Looks like 2 AB presented for Zachary Wallach here. Both players are presenting this, that, and the other before we get this match underway. No unusual suspects on the side of Ryan Brown. It is a Fiendel Spring Tunic in the chest slot. That is probably the only contested piece in the Oscilio deck. Zachary, however, with 2 Null Rune, giving a pretty healthy amount of respect to Oscilio. And speaking of bling, Zachary's got himself the 2 of the 4 Amsterdam Null Rune pieces before our very eyes.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what those boots were. Just a regular Null Rune. I've never seen that art, and it is beautiful.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to tell who is on the play here. I tend to think, however, that it's Ryan Brown. Yes, it's gone in a flash. One of those cards that Oscilio is constantly fishing for throughout the game, and he's found it on this turn 1, which probably means he's got an instant in the hand to bounce it back and plunk it right in the arsenal.
Yeah, that makes sense, but that is very telegraphed, telling Zachary Wallach, hey, if you've got a Conqueror, you've got a target.
And Zach popping that free gold that he gets from the Crown of Dominion immediately because he was ally flooded, but drawing into another ally means that he's already seen 3 of what I assume is about 18 in the main board.
Yeah, putting 5 in front of the 4, hoping that Ryan Brown doesn't keep pushing damage, but we will see what he chooses to do. Bouncing it back with the blink means he's got the extra action point to go and some Arcane to finish things off.
And this is probably a good thing for Zach because he can convert the majority of this hand. Etchings of Arcana, however, is going to be coming in for 5. Zach only has access to AB2, so one of these allies is going to go to the bottom of the deck in order to shore up 2 of this 5. 3 damage leaking in right away means that Oscilio is not starting with that much of a life deficit. 36 plays 37 as we pass over to Zach for his first turn of the game.
Yeah, I still feel like that was best case scenario. Zach missing block on the rest of his cards in hand, but still being able to convert one was about as efficient as it can get now that he's drawn back up and 4 cards to work with and a life equal at 37 to 36.
Yeah, if Ryan had another instant in hand there, Zach wouldn't have been able to block any of it, and Ryan could have kept it for Arsenal later. But that's the way the cards fell, and still 3 damage leaked over the top is pretty darn good for our Constella Intelligence. Saltwater Swell in treasure pack form comes out onto the combat chain. Zach probably has taken a look with that compass, so I think he knows that this is going to hit. Yes, indeed. Up to 5 resources floating, thanks to the text on Saltwater Swell.
And with the Chum in Graveyard, he's definitely got a place to use those resources. Ryan Brown taking the 1.
2 cards still in the hand. It's Chart the High Seas and Anka Drag Under. Does he dare to resolve Chart the High Seas when he has seen nothing on top of the deck?
Seems a little bit risky, but it could just be graveyard fill. I would think he would be happy with 2 allies, actually, if it hits here. So,
and digging in is... Oh, and it's a big hit right here. Yeah. It's not only an ally in a blue, it's back alley break line, which when it goes to any zone from the deck will gain an action point.
I didn't realize that was an interaction here, too. I thought it was just Call to the Grave. This is a huge hit.
That is exactly why that card is making it into Gravy Bones decks, because Chart the High Seas, Saltwater Swell all generate action points from pitching that card. 8 resources floating, 2 action points, and the sky is the limit for Zachary Wallach here. Kind of thinking that maybe he wished he held on to that Swabby from the first turn, but how could you know that things were going to break this hard your way?
Could not have gone better.
So Chum resolved here, and then Anka as well, consuming one of those 2 action points. Chum did not consume an action point because it had go again, thanks to the Compass of Sunken Depths. And Zach just says, I want to go 3 allies wide right here. I don't think you're going to be able to deal with them, so I'm just going to establish this board and play to it for the rest of this game.
That's terrifying, especially in Marvel form.
So Ryan, the onus is on him. Do I deal with the board, or do I go at Gravy's face and just try to close this out as soon as humanly possible?
Does have good cards to work with. The Channel Lightning Valley paired with the Flittering Charge is a nice combination.
Especially when you are sitting on a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal, ready to be deployed. Flittering Charge, 4 here at Zachary Wallach. It's important to mention here that Zachary did deviate from his board state I guess, inclination to play Oscilio Constella Intelligence for a while. He is no stranger to what this deck is capable of.
Didn't realize that Zach was also a wizard player.
No block, says Zach. The punish reveals itself in the form of Channel Lightning Valley. Does Zach have an answer? It doesn't look like it in the hand. And Zach utilizes Anka Drag Under to discard a card from Watery Grave and prevent Ryan from drawing a card right there. It is indeed an action phase. Anka showing his prowess.
That's so good. Did he just draw a card anyway? Wait, no, he just touched the top of his
they
deck.
draw the card and then they discard the card. My mistake.
Okay.
So it's not preventing the draw, it is allowing the draw, but forcing a discard on top of it. So that is probably what Ryan Brown is thinking about right now.
What an insane start for this Gravy Bones.
How are you feeling about the edge now after seeing that interaction?
I mean, if you're going to draw like that, I don't know that anyone can beat you. That is such a crazy board state to build up early on without using any resources either. It was just a natural hand that could do this.
And Zach just so good at hitting the nuts when he needs to.
I heard the game before this was against Paul Selinske, and a very similar start happened. 3 allies produced.
Zach is so mean to Rangers. I cannot tell you. He's been my round 3 gem buddy at pretty much every tournament I play with him at. And usually I'm on a Ranger. Usually he's on an Illusionist. And that's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah, and we can see here the Gone in the Flash now clearing out that Anka. Do not want to see that anymore.
Sigil of Conductivity established here to bounce that Gone in a Flash. No action points, however, remain for Oscilio.
Just pitching to the staff there, the Volzar, to clear the hand of that unused instant, but really, really inefficient turn.
And also, of course, to put the flow counter on the Channel Lightning Valley. And now that Anka is gone, Ryan doesn't have to worry about that debilitating discard effect. But Zach has a give no quarter in the hand. Looks like he's going to resolve it straight away.
And knowing Zach, why not just top deck another Anka?
Mm-hmm. So give no quarter, going to discount the next 2 ally cards with Watery Grave, played this turn by 3 resources. Currently, Zach only with 1 buddy in the grave. It's Chum, friendly first mate. But hey, if 1 Chum is good, why not 2?
So disgusting.
Play out the Chum, activate Cuddy Shark, and swing the Chum for 5 here.
So this right here is why I think Oscilio has a good fighting chance, because sure, this was really efficient, but it doesn't present a ton of damage. And as long as the Gravy Bones is just sort of building a giant wall of allies and chipping, the Oscilio has time to set up some really nasty combos. So that is what Oscilio has going for him. Of course, those combos will have to eat through 2 Chums. So this is by no means a do-nothing board state on Zach's side.
And 2 Chums could eat essentially 12 damage
Like
off of the Oscilio combo turn.
Yeah, it's.
Unless, of course, it's found with an electrostatic discharge or a lightning press or something like that. But, it can be bad.
Yeah. Well, and that 6 breakpoint is really hard for Oscilio to deal with. It's either 4 or 7, but usually it would have to be 2 cards committed without that pump.
Flittering Charge, lots of pointing going on. It looks like Ryan Brown is pointing at his opponent, Zachary Wallach. This is 4 right now. Channel Lightning Valley's on hit is relevant here. Anka to soften the blow.
Now, do we know if the Channel Lightning Valley text reads if it hits or hits a hero?
I believe it's hits a hero.
Okay, so that cannot be used
Actually,
in
I know
the
it's
same
hits a
way.
hero.
There you go, as Mask of Momentum can.
Electrostatic Discharge gives this Flittering Charge go again and confers an additional +3 to the next attack this turn with cost 1 or less.
The activation of Chum says whatever that is getting pumped up to 7 is going straight at that first mate.
Flittering Charge kind of being put in an awkward position here. I think Ryan means to put that in the grave.
If the combat chain hasn't closed, I think it's sort of fine. It is confusing, but it is the chain link that is being played on, so I understand the logic.
Okay.
It will affect the next attack, of course.
Bottom line, folks, we don't have an active attack on the combat chain. Now we do, and it's a Blast to Oblivion, which, wow, finding the exact Xaxy's way to do it is Ryan Brown here. Blast to Oblivion, pumped up by that electrostatic discharge, equals 6, which means that Chum goes the way of the birds. And another Channel Lightning Valley bounces that Sigil of Conductivity and gives an embodiment of lightning. However, does not give Ryan his action point back right now.
Yeah, it looks like his turn will have to end on the spot, but doing his due diligence, clearing out one of the 2 chums on the board means at least he can start to think about getting rid of the next one and then going face. But there's a lot of work cut out for Ryan before he can really punish Zach and send all of that damage and all of that arcane his way.
And because he no longer has a sigil on board, an aura permanent with sigil in its name, he is allowed to pitch a lightning card to Volzar and keep that second Channel Lightning Valley around.
Yeah, just a bit of a mistake. That should read 1 on the Channel Lightning Valley. Maybe
Ryan
he'll catch
thinking,
it.
this is my second Channel Lightning Valley,
Yeah, right.
so I'll just put a 2 right there.
Sure.
Restless Bones is the first attack for Zachary Wallach, discarding a Whaler Humperdinck and giving this card go again. It'll also mean that a blue card enters the graveyard. And Zach has a perfect lineup here of establish Limpet and then probably activate Cutty Shark, swing Chum.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot to work with here.
This board is feeling pretty insurmountable here.
Take 4.
Ryan doing the wizard thing of no blocks makes a lot of sense.
Into the graveyard goes that blue card, which means that all of these Watery Grave cards are at the access of Zachary Wallach.
Take 2.
I'm sorry, this is absolutely the better line. That one resource is better served to go again on Limpet Hopalong into Chum, not Cutty Shark. What am I thinking?
The +1 value, Zach showing why he's the pilot of Gravy Bones.
Zach is the board state bean counter, that is for sure. He knows exactly how to use these resources most efficiently. And Ryan, yes, saying no blocks. 33 plays 20 in the favor of the Shipwrecked Looter.
Notably not blocking with his armor, which suggests to me that he is not planning on using the boots or the gloves this turn.
Gone in a flash with go again. Could this be a combo turn? I tend to think that Ryan would have blocked with the Lightning Greaves or the Aether Bindings of the Third Age if it were.
Yeah, this is what I would call a combo light turn, taking advantage of that natural go again, looping some Gone in a Flash, and probably ending on a spell if he was lucky enough to draw one, but not going to be able to go quite as wide or oppressively as if every instant he played gave go again. So we'll probably just see a few cards played here.
Zach activates Gravy using his 1 gold that he has access to in order to discard the third Chum friendly first mate. Zach finding the right allies at the right time, let alone the Chart the Height sees and the Give No Quarters with which to use them.
Yeah, does he have another one in hand, or was that you're referring to the previous turn?
The Chum?
The Give No Quarter and Chart the Height.
No, I'm referring to a previous turn. In the hand now is a back alley break line and a Vast-G and 2 allies, Swabby and Sawbones. So Zach not going to be able to do a whole lot of blocking here. And the blues unlocked the hand, which allow you to play the allies. So this is going to be one of the more difficult turns that he navigates this game. Blocking 3. Looks like 1 is going to leak over. And that Channel Lightning Valley is finally going to draw a card. Down to 32. Ryan Brown back to 4 cards in hand. And it's a Sigil of Brilliance in order to get Gone in a Flash back into the hand.
Yeah, that's a great card and a very, very needed one for Oscilio. If you are not able to draw that Sigil of Brilliance during the game, you can fall way behind. So Ryan Brown finding one of his power cards right here when he needs it most.
And Zach says, I'm sorry, how many cards do you have left in hand?
Yeah, that's the power of Oscilio, spending cards and getting them right back. It feels like he has an infinite hand size sometimes.
Man, and Ryan Brown finding the 3rd Flittering Charge in his own right. The draws have been fairly good to him as well. It just happens to be that he has a 12 life deficit and a massive board state to contend with.
Yeah, this is the turn where if he can really get Zach lower, then maybe he can present lethal with the follow-up combo if he's able to piece it together the following turn. But that is absolutely the instant you want to pair with Flittering Charge. Getting it back into his hand, the idea of being action point light, no longer really an issue as that card just keeps giving itself go again whenever an instant is played.
It's exactly what Ryan wants to be doing. However, Zach is able to activate Chum-friendly First Mate and discard one of those non-blocking allies in his hand, effectively saving 6, potentially even more life on this turn. And he's feeling good about it because that Flittering Charge has gone back into hand thanks to the Electromagnetic Somersault.
Are we looking at 2 Sawbones in the graveyard now?
We are. It's hard to tell because they're all pretty in Marvel, huh?
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing those.
And
Actually,
Ryan-
one non-Marvel, yikes.
Ryan's sequencing this
Wow.
absolutely perfectly. It's a lightning press to kill the Chum-friendly First Mate as efficiently as possible.
This is what Ryan Brown needed. Maybe evening it where it was Zachary just absolutely in the driver's seat. This turn right here, clearing all the chums out and still presenting meaningful damage is a huge deal.
But that Volzar at 6, he just has not found himself an arcane spell to capitalize on it. He has, however, found the second copy of Electromagnetic Somersault, which is going to pocket the Gone in a Flash back into the arsenal, ready to go for the actual combo turn. 20 plays 26 in the favor of Gravy Bones on the side of Zachary Wallach.
And now what I'm looking for is the question, did Ryan Brown happen to find any Blast to Oblivions? Because that's what you want to do with Oscilio, is pair your Blast with a Gone in a Flash and a Sigil of Brilliance on board. If you can do that, you can present Kano levels of damage.
Boy, howdy. Pitch the Swabby, play a Saltwater Swell, find a blue on top. 4 resources floating for Zachary Wallach when a blue is about to go into the graveyard.
I don't see the Blast in Ryan's hand, so he may need to wait another turn for combo.
Yeah, there is a Comet Storm Shock, which is one of those cards that Oscilios really like to kind of discard away with their hero ability.
Yeah, Ryan's actually going to have 2 more looks to find that Blast, and I know that's the card he wants to see. He has the draw from the Sigil of Brilliance and 1 more Oscilio activation on his turn, and I have to be thinking he wants to block with the armor and get some kind of meaningful combo going as soon as he can.
I'm sorry, folks. I think I missed it. He already activated Oscilio to discard a Comet Storm Shock, potentially
this turn.
drew into yet another one. And yeah, here we go. It's Flash of Brilliance. Ryan Brown going to discard a lightning card in order to get that Sigil of Brilliance back into the hand and draw another card. What is it? It's a Mind Warp.
Okay, that is an arcane spell. So that, he already had the glyph overlay, but the Mind Warp is a more efficient, and then there's the third chum.
What do you think about electing to discard the Fry and not the Comet Storm Shock?
I think I would have preferred the Comet Storm Shock since he already has the resource, he already had the arcane spell. But I would also say that Ryan Brown is just definitively a better Oscilio player than me. So I'm sure he had a good reason for that.
Right now, a man with a good reason is Chum-friendly First Mate. Zachary Wallach making all of his boys do the dirty work for him.
Not a ton of damage being presented. Another 4. We're just chipping right now. So Ryan continues to have many turns to work with to set the combo up.
And the Lightning Greaves have come out to block Chum. Could it mean that we see an activation here? I tend to think not, based on the context of the hand. There are 2 Sigil of Brilliances there.
The fact that he blocked makes me think he isn't trying to, but rather he wants to set up a combo hand. And here we see the Oscilio activation on the Comet Storm Shock. So the reason he discarded that Fry is so that he could then get another look. And this time, he found another Sigil of Brilliance. This is not the hand that he wants, although it could be the hand that could set something meaningful up. The problem is he's already used his headpiece, so he can no longer play all of them out and then get one back. This is not great.
So here, let's think about this. We could go, never mind. It's all thrown out the window here. I was thinking it could be just play 3 Sigils of Brilliance, activate Volzar, send Mind Warp, and then do combo turn next turn.
Yeah, I think I like that a lot. This line here is sort of the unbricking version. It's playing to what you have instead of what you could get, and I like that, although in his position here, I wonder if he needed to save the boots for something more meaningful. But this is definitely going to be meaningful. This is not nothing. 3 Sigils of Brilliance with a Mind Warp and the Gone in a Flash is a very strong turn, but it's not lethal.
The thing I am not loving about this turn is exactly what's playing out here. Zach was able to activate Chum-friendly First Mate by discarding an ally, and now 2 of these Gone in a Flashes on the combo turn are going straight into Chum, which means that Zach has effectively just saved 8 life.
Really, really powerful there. And this is, yeah, exactly like you said. I would have liked to see the Chum get cleared and then use the boots, but I don't think that was really an option here. And I think Ryan Brown is playing this correctly. But it's sad to see that he no longer has the boots available with Zach sitting at 22 life.
He does still have the Gone in a Flash in the hand, but it's a Mind Warp for a big bad 8. Zach is only able to block 2 of it. Takes 6 down to 16. And Ryan, even though 8 damage has gone basically to nothing, Zach is still eclipsed by Ryan Brown's life total. 20 plays 16, and Zach has to shuffle the only 2 cards left in hand, back in deck, and draw 1.
So the really important thing here, too, on Ryan Brown's side is that he's going to have, if he declares no blocks, a 5, 6, 7, 8 card hand to start next turn with, which is really good. The only problem is that sometimes that is still a brick in Oscilio. Without the boots, sometimes that 8 card hand, I've had 6 card 5s in Oscilio. And it's just, sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't, but this is definitely the time to block with those Aether Bindings of the Third Age, getting the 3 value, as long as he's got the Arcane spell to pair it with, as he's going to be seeing 3 sigils go to the graveyard at the very start of his turn.
He does have one. He's also got an Eclectic Magnetism and a Fry. So
that's a huge deal.
It's going to be a good hand right here, Michael.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, for Ryan. Maybe not for Zachary. This is a really scary turn if you are a fan of the Gravy Bones right now. This is not what you want to be staring down the barrel of.
Okay, at the start of Ryan Brown's turn, 3 Sigils of Brilliance will pop, but not before he activates the Aether Bindings of the Third Age. 3 cards drawn here as those sigils leave. Yes, we have the spell at the ready. It's a 0 cost too. It's Etchings of Arcana. The last Channel Lightning Valley as well, and a little bit of go again with which to work.
And no Chum this time.
No Chum.
This is very likely the last turn of the game. We will have to see how Ryan Brown plays this, but if Zachary Wallach can stop this onslaught of 8 cards, I would be amazed.
Beowulf says Zachary Wallach is about to see the sun, and I tend to agree. Ryan Brown might be burning bright on this turn, Michael.
Yeah, and this is what we like to see from Oscilio, these 8-card mega hands.
Chat is rising up in favor of the Oscilio right here. RIP, right and left. Let's see if it's going to be true, though. It's Fry, 3 go again right here. And if Zach doesn't respect it, which he will, a Channel Lightning Valley is going to come down and draw Ryan Brown yet another card. In this case, however, not going to quite get there.
Yeah, just save it for next attack.
But does he have the action points here, Michael?
Well, he has... let's see. He's got a lot of instants, and I think what we're going to see is just a dumping of the instants and then a play of the Eclectic Magnetism, which it seems like it's a lot of damage, but this is kind of one of those things where he can't like loop the... he can't loop the Gone in the Flash the way that he would have liked to. So this hand is losing a lot of value that it would have otherwise had, but it's still very likely enough to get in there, as we now see the electrostatic discharge coming down for 3 power on the next attack, and likely having to pitch for the Eclectic Magnetism.
But that's A-okay, because he's got plenty of cards in hand. He's going to have to pitch some of them no matter what, because the action points just aren't there. He does, however, have an instant speed shock. I couldn't see which one it was. It was one of the yellows. I can't tell if it's the 0-cost shock or the 1-cost shock.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it has a ball. Oh, no, that's the other side of the card.
It doesn't look like the 0-cost one.
Yeah.
That does not look like Consigned to Cosmos to me.
Yeah.
So he could leak yet another lightning ping in there, but does he have the resources to do it is the real question.
Yeah, and I think he's tanking because as
so Comet Storm Shock.
Okay.
That's actually kind of huge. That's a resource sink right there.
It is good, and he can pay for it with a Mind Warp, but he has 3 spells in hand, which is not really what he wants. And, you know, as much as we were talking about Zach seeing the sun here, I don't know that this hand converts very efficiently.
It's going to be a resource puzzle for Ryan to figure out. Looks like Comet Storm Shock going into the pitch zone here. Eclectic Magnetism on the combat chain. Zach knows he has to respect this because there's a huge ceiling. I'm sorry, not coming in for 5, coming in for 8.
Right.
Possibly calling a judge here because it wasn't represented properly. Ryan just had to tank a lot about the rest of his turn, so he kind of forgot that the electrostatic discharge was resolved earlier. Either that or there's something else that we got to talk about here.
Yeah, we will see how the judge call goes. We've got the 8 die sitting on the table, so it seems that Zach is happy to represent that number.
It's also entirely possible that Ryan is wanting to resolve that Channel Lightning Valley beforehand, maybe trying to think about how triggers get ordered. He's probably thinking that he wants the card draw, but does he still get to play a non-attack action card on this chain link if he allows the attack to hit first?
Okay.
Because Eclectic Magnetism says you have the next non-attack action card you play, this chain link can be played as though it was an instant.
Right. So I see. I'm at least in my experience, I'm very aware that after the damage has resolved, you still have a window to play.
I think it definitely
cards.
goes Ryan's favor.
So
he's probably just dotting his I's and crossing his T's.
That makes sense. We'll see. It looks like the players are back, continuing this some temperature sun, whether it's a blast from the sun itself or more of a flashlight is to be seen.
Ryan Brown currently at about, can we give him 1,000 watts right now?
I don't know if that's a lot or a little, but we certainly have some voltage and watt combination.
Okay, some amount of voltage coming out of Ryan Brown right now. It's reaching not quite a fever pitch for my co-caster, but we're getting there. Channel Lightning Valley draws another card.
Could you cook a steak with 1,000 watts, or?
Yes, slowly.
Slowly.
Like your microwave is generally 1,000 watts.
Okay, so a slow cook right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're at TV dinner in 5 minutes at the moment.
This turn is feeling like about 950 watts to me.
Oh my God, not even a microwave.
It's not that amazing. It's not lethal.
No, it is a mind warp here. Ryan electing not to resolve that shock that is now in his pitch zone. And Zach, just taking 8 here, down to 6. He is under the effect of mind warp, though. Also pitching himself an Eye of Ophidia, so fixing the card that he is going to draw off of that mind warp. Actually, I don't think he can. Back to the judge desk.
Yeah.
Sleepy Connor comes back into Zachary's player cam to resolve yet another confusing thing. At the beginning of the day, he said, nobody asked me any hard questions. And
That's
he's getting
fair.
2 in one match.
Yeah, it's the way that you feel after going to Vegas. You just come back and you are in a haze for at least a week. I know that I've been feeling it. A lot of fun, but staying up till 3 in the morning. Wow.
But Michael, that also didn't stop you from going undefeated in our Team Sealed event.
That's true. I carried you all the way to a 3-1. Unfortunately, I was not. My team was too heavy for the 4-0, but not for me.
Okay, carried.
You did great. I'll have to look over at Patrick at his 1-3 record.
Yeah, with a Sealay Sarong, no less.
Oh, yeah,
we were allowed to play the Legendary in the Treasure Pack, and poor
couldn't
Patrick
get there.
R got tanked.
It looks like we're drawing back up. Zachary Wallach, no cards in hand and 6 life to work with. Full tempo on Ryan Brown's side, but once again, the Oscilio question, what can you do with no equipment?
And usually it's not too much. There's a Gone and a Flash in the hand, Gone and a Flash in the arsenal, Oscilio ability yet to be used. So we have some of the recipe, but the problem is the action points,
Yeah,
Michael.
but I see a current funnel, and that's a huge deal when coupled with what I believe is a fry. So it does look like he'll be able to efficiently convert this hand.
I don't see a fry, but I do see a Consign to Cosmos, which is a lightning. That is a Gone and a Flash, my friend.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I do see a Consign to Cosmos, which is
Yep.
a lightning action, which means then the current funnel can be used to give the next thing go again after the current funnel.
So it's still pretty efficient to do a 1-card 1, but deciding here, paying 1 to amp it, I'm a little bit surprised to see that because he has the etchings in hand, the etchings of Arcana.
Maybe it was just so that he could get another draw off the
we're
Channel
still
Lightning
playing
Valley.
on
Oh, this is Zach's
Yeah,
turn.
so he's trying to find lethal here with Zach with no hand. I do like this play. I
is
don't
pretty
think
sick.
he got there.
But he is drawing cards on his opponent's turn. He's
Yeah.
probably just trying to fix so that he can
Okay.
have something good to do on his own turn.
Yeah, chipping 2 damage here is actually really sick.
There's a sigil of Aether as well. So at the top of this next turn, Zach is going to be asked the question, do you want to AB? I tend to think the answer is going to be yes, especially with a Channel Lightning Valley on the board. But
Yeah. Stripping a card at the start of the turn, though, is a very, very powerful thing to do.
Zach just double checking the wording on that. 1 arcane damage should be coming his way if it connects. Amp 1.
Did we miss life? Is Zach at 2 right now?
No, he was at 6
He was
before
at
he
6
took the
and
2 arcane
okay,
damage.
Thank you.
Okay, so no amp off of the sigil of Aether. Nevertheless, Ryan is activating Volzar and sending Etchings of Arcana. Just 3, just a arcane head jab. Zach blocks 2, go down to 1, and Ryan gets to draw another card. It's a shock. It's a
good.
0-cost shock. He's going to be able to hold on to it for the next turn, potentially dump a ton of lightning instants and kill Zach on his turn.
I think the most he can hope for is like 5 damage from it if he gets a bunch of instants, which he didn't. He got
Okay, one is
instant.
good. One is good.
So Zach cannot go down to no resources at any point this turn, or he could die.
Okay, right now, Zach resolves in a Vast Yi, which is exactly what he needs right now. Next ally attack is going to get go again, and Sawbones is resolved here. Zach asking about all these priority windows. Probably knows that a 0-cost shock could spell doom, but no, he has gone down to 0 resources. Does Ryan Brown smell blood? There's 2 Sawbones, however, resolved at this point. Only 1 has actually become an ally, so Zach can only prevent 1 arcane damage if Ryan Brown decides to throw the hand on his turn.
I think he's 1 short because it was a Sawbones specifically. Because it's 2 from the 1, and then he can play 1 other instant. That is a source of Arcane, though. Actually, he might have it.
He might have it. Ryan Brown, if he can deal 4 arcane damage to Zachary Wallach, he will clinch this last round of the AGE June Swiss.
We'll see what he wants to do.
We've got 2 instants in hand, so that's 2 triggers on Volzar. And then, yeah, that is 4 arcane damage. Here we go. Shock, costing 1. Gaining 1 amp on the Volzar. Pitching a card from hand. Zach says, take the 1, down to 2. Ryan Brown then says 0-cost shock, amp up that Volzar again, and probably activate it in response, which means that 3 arcane damage comes through. Zach has no cards in hand, and that's it. Exact lethal for Ryan Brown on Oscilio Constella Intelligence.
Man, I gotta say, I love this new card so much, not just because it's powerful and it helps one of my favorite heroes in the entire game, but because it is an instant and it fits with that wizard identity. One of the things I always kind of felt was a little bit lacking was that Oscilio sort of felt like this like Aurora Light type of thing. Like you weren't really killing your opponent on their turn, which is what wizards love to do. But seeing that happen here right now, I am so happy. That was great. Congratulations to Ryan Brown for finding that lethal and closing it out, and by doing it on his opponent's turn like a real wizard should.
Michael, I remember when you were telling me about the Oscilio deck in the early days of the Rosetta meta and telling me how powerful that 1-cost shock was with Vaporize. And just because it was an instant speed source of arcane damage and a lightning card. And you said, man, if they ever let me have a 0-cost shock, I am going to be cooking. And here we go. Ryan Brown shows that that is exactly the sauce that Oscilio needed.
And they even let us block with it. Thank you, LSS.
Praise be to LSS
Yes.
and the lightning gods above. It does seem like Gravy Bones are falling right and left. We've only seen 1 win on stream today, despite the fact that we've had 4 on camera.
And it seems like the aggressively slanted heroes are the ones that are able to punish this. And I think that a lot of the playtesting and the people that were sort of talking about how powerful Gravy Bones really is in this meta, we're taking that into account. We're testing into aggro decks and basically saying, like, this deck only has legs if it can beat aggro. But here we see say that even though that is the assumption that they've got this game plan and ability to beat aggro decks, it didn't really pan out here or in the game before.
And it's the value of identifying how powerful these product releases are going to be, not necessarily in terms of just raw numbers or value or anything like that, but also popularity. I mean, Gravy Bones, whether or not he becomes the mainstay in the meta, there's going to be representation. He's just too cool not to play.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll be right back with an interview with Ryan Brown, the man that could shock Zachary Wallach out of the sky. Turns out that he didn't really need a full-on solar flare. He just needed a 1,000-watt microwave and then a toaster.
He was throwing D batteries at him, just like clunking him on the head.
Whatever it took, he got there, and we will be back with Ryan Brown after this. amps and kilowatts and other lightning words. Oh my, it's Ryan Brown who's in the booth with us after zapping the heck out of Zachary Wallach on Gravy Bones. How you feeling, Ryan?
I'm feeling great. We're having a great time today. Brought a different deck, and it's been treating me well.
You know, it's funny. I think this was the first deck you brought to AGE this year, and you got toasted.
I think I was last place in the tournament after some people dropped. So,
Heck yeah, baby. For last to first, is that what we're saying?
Well, I hope so. Yeah, I love it. I'm in.
Dude, so Michael obviously is a massive Oscilio fan. So we were talking a lot about the advent of this zero-cost shock and how it shapes the deck. And you put on a masterclass of exactly how it changes the math for Oscilio. I mean, you killed Zachary Wallach on his turn. It wasn't a Kano burst of fire. It was just kind of like trickling in lightning bolts here and there, but it was exactly enough to get it done. How much has that card changed this deck?
Oh, man. I mean, when I was playing it at the beginning of the year, love the deck. It's great. I already, had the Marvel. I had to commit. So it felt like you just needed that one more piece to make it feel like, you can lose to the deck, but it just needed to feel a little more consistent. And this is it. It does everything. It's more than we could have asked for as Oscilio players. And I've been loving it. I think it's what we needed.
It's been a long time since I've been in the casting booth and I've had the whole wait, whose turn is it? And you managed to make that happen with that zero-cost shock, the turn before the kill turn, which was nice. It was good to be kept on my toes. I'm sure it kind of unlocked a little bit of what keeps you drawn to Wizard in general in this game as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Shock. I think it's going to keep me with Oscilio for longer than it would otherwise. So I think that's exactly right. And it's the Gravy matchup especially. I mean, it's so, I've been playing on Talishar. I've been queuing into just Gravy after Gravy, and that's why I decided to bring it today, because it just feels like it's so good in that matchup. You can shock their Rigor Mortis, you can, amp and kill something bigger, and you just keep the tempo and keep them off big hands, and it's been feeling really good in that matchup. So,
nevertheless, we were rather worried for you. I mean, Zach established 3 allies in one turn very early on in that game. Were you sweating at all?
I was sweating. He was playing the chums really well, and that took a lot of damage out of the deck. But I just knew I just need to keep going face, keep him off the hands. He doesn't block great. And we got there. So there was a couple turns I was hoping he didn't have the D-React, and he didn't block as well as I thought he could have, so it was perfect.
So even though you didn't have the quintessential Oscilio pop-off turn, I mean, you kind of got close with that 3 Sigil hand and the Gone in a Flash in the Arsenal, but Chum ate 8 of the damage on that turn, which is exactly what we were worried about for the majority of that game, especially because Zach got to play every single Chum in his deck. But nevertheless, you found the damage after expending all of those extremely useful equipment pieces, which is usually the question you have to ask. Sure, you can burn bright for a turn, but what do we do after that?
Yep, I was looking at an 8-card hand. I'm like, okay, there has to be some way to use my bindings this turn, and there was. So we got there, but it was sweating without the embodiment of lightning. I'll tell you that. So
yeah, because action points just seem to be the resource that Oscilio can't generate.
Yeah,
unless you're on that fabled Lightning Greaves turn.
That's right. Yeah, the embodiments are so important. If you're playing Oscilio and you're feeling like it's not working for you, you don't know what you're supposed to do. It's just you got to value the action, the embodiment super high. So
Ryan, you up until this point have pretty much been a Kano one trick, and I'm really interested to hear what exactly about Oscilio was the thing that could kind of siphon you away from your one true love, Kano, Dracaya of Aether.
I think I'm just having more fun. I don't know if it's a better choice for the day, but Kano recently has just been feeling a little casino-y, and I've been having some tough losses. I know, another AGE have hit an eye off the top, played a Pro Quest next weekend and hit another eye. It's been feeling rough. So I'm excited to play some games, feel a little more interactive, and we're playing more flesh and blood, I think.
Do you feel like you have more agency with Oscilio?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like you have the cycles. You're gonna win or lose the game for the most part. Whereas Kano right now, it just feels like you gotta play the odds and hope you get a little lucky. So it's powerful, but it's sketchy. You're going to take a couple losses.
I was talking a lot with Eugene Kalipchik, who is another Kano mainstay here at AG and abroad in the greater Southern California region. And he was telling me, man, if I passed this deck over to you right now, you would play it pretty much as well as I would, because you're just banishing off the top, trying to find the open the floodgates and trying not to hit the gems. And that's just the way it is. I don't tend to agree with him. I don't think I can pilot that deck as well as he can, but his words resonated with me in a big way. So even though a probably healthy amount of power was taken out of the game with tomes and other tools that Wizard had at their disposal, do you agree that the deck just doesn't feel as skill intensive?
Totally. I mean, it also removed just the stacking element that was so I fell in love with, last year around this time, and it was, that felt like I was really testing myself and trying to figure that out, and now I'm just, excited for some LL. I'm going to bring the Kano back, of course, and play with my tomes, and we're going to have a blast. So, yeah.
Yeah, and that is a format that is coming to you via Worlds Philadelphia. It has been, Worlds Philadelphia. I know my cities. Yeah. I was about to say Worlds Pennsylvania, but those are the same kind of thing. That will be a format that is competitive 100% in the Flesh and Blood world, and you can see Ryan Brown slinging Aether stuff this way and that in that format. I do have to ask you, Ryan, Michael and I were trying to compare your combo turn to something electric. We were thinking, okay, this turn is either going to be as bright as the sun or perhaps as bright as like a watch battery. Eventually, Michael settled on, okay, that turn was a 1,000-watt microwave, and then you threw a couple D batteries in order to finish him off. Do you think that comparison is about right on the scale of how powerful Oscilio turns can be?
I think it was like a toaster, and then I plugged in a refrigerator after with the sigils. I knew I was going to have something after, so it was like I could spend my turn, I could spend my boots, and I was like, okay, I know something's going to happen the next turn. So.
Did you at least throw the toaster into the bathtub?
Toaster in the bathtub with gravy, and that's pretty good against allies. So.
Respect. That'll definitely get it done. Zombies do get shocked to death just like people do. Yeah. Well, absolutely. Ryan Brown, I wish you the best of luck. You are absolutely locked for top 8 if you weren't the round before. And we're going to see more Constella Intelligence in the top 8 coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. We got more Flesh and Blood, more Ryan Brown, and more AGE.
Thanks, Bryce.
After this. The cut has been made to the top 8 here at the June AGE Open, and unfortunately, the only high seas hero that has made that cut is Gravy Bones, the shipwrecked looter. And there's 2 of them here. One who has been fighting for his life the entire day. That is Charles Dunn, our ex-national champion. And there are a couple Cindras up there too, Michael. We haven't seen any of them on stream because they've just been slice and dicing their way through pretty much everybody at this tournament. We've been trying to give you guys some matches that are going to last a little bit longer than 3 turns.
Yeah, first place there, Anthony just tearing through the Gravy Bones, having great matchups all the way up, didn't drop a game. And then, of course, the other Cindra, Travis Wagner, another great showing, showed up in the top 8 last month on this very pick. Seems to be loving it into this meta.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff to look at here at this top 8 bracket while my co-caster works his way through a gas bubble that is definitely boiled up through that matcha coffee that I got him to inject a little bit of adrenaline into this cast.
It could have been a thought I was working through. It wasn't, but it could have been.
Oh, much love, buddy. There's nothing but love. And we got to take a look at what all of our players are playing for. There's, of course, a plethora of cash on the line. It's $1,000 total prize pool every single month here at AGE. But that all boils up to the Players' Championship, which will be $3,000 of USD on the line, as well as a PTI, as well as a gold cold foil. And how do they get there, Michael?
It's that AGE open point sitting right there on the right side of the chart. 30 for the winner, 25 for second. Third through fourth get 20, fifth through eighth get 15. And thanks to the size of this tournament, a lot of people walked out of here with 12 and 8. Relatively speaking, only, I believe, 11 people got that not-so-coveted 1 for participation. So a great day to show up to play Flesh and Blood if you're shooting for that AGE Players' Championship. But, of course, we're down to the top 8 now.
Sometimes it is not how many events you show up to, it's which events you show up to. And let's see if we see any familiar names from that top 8. Patrick R. is definitely sitting there. He is our highest seed in the Players' Championship run that has made top 8 today. We've also got Tyler Horspool in there, who is not in cosplay, perhaps in the most terrifying cosplay that he could be in, and that's himself.
Yeah. In the game store gear, top deck heat, thanks to Tyler Horspool helping us get this all put together.
We've also got Peter Buddensiek in this top 8, hanging out at the 8th seed in the Players' Championship race. Aiden Kwasniewski and Paul Selinske narrowly missed that cut, but they both secured, I believe, 12 more AGE points apiece, so they are probably locked for that Players' Championship unless something terrible goes wrong. Travis Wagner has also made his way there. There's a bunch of losers on the way down there who either didn't make it or didn't make the top 8 cut today. Zachary Wallach, however, is getting in there, which is great because he has drifted very close to the edge of this top 16. There's also a brand new player fighting for his life. That's Anthony Del Taco Zichella, who is a Odyssey local, also a new dad, so he hasn't been able to come out to an AGE Open in some time, but man, what a showing for his first one of the year.
Yeah, does that mean he's sitting at 0, or do we know what his point total is?
He's currently at 0. I don't believe he's made a single event this season.
So just first place 2, and you're good. You're locked.
Yeah, easy peasy for Anthony. He's really good in the Draconic seat, and he's showing that his Cindra play is just as good as his Fi once was.
Yeah, definitely a player that I fear at my locals. Whenever I sit down in front of him, I know the game is going to be quick, and I know he's going to play it with the utmost cutthroat efficiency in the aggro seat.
Alrighty, folks. Well, Fire has beaten Gravy Bones. Lightning has beaten Gravy Bones, but can the Light? Tyler Horspool is going to see if he can show the light to Peter Buddensiek, and it's Prism, Awakener of Soul, on the left side of your screen versus Peter Buddensiek, who we have already seen on camera today with Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. Looks like Tyler Horspool has the right to choose turn order. What will he pick?
Thematically, you'd think that someone representing the light side of the elements would have no problem decimating the undead. But in this case, this matchup certainly can go either way, and Prism may be a little bit unfavored, as it can be challenging to defeat the board state hero represented with Gravy Bones.
Tyler Horspool on the play here as his right to choose, probably just wanting to make sure that Gravy Bones cannot establish an ally on turn 1. But Tyler, unfortunately, a little bit unfortunately, pitching away a Figment of Erudition on turn 1. I guess he'd rather see it now than drawing back up. So a little bit of fortune coming his way. He won't have to deal with Figment of Erudition in his hand when he least wants to. Right now, it is Herald of Protection in the red. 7 go again.
And I love that he's using the Gravy Bones sleeves in his Prism deck here, facing off against the Gravy.
And Hot Dog, it's a block with gold-baited hook on turn 1 here, followed up by a Blood in the Water, discarding a Sawbones to cover up that 7 breakpoint. But Tyler's got another one here. It's Wartune Herald coming in for yet another 7, and Tyler forced to go balls to the wall here on turn 0 because he's got 2 Figments in hand, now both of which are in the pitch.
And as normal as it is for players to try to set up that arsenal on the first turn of the game when they're going first, I still really like the way that players are respecting the Conqueror of the High Seas, and sort of when it's, half a dozen one way, 6 the other, it seems like the players are opting not to put that arsenal card down, and I like that.
Tyler very happy to establish a Figment on this turn 1, though the one that he would really like to find in this point is in the pitch zone. Figment of Erudition would generate a Ponder token and also threaten a flip into Soraya for the rest of the game. In this case, just picking up a Figment of Protection and generating a Spectral Shield token for his trouble.
I think that's a good point. He would have definitely preferred that to be an Erudition at this point, to then also get the arsenal on top of this brutal 14 damage start.
Yeah, and 2 damage leaked through. All of a sudden, that inherent life deficit that Prism has a part of her hero text is now only 6 points. 32 plays 38 as we pass over to Peter, who, has done a little bit of filtering, gotten an ally in the grave, but hasn't been able to select what his next hand is going to bring because Tyler stripped every single card out of it.
And interestingly, opting to flip that Angel, so now sitting on ward 4+1 in the form of the Spectral Shield means that effectively the health totals are almost equal. How do you feel about this choice here?
To flip the Angel, I think it's probably fine, honestly. The only argument against it, in my eyes, is going to Zero Soul. That is a resource that you have to be very careful about when you're playing Prism. That being said, Tyler is the Prism guy. His track record on the original Prism is pretty unprecedented.
Scary.
So Peter has 2 allies. I think those are indicated to be in the grave after a Chart the High Seas hit. Swabby and Sawbones are lying in wait. Peter's got 3 cards with which to work. I think there's a Prismatic Ley Line. No. It was another ally. Activating Gravy Bones is Peter Buddensiek. Found himself a Conqueror of the High Seas, but he doesn't have the blues to work with. He's got a Swiftwater Sloop and a Conqueror of the High Seas here.
Yeah, short 1 blue to turn either of those on. High Tide is not now.
No, he's got Chart the High Seas, so there is a blue in the pitch just thanks to that card. So he has 1 more blue in the hand, can activate the High Tide effect.
Okay, that is very helpful, and still able to put the Conqueror in the arsenal for later when it can have more value. So 6 coming through. Tyler has a nice buffer, and we'll see if he chooses to utilize that now.
Yes,
or if he wants to block, it seems right away just, okay, thanks for the life. Angel and Spectral Shield, those go to the grave.
And perhaps that's the real reason that Tyler was all too happy to flip over that Figment on turn 1. And now Swabby coming in on the backside thanks to Dead Threads.
Yeah, and this is one of those allies that can be so inefficient for Prism to clear, since all of her cards say 6 or more on them with Go Again. The 3 life total is effectively 6.
And Tyler finding a lot of Figments once again. It's two Figment hands back to back. Herald of Erudition hits Swabby, so draws 2 cards and goes straight to Soul. Tyler is feeling really good about that start to this turn.
Yeah, really great use of the Herald Erudition. Using it to clear, you still get the draw in this, and now I'm going to have to learn which cards say draw on hit and which ones say draw on hero hit, because that's a very important distinction when you are playing against an ally generator.
Luckily, Tyler Horspool is playing at lightning speed, so we don't even have to pause to think and ponder it. The cards are already drawn, and the Figment has hit the board. It's a Figment of Judgment.
Judgment coming out, and this one, when it hits the field, can turn a card in a banished zone face down. Not really that useful.
Probably indicates that Tyler is just going to flip it immediately in order to get an extra life buffer once again. I tend to think that these early turns between these 2 decks are going to be a lot of posturing.
Now, when that Angel attacks, does it target cards in graveyard?
You may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, turn a card in a banished zone face down. So it's really like a shadow hero killer.
Right. It would have been so good against Gravy if it could turn those zombies in the graveyard face down, but not able to do that.
No, because they are in the graveyard and not in the banished zone. In this case, I think Tyler is trying to posture his way to a board state where he has an excess of soul before he ventures out and gets that Figment of Erudition, because he wants to be able to consistently swing with it and banish cards from soul and just go resource positive, essentially.
Yeah, and I wonder how well Peter can clear these Angels once they get established. I know Gravy has some Go Again, but that's actually one of the limitations of this deck. So if Tyler's able to establish multiple Angels, I can see it being a bit troublesome for Peter to clear on the other side.
Tyler seems to be establishing a Spectra Aura. Pierce Reality is going to give the first Illusionist attack action card he plays every turn +2, which can really add up if Peter decides not to deal with it. That being said, those allies are probably pretty good at removing Spectra when needed. This is going to be an interesting match either way. Chat is popping off about how contentious it is, like whether it is Prism favored, whether it is Gravy favored. I will say, folks, both Peter and Charles Dunn, the master himself, have been talking about this matchup, and they feel pretty good into it. We'll have to see if they've got the stuff to get through Tyler Horspool, though.
Those are 2 very good players, and I trust their opinions. However, have you asked Tyler how he feels about it?
Nah, because I don't want to hear what he has to say.
Fair enough. But if Tyler feels otherwise, I would certainly put some stock in his opinion as well.
No, Tyler is an incredible player in his own right, and I am sure he is ready for this board state menace. Enlightened Strike, 5 Go Again at Tyler Horspool here. It's the follow-up to Murderous Rabble. 1 in the float. Once Peter closes this combat chain, he will have access to a Limpet, Hopalong, and a Sawbones in the grave.
That's a pretty nice board state to be able to set up after all of this damage is being sent. A very aggressive turn from Peter Buddensiek.
Especially when that 1 resource is going to convert to 2 Go Again almost immediately when you play that Limpet Hopalong.
No blocks, reactions. No reactions.
No blocks here. Tyler Horspool has the answer, though. It's Soul Shield. Pitching another Figment here. Tyler has been drawing Figment after Figment.
I guess it's nice to get them sort of all out of the way. I haven't seen anything too critical, although, wow, I bet he wishes he still had that Soul Shield for this Conqueror.
This is a whopping attack here. The boat is coming in for 8 Go Again, thanks to the fact that there are 2 blue cards in the pitch zone for Peter Buddensiek. And Tyler does have an arsenal he wants to protect. That being said, the max value that card in hand can block is probably 3. And he, with the Angel, that means 1 damage would leak through.
Yeah, not quite enough to stop it. And certainly Tyler not wishing that he still had the Soul Shield in hand.
Caught between a rock and a hard place is Tyler Horspool. If he had, however, pitched a blue for that Soul Shield, he would still have access to some ward on his chest piece, Empyrean Rapture, but alas, that is just not the case. Tyler has got to take face the music, take 3 damage, lose his Arsenal, give Peter a gold token, descend on down to 20, and probably just Arsenal pass.
Yeah, really well played from Peter, representing a different play line in his graveyard, but sort of juking it and juking Tyler as well.
Yep, Arsenal pass is all that Tyler can do. It's back over to Peter for more carnage. And how do we start that carnage? It's, of course, Limpet Hop Along. Bloody Limpy Sword is coming Tyler's way to go again. Peter pitching a proxied Eye of Ophidia. And taking a look at the top, it's 2 blues, Portside Exchange and Murderous Rabble. He doesn't have a Chart the High Seas, but he does have a Saltwater Swell, which does mean that he can go very resource positive on this turn if he so chooses.
Yeah, the only question is, does he have the cards to spend those resources on? Choosing to bottom 1 of the blues. An Arclight Sentinel being pitched here to activate the Halo. This is supposed to be one of Prism's bigger turns, activating that Halo. So choosing to do it here.
And to great effect. It's Figment of Ravages, which will deal 1 arcane damage to Limpet Hopalong. Limpet only has 1 life, and that means Go Again doesn't resolve. Tyler has time-walked Peter, and Peter is not happy about it one bit. There was a scratch on the back of the head indicating he was not wanting that to resolve that way.
Yeah, that's one way to use Arclight Sentinel. Basically same effect, except you pitch it instead of play it for 6.
Yep, and Figment of Ravages is on your screen. It does say deal 1 damage to any target. This is exactly the kind of thing that we saw interacting between Enigma and, say, Kasai. Colin Erickson was shunting Ward Auras right and left, specifically against Peter Buddensiek in our last Players' Championship. And this is indeed how this interaction works.
I remember doing that with Kano against Dromai, with the one that can target allies. It's like a flame. It's like a torch. It can target multiple allies.
It is a torch. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank here, too.
Finally got you on one.
Singe?
Singe, that's the one.
I got there. And getting there is also Sleepy Connor, who is making headway on that judge call, and we'll be back down to the match floor in no time flat. But I do tend to think that this one is going to go in favor of Tyler Horspool, and the action point is going to be consumed. Peter's going to have to do nothing but pass.
Yeah, whatever it is, I think they will resolve it quickly. And in the meantime, I love what I'm seeing here. This is a scrappy game. I love the interactions that we're seeing so far. Just both players shutting each other down, playing this hyper sort of defensively aligned, like disruptive, but on your opponent's turn type of stuff. I mean, how cool is this? Pinging the Limpet, and then just the turn prior, we saw the Conqueror just coming in and absolutely decimating the hand of the Prism player. So we are going blow for blow in this, really shaping up to be a debate that we may not solve by the end of this match about who is better, Prism or Gravy.
It might be one of those classic 90-90 matchups.
Sure.
The Prism player feels incredibly favored. And I don't think it's altogether uncouth to say that, because both of these heroes are very highly intensive in terms of their skill expression. Yeah. So I generally think that a lot of the time these matchups are going to be the better player wins, not to put any undue pressure on Tyler Horspool or Peter Buddensiek. But, you know, like if you are playing against random Talishar people day in and day out as a really well-seasoned Prism player and a bunch of new Gravy Bones in the field, yeah, you're probably winning a lot of those.
We see a popper here. One of the reasons that Gravy is happy to face into that Prism is the number of poppers that they bring.
Sea Legs popping that Herald of Protection here. Phantasmal Footsteps paying for the action point back. What he can't get back, however, is that Pierce of Reality trigger. It's important to note that Tyler knew about that Sea Legs because it was revealed on the top of Peter Buddensiek's deck.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to play into the popper. Not much you can do to play around it.
Tyler has spent one of the 2 cards he has in Soul in order to flip that Angel. Has the option to send it for an additional arcane damage. On swing at the cost of more Soul, of course. However, it is over to Peter's turn, and he is drawing the top card of his deck, which he saw off of Compass. Golden Tipple is the follow-up here. Fantastic discard of the Sea Legs. Gold Kiss Rum generated there, which means that Peter can go a little bit wider.
doesn't really have the allies engraved to support anything crazy on that axis. Of course, the rest of his hand could say otherwise, but this could be a Gold Kiss Rum save for later until that graveyard gets filled up a little bit more. We'll have to see.
Tyler's got himself a lot of cards that block, and he's thrown one in front of this golden tipple. The follow-up here from Peter seems to be a port-side exchange, closing the combat chain, of course, discarding an ally. That's an Oyston going to the graveyard, and now Peter has access to all of his watery grave.
The Sawbones, an extremely powerful ally. The Oyston, a very effective ally for being 0 cost. So 2 good hits here, and 1 resource to speak of.
Peter has not tapped Gravy Bones as of yet, so he has access to the Gold Kiss Rum, but he's just going to go a little bit wider. Saltwater Swell going to reveal a golden tipple off the top and pitch it immediately. Peter has 3 resources now with which to use on this turn, and his 3 go again once again at Tyler Horspool. Are you going to protect this angel is the question that Peter continues to ask.
And I think that's a really big hit. That allows him to develop and swing with the Sawbones.
Another block from Tyler Horspool. He's got 2 more cards in hand, and Peter wants to keep up the pressure. He thumbs the Sawbones. He resolves the Sawbones.
1.
Down to 1 resource right here. Has the option to drink some rum, get more go again.
Yeah, it's a curious question to sort of fill the board up with more allies. I don't think it affects his offensive power.
Peter grabbing the rum. Is he going to take a shot? No. Instead, it is the Mage Master Boots here with the last resource floating. Oyston from the graveyard gets go again here.
Dead threads to get a resource.
And the use of Dead Threads right here, probably to swing this Sawbones. Yes, activating Hook as well because he played a Golden Tipple and generated a gold token earlier this turn. This is a free gold token if it connects with Tyler Horspool's face.
And it's coming in for 5 with only ward 4, so this would ask Tyler for 6?
It should be 6.
Looks fine to me.
Okay.
1, 2.
Should be 6 here naturally on Sawbones.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Had me looking for a frailty token there, Michael.
I was thinking Anka, I think.
Yep.
Resources, bud.
That would make sense. Well, players are just counting back the resources and making sure that everything is above board. But I do think it is. There was a draw with that Tip the Barkeep, which then went into Golden Tipple. That's the first blue there. Saltwater Swell. Oh.
I'm saying you don't have another one to attack.
Actually, I think Tyler might be right here because where did the resource come from for the Saltwater Swell? I think Peter did not correctly represent the fact that his Golden Tipple, or I'm sorry, the last resource floating didn't pay for the Saltwater Swell. I think he forgot to tick down the resource off of Golden Tipple.
Okay, so still could swing with the...
Now we're both in the wrong.
Tyler's saying we're both in the wrong here, and it's kind of true here. This is going to be a hard board state to back up because at this point, Peter, ultimately, Peter shouldn't have the card in the pitch zone from the Saltwater Swell.
Oh, it was all the way back there.
It was all the way back there
yikes.
because it was pay 2 to draw off of gold.
Yeah.
The last one floating played the red Golden Tipple. Which was drawn off of that gold. I think Peter left the die there accidentally, then used that one to resolve the Saltwater Swell.
I see. So
that's a rough one to back up.
I mean, this is maybe just a question I shouldn't be asking until we get the judge call, but
Then
I'm
don't
curious
ask
what
it.
typically happens in a spot like this. Don't straight face me, bro.
I'm just kidding. I don't know what normally happens in this situation. I tend to think that, I mean, you can't let the saltwater swell. I honestly am not a judge.
Yeah,
so
this
I'm
is a
not
tough
going to
one.
pontificate
It's a
here.
tough one.
I'm going to let Sleepy Connor handle this one. I know he is going to handle it well. And let's check in on the rest of our matches. Sock Puppet Justin, can we have some results, please? Charles got destroyed by Cindra, unfortunately, and I think that is the story of the day. If there's one thing that we now know is a good answer to Gravy, it's any hero that has a lot of red on their card.
I mean, Mask of Momentum, too. It's just, oh, thanks for the ally and free draw. I'll just take your card off the board and get one back in return.
So
really powerful.
Things really breaking Cindra's way today, and Anthony is just like, what a great first event for him to show up to. I mean, like he's been scrapping away on Cindra and 5 for so long, just waiting for the day that those Draconic Ninjas could come back into the meta, and he comes here and tears through everybody who just wanted to have a good time on a new hero.
He's been that Phi truther for so long, and then when Cindra came out and sort of gave a little bit of a revitalization to the Draconic Ninja archetype, he's been loving that hero.
Well, while we wait for this judge call, let's take a minute to thank our sponsors. That's Top Deck Keep, the place that we are residing right here and now. Magnificent facilities, amazing people. Case in point, Tyler Horspool is our consigliere here. He works at Top Deck Keep all year round, and he's been facilitating the scheduling of these events and also the clean bathrooms, I assume, too.
Yeah. Home court advantage to Tyler Horspool.
Which hasn't really broken his way for the rest of the year.
He's in top 8
You're
right
right.
now.
You're right. He's in top 8 up until this point is what I mean.
Yeah, and he's also, I think, like number 6 on the standings.
He's somewhere in there, that's for
7.
sure.
Yeah.
7th. No, yeah. You're proving me wrong here, Michael. Tyler Horspool is feeling A-okay with the way that this season has shaken out.
A little bit of caster bias here. Bryce clearly showing his colors.
Well, Tyler Horspool is part of Team Top Deck Keep, and they are our sworn mortal enemy.
I mean,
Tyler
everybody
Horspool
is,
specifically.
right? Team AGE is sort of the good guy, and the rest of we're the protagonists.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say nobody likes us.
I mean, that might be true too.
No,
but
that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. We're from LA. Everybody loves us.
Oh yeah, nobody has anything against that city.
Nope. Everything's going swimmingly here, folks.
Yeah.
Shall we talk about what is on the line once again for these players? The winner is going to go home with $400. Second place, $200. Third through fourth, $100. And fifth through eight, $50. Which means that this match that we are unfolding before your very eyes is worth $50 and also 5 AGE points. All of the players in the top 8 are going to secure at least 15, which is nothing to shake your hat at when, especially like the bottom portions of the standings, 15th and 16th place, are sitting at 34, 37. So you can imagine how 15 points can skyrocket someone right into the running for the Players' Championship.
Half of the current 16th place total is a lot of points to inject into this.
And there are plenty more options on offer for folks who want to qualify for that Players' Championship. If you are in either neck of the woods that we represent, that's Los Angeles and New England, you can play in your very own AGE Open. We've got one coming up on June 28th in New England. That'll be in Nashua, New Hampshire. We're trying out a new location there. That's Grave Troll Games. Store owner Katie is trying to sport a no Magic the Gathering business model. That's right. Her main games are going to be Pokemon and Flesh and Blood. So we really want to be a part of that grand opening that just occurred earlier on this month. We'd love to support her. So get on out to Nashua, New Hampshire and play an AGE Open at Grave Troll Games. And AGLA comes back next month, the 13th of July. That's a Saturday. And then also Saturday, August 9th, right back here at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. Are you going to be there, Michael?
Oh, yeah. The Flesh and Blood continues, and I've been on a roll with this game. After Vegas, we've got this. We've got AGE East, which I will not be in attendance of, unfortunately, because we've got a new caster, Patrick, joining the team and getting him some reps, which I'm really happy for and excited to see how that one pans out.
Me too. Patrick is a natural. He was on 2 Opens ago, I want to say. They all kind of blur together.
I think that was the East, right, as well? Or
No. It was with you.
It was remote,
and
though.
Evan Bridges. Yes, it was remote.
Okay.
It was remote. And so Patrick will be joining the casting desk for that one. And then I will be in absence in LA in July. I'll be in Seattle, unfortunately.
Okay.
I mean, fortunately for me.
Yeah, sure. Anything you want to talk about in Seattle? What's the occasion?
There's a gum wall in Seattle, in case you guys don't know about this. It's one of the most unsettling things I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
Chewing gum?
Chewing gum wall. In the middle of downtown Seattle, you go down this alleyway. There's an otherwise gorgeous like brick kind of like gateway almost, I want to say, and one side of it is covered in used chewing gum.
Sure. That's interesting.
It's terrible, and it's even worse if you take a taste, let me tell you.
Oh, I was just going to go over there, throw some stuff at it, and see what sticks.
Would it have been mayonnaise by chance?
Mayonnaise would stick to anything. You don't need chewing gum for that.
Ew. Anyway, so yeah, Seattle, an otherwise gorgeous city, marred only by a massive used chewing gum wall. Sound off in chat if you've seen the gum wall.
It seems
So
to me
gnarly.
like the only bias you have is anything food related, and my God, is it strong.
No, certainly not.
Chewing gum, mayonnaise, obviously.
That's 2.
We were just talking about one.
I think it was something to do with ice cream.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was Ryan Brown's sorbet thing.
Any comments on the coffee? You're drinking the same thing as me.
Yeah, but mine's way better.
50% sugar, the clear, true choice.
Yeah.
25% is disgusting, I'm sure.
No, I tend to think that you're coming off a little healthier than me.
It's not a health choice, it's a flavor choice.
A flavor choice?
Yeah.
More sugar,
It's
more
too
better, right?
No. Why was a 50% of health choice or a flavor choice for you?
I've never fake disagreed with somebody more than I have with my co-caster here in the last 2 months of AGE Opens.
Is that really a health choice for you? Or are you
No,
like,
I don't.
because for me, it's like,
No, I
man,
think you're making the good health choice.
I would honestly, usually I go 0%, but I was just kind of feeling like a little bit of
I know you need a
zing.
little bit of a buzz, don't you?
Yeah, but I drink my coffee black. I don't put sugar in it. Again, it's a flavor choice for me, which
Cream,
is a
though?
weird. No.
No.
Yeah, I can do it. Like cream's fine. I just
Straight
don't
black coffee with
black
mayonnaise.
Coffee with mayonnaise. Yes, that's it. I mean, it turns creamy after you add the mayonnaise.
We promised Justin we wouldn't talk about mayonnaise.
Did we?
on this
I
open.
don't remember
I did.
promising that. Whoops. I mean, what are we supposed to do with this downtime, huh?
Yeah, definitely talk about mayonnaise. Okay, do you
Yeah.
have a particular brand that you gravitate towards?
No, I just take whatever. Like, it's not even.
Oh,
a
you're a
big thing for
craft
me.
mayonnaise guy?
What do they put out at the restaurants? I don't have any at home. It's not sitting in my fridge.
You don't home make it?
I have a Chipotle aioli, which is technically mayonnaise. Sitting
Yeah,
in
but
my
it's way
fridge.
better.
It is.
It's way better.
That was what I said. The first question you asked was about French fries, and I
Oh
said
my
I'll
gosh.
eat it with mayonnaise, but I'd rather with Chipotle
We're
aioli.
reeling here.
Yeah.
Let's see what Chad is saying. We got, was Portside Exchange played before Swell? Yeah. Went back to watch. Okay, then it would work. And he just swings Oyston instead. Aioli is not mayonnaise, says Random X Vids. Could
Thank
not agree
you.
with you more. It's not straight mayonnaise. That's for dang sure.
No, it's not. It's mixed.
Literally in the definition. I see the puppet master Justin Lewog walking back, which means we probably have that judge call cleared up, and we'll get back down to the match floor in short order. But in the meantime, you still have to look at our ugly mugs for just a couple seconds longer. So let's do a proper thank you to our sponsor, Top Deck Keep. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram at Top Deck Keep. You can also find them on TCG Player for all of your singles needs. And it's just not just Flesh and Blood, folks. It's Magic, it's Pokemon, it's, I don't know, assume Digimon, One Piece, etc.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Top Deck Keep is absolutely awesome. They're the official sponsor of the AGE Open Series here in LA. And in short order, we're going to go ahead and move back down to the match floor. Who do you think you give the edge to, Michael?
I think I need to see how this cleaned up. I think that matters a lot. This is an important turn.
Okay, we are rewinding back to the beginning of the turn. Peter did not have the resources to play the Saltwater Swell. He would have had to use Dead Threads in order to make that play. So we're going to back it all the way up and restart that turn. And that's how we're going to clear it up. That is the decree. We're not going to restart it. That is the decree of Connor. But we will proceed on back down to the match floor and take a look at how everything is proceeding. We do have a resolved Sawbones. We have a resolved Oyston. And the same 2 pitch cards are still in the pitch zone.
We have
like
a tapped Dead Threads, which looks like he was maybe forced to use that to pay for.
Yep. So it looks like we are just backing up as far as Peter swinging the Sawbones because he didn't have enough resources in order to do that. So I think the clear up here is to back up to the point where the Sawbones was swung, and instead the Oyston will be swung here. That would be my guess based on the way these players are posturing.
So yeah, it would be as if he used the Dead Threads in that situation to cast the Golden Tipple. And so that is tapped at the moment of the Sawbones being resolved. No resources left.
The Saltwater Swell, you mean? But yeah,
yes,
but yes.
sorry, yes. The
Yeah,
Saltwater Swell, thank you.
Very, very intricate matchup here, folks. There's a reason that, I mean, it's no mistake that high skill expression matches and matchups require a a lot of complicated interactions. That's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles. Don't say uh-oh.
We're back to the judge call?
Well, we're back to us at the very least.
That's even worse.
Don't sell yourself short, Michael.
It's
All that
not
mayonnaise eating can't be
Bryce,
for nothing.
It's not me.
What? Are you saying me? No, I'm beautiful.
There's only 2 people here.
Okay, power rankings, chat. Where?
No.
Let's lay all
Not
the cards
this.
out on the
Come
table.
on.
Is it Bryce or is it Michael?
We all know it's Bryce. Don't vote wrong here.
Dear
chat.
diary. Yeah, I agree. Don't vote wrong.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, let's talk about what we have upcoming. Well, no, we talked about that. Let's go ahead and talk about our metagame once again. Let's talk about the conversion rate of a lot of these heroes. There's a 50% conversion for Prism, and there is a 33% conversion for Gravy. Cindra, however,
66.
on fire. 66, baby. That is not a bad shake at all. 0% for Levia, 0% for Marlon, 0% for Victor, 0% for Azalea, 0% for Florian. Let me know if this gets annoying.
Verdants?
0 Verdants as well.
Wow. After the showing at US Nats, 3 Verdants showing up and 0 converting. That's a bit of a surprise to me.
Another really difficult hero to pilot. I also wonder if the Gravy Bones players are kind of figuring her out just at the advent of seeing so much Verdants, especially play Gravy. I mean, like the finals was a telltale sign of how not to play Gravy into Verdants for sure.
Yeah. What would you say was the worst mistake that Gravy Bones?
Equipment presentation.
Yeah, so it needed to be AB3.
I think it needed to be not AB0. That is for
Right.
dang sure. But supposedly he put out a post-mortem Google Doc where he kind of discussed this situation. And a lot of people have been saying that like he did a good job at justifying it. Jacob Shaker, magnificent player in his own right, and one of our AG New England locals. It bears mentioning that he even came up to a lot of people, and he said on the interview before Top 8 that his sideboard was just not there yet. It was a brand new hero. He said, to me personally, if I don't play any of the cards in my sideboard, it's a pretty good deck. But if I have to sideboard at all, that's where my deck is showing its weakness. So Jacob Shaker, learning lessons, probably at the best time to do so. I mean, I got word that he and Majin Bey split the prize money. So Jacob came out in a very, very good standing considering that how much of a sweep that matchup seemed to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are going to proceed back on down to the match floor once and for all. Judge calls be darned. We're going to get this match underway. Quarterfinals here at the June AGE Open Series. Looks like, yep, we are still backed up to before the Sawbones. Players are getting the go-ahead to proceed. Otherwise, no board state changes here.
We're resuming to where I have a card in hand.
Peter has a card in hand. Players are just confirming everything that has taken place with the judge call, making sure that everybody knows exactly where we're at before we proceed. It's another pitch here, drawing a card off of a gold is Peter Buddensiek, pitching a diamond amulet and activating a gold kiss rum here. So it's probably going to be Oyston with go again, thanks to the rum, into Sawbones, or vice versa. Why not?
Yeah, so not a lot changed on the end of the turn with the way things fall. Getting that extra resource from pitching a blue into the gold means he really didn't need that one floating to do the same-ish thing, using a gold instead to generate that resource.
This is something recordable. I want it recorded.
It is a really rough situation because the difference between Peter thinking that he had one resource floating and sending Saltwater Swell and hitting a blue is very different than him having to commit that dead threads in order to do it blindly, because I don't think he had seen the top of the deck at that point. So he was fishing for the swell.
Right.
The fact that this is known information to him now, the way we back up this turn, is not a zero amount of difference on this turn.
Yeah, and I think Tyler's maybe a little bit disappointed if I'm reading the body language correctly. That is an assumption on my end, so I could be wrong.
Assuming this way or that way, Peter is drunk at the moment. Looks like we're calling Sleepy Connor back over. It's rough for Connor. I think his lower back is really bothering him.
Yeah, looking like he had a different call at the other table, just running back and forth.
Much love to Connor. Poor guy asked for no hard questions early on in the day, and now he's getting 3 back to back to back.
You don't want any hard questions. Don't become a flesh and blood judge. It's a complicated game.
That's a fair point, Michael. What would it take for you to become a judge in this game?
Justin would have to fire me.
Okay.
And then I'd
can make
have
that
to
happen.
continue to not want to play Flesh and Blood at events, which I think I would really just like to play. If push came to shove and I was off the team, I think I would want to get a couple competitive reps in.
Fix up
I
that
do love
30% win rate, huh?
Yeah, I think I got it up to 40% with the draft. Thankfully, I hadn't played that many games before, so we inched out. But I know between me, Elliot, and Paul, I'm still in last.
Elliot and Paul being the trifecta of, I don't know, what do you guys call yourselves?
The boys.
The boys. The trifecta of the boys, which is rounded out. Elliot and Paul have both played on Feature Match. You have now too, right? We got you on the, the trifecta of the boys has all been on camera here at AG.
And I got crushed.
Heck yeah, man. Aiden Kwasniewski, friend of the show, and 3 floating aficionado, who played here today but bubbled out of top 8. Not at 9th, but pretty close thereby. Played his first few games on Gravy Bones, mind you. Tyler Horspool electing to destroy that Sawbones by swinging an Angel of Protection into it, generating a Spectral Shield token, and sending that Herald into Soul for his troubles. And finally, the Figment of Erudition can come out to play. And this is exactly the situation I was talking about, where Tyler would be remiss to deploy this Figment of Erudition until he has multiple cards in Soul. So that way, when he flips, he can also pitch to swing it, banish a card from Soul, and draw 2 cards, go a little bit wider.
And it looks like he's doing... Is he doing that now? I
Seems
saw him
to
banish
be.
a card from Soul.
There is that Marvel Soraya. Archangel of Erudition coming in hot. 4 go again, banishing that Soul Shield. Tyler gets to draw 2 cards, hoping to find a little bit of offense here. Another Herald, yes, and it's a Herald of Triumph in the red, coming in for 7. Try to pop this, Peter.
Yeah, really big. And Peter now has no cards in that Watery Grave. Of course, can always refill it, but it's a good feeling to clear the last zombie off of both the field and the graveyard as any opponent into this deck.
Okay, Tyler has drawn some serious blood on the side of Peter. It's 18, plays 27. He's also drawn himself up some cards and refreshed that card in Soul. There's a Ponder token with which to work, so Tyler is going to be coming back with a 5-card hand if he can keep it. That being said, Peter has got to put on the pressure to kill that Soraya as soon as humanly possible. Tyler finds himself a Figment of Triumph, which is fantastic because it's going to be nerfing Peter's turn just a little bit if he decides to throw attack action cards, and also has the ability to be flipped on Peter's turn and protect that Soraya.
Yeah, having the ability to protect the Soraya is a big deal. Of course, if Peter draws into some go again, he can just opt to target the Angel organically. We will have to see how his hand texture falls to see if he even has that option.
Figment of Triumph is out. Cannot be flipped, though, because Empyrean Rapture's ability has already been used on the Soraya. It's back over to Peter. 27 plays 18.
Peter's got a lot of cards to work with.
Sawbones goes into the bin thanks to the Gravy Bones ability. And Peter changes out that card. Dead Threads activated immediately. 1 resource floating. Not going to make that mistake twice. And a shoulder is all we can see of the hand of Peter Buddensiek. We're going to lie in wait, just like Tyler Horspool. It's a golden tipple, 3 go again. This is exactly what Peter needs. He needs to go wide to kill this Soraya. It should be 2 go again, thanks to the Figment of Triumph.
And as excited as I was about that empty graveyard, it looks to me like that is not the case anymore with Peter putting 2 zombies in the Watery Grave right away.
And sorry, folks, flag on the play. Figment of Triumph only lasts until the end of the turn in which it is put out onto the arena. So this is 3 go again.
Good catch.
Brand new expansion card in the hand of Tyler Horspool. I think I spied a Herald of Secum. But the issue for Tyler in protecting this Soraya is that he's got a non-block in hand. That's the all-powerful, fabled Library of Solana, but you can't block with it, you can't pitch it. So you got to commit to playing it, which means letting that Soraya go. After the golden tipple, here comes Chart the High Seas. Will Peter hit? Oh, it's a red and a blue. This is the challenge of playing so many reds. We've talked about it several times in interviews on stream. If you hate hitting, missing off of Chart the High Seas, you run a very small amount of reds. Peter running plenty, just like Miss Yuki Lee Bender herself. So only finding that blue card in the pitch, no ally.
Yeah, that being said, still getting the pitch card, so half the value coming through, getting the blue in the graveyard to activate Watery Grave, as well as the pitch value is not the end of the world, and it helps to turn on cards like the Swiftwater Sloop coming through. 6 go again with 2 resources floating on the back end. Really
the red
powerful.
cards in the Gravy Bones deck taketh, but they also giveth. Here comes 6 go again. This is a Zealous Belting that is even better than before.
Yeah, I wish I could play that card in my Victor list.
Down to 13 goes Tyler Horspool, taking the entire brunt of that damage, and Peter is not done yet. There's a Call to the Grave in hand, 2 resources still to use.
And now that Tyler's gone through that Angel of Erudition, it seems to me like he doesn't have as much oomph in the tank to really push through. And Peter's still at 27 life is a tough life pool to overcome when you don't have those explosive offensive turns.
Yeah, and with Halo of Illumination already used, it's definitely going to be on Tyler to find the damage to get through here. All of the tricks, the arcane damage hit on the Limpet has already been used. There's only so many of those that Prism can handle. That being said, there's 2 Herald of Eruditions left in Tyler Horspool's deck. There's also 3 Arclight Sentinels.
And it looks to me like there's a back alley break line in the pitch zone. Was that put? That wasn't the...
No, it was pitched
Okay,
naturally,
okay.
so no action point generated there.
Still, grabbing that diamond amulet means that we expect Peter to want to have access to those action points soon, if not now.
Peter is out of action points because Rigor Mortis consumed the go-again clause on that compass. So Peter at the ready for another big turn, but Tyler kept all of the cards in his hand for a good reason. It's going to be Herald of Sechem, putting a War-Tune Herald into the soul of Prism, finding a Figment. Currently, this Herald does not have go-again.
Wow, putting 7 damage into a Rigor Mortis? That kind of feels bad.
It never feels good, but it is going directly to the soul for Tyler, which means he is very soul-rich.
I haven't been tracking the number of Figments in his list. I'm wondering if he's starting to run thin on them, having pulled so many out of his deck already.
I believe there's been 6 resolved out of the deck so far. I want to say there's 7 total, in the 7 or 8, I think is pretty typical for Prism. So you are right. They are running thin here. Immediately flipping that. Oh, interesting. He leaves Great Library of Solana in the hand. Unfortunate for Tyler Horspool here. Conqueror of the High Seas is the first action for Peter Buddensiek, and this is not looking good for Tyler. 8 go again. On hit, destroy your arsenal.
I think I see a Soul Shield, which is a nice bit of a break, helping to block that out, but certainly committing cards to the defense with 7 life to 20 is what I would call being on the back foot, and that is not where you want to be. Needing to mount a very heavy offense if Tyler wants to move forward in this game.
Okay, Tyler has transformed his Figment of Triumph into an Angel. He's playing at a quick clip, though, so both of those Heralds are going to cover up that, Angels are going to cover up that Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, that was more efficient than what I was thinking with the Soul Shield for sure.
Peter draws a card with the 2 remaining resources, then takes a look with the Compass of Sunken Depths. Gosh, still 2 cards in the hand, but it's going to be an Enlightened Strike, I assume for 7, yes. No blue cards have gone to the graveyard for Peter, but he's A-okay with that when he can say 8 go again into 7.
Soul Shield committed.
1 damage gets through. Tyler is down to 6 to Peter's 20. 1 card in soul, 1 card in hand. We know that card in hand is the Great Library of Solana, so it's probably just going to be another IP penalty for Tyler Horspool. Luckily has the Pierce Reality in the arsenal, so he has a 1-card play. He can get that library into the arsenal and away from anywhere where he needs to commit defense.
Yeah, but he's going to need Peter to draw a brick of a hand here. Sitting at 6 life is a very precarious place to be when you are allowing that gravy to keep a 5-card hand.
Murderous Rabble is the start here. That's not exactly a brick. I have a Phidia revealed on top, so this is 3 go again. Tyler's going to have to be defending this turn. He's got
Another
himself
Soul
the
Shield.
last Soul Shield, and then 3 cards that block 3. That is not the worst blocking hand that Prism has at her disposal.
No blocks. Taking 3, using the life total as a resource despite it being half of his current life.
20 plays 3 in our first quarterfinal here. Pitching a red to play that Saltwater Swell is Peter Buddensiek, which then allows him to pitch that Eye of Ophidia off the top of the deck and triggers.
That's really cool. Nice interaction there.
A lot of really cheeky interactions with these pitch off the top of the deck effects that
Yeah.
came in High Seas. And all of a sudden, that red Blood on the Water, which is kind of lame to have in this hand when you have all the tempo, becomes a pitch, a blue, essentially.
Yeah.
Fixes this hand completely. And it's go again, go again, go again from Peter. 3 go again here off of a Golden Tipple after that Saltwater Swell is blocked out by a Herald of Judgment.
This Gravy Bones doing his best Cindra cosplay.
Head jab, head jab, head jab. 2 cards grabbed from Tyler Horspool. Diamond Amulet played out of the graveyard, and then a Command and Conquer.
With the Soul Shield in hand. That is not what Tyler wants to see
I think that's
at all.
lights out here, folks.
I think it is too.
Technically, he can block with one of those cards, pitch the Soul Shield for the Phantasmal Footsteps, but then he'll lose the Phantasmal Footsteps, go down to 1.
Yeah,
Definitely not a winning position here. Tyler takes 2, loses the Great Library out of the arsenal. Peter, a wrecking ball through this Prism game right here, doing what our chat thought was impossible. Back over to Peter after the draw up from Tyler. 20 plays 1. It's certainly looking good for Gravy right now.
Yeah.
Compass of Sunken Depths activated here. This could be the last turn of the game, folks. Gravy Bones activation, down to 2 gold. Drawing a card and discarding a Rigor Mortis. This is a very good turn for Peter. He's got the Diamond Amulet established, so he's going to be able to play both of these allies and swing both of them thanks to that Fabtcg that just hit the combat chain. Sawbones comes out to play and swings with a Fabtcg. 6 go again, create a gold token on hit. Tyler blocks it out. Diamond Amulet popped here. Extra action point, Rigor Mortis. Plus swing Rigor Mortis thanks to Dead Threads. Tyler gives 2 more cards. And Peter is able to just draw back up and do it again. The difference here, though, 2 allies already established on this turn, and he can use them.
Important to note, though, that he has gone through his go again in the form of the Diamond Amulet. So without natural go again in the hand, these allies could be a little bit clunky.
He does have a plethora of gold with which to use. Not a plethora. He's got 2, but that is still enough to kind of unbrick an all-ally hand.
Which it looks like he has a pretty ally-heavy hand here.
Tyler has found himself an Arclight Sentinel, but it's probably too late. Peter is already swinging for lethal here. Herald of Protection blocked here in the red. Peter activating Compass. 4 floating right here after the Saltwater Swell hits. Gosh, Peter's just not missing a single one of these swells.
No, really, really good top deck cooperation here at Top Deck Keep.
Ryan Brown is not the only surfer in the room. Peter Buddensiek is getting tubed, as it were. Activating Gravy. Drawing a card, probably discarding one of these allies, but no, he finds a Sea Legs instead, would rather take a drink.
Absolutely what he needed. More action point generation with an ally-rich board is not what Tyler wants to see.
And Tyler not feeling good right here. He's just staring down a nasty board that is also starting with a CNC. Yep, 2 cards committed to the block here. Peter wraps it up, saves the rum for another day, knows he's got his opponent right where he wants him. I don't think fatigue is on the table for Prism here.
Yeah, it's just Arsenal pass.
Luckily, it is a good Arsenal. It's a Soul Shield.
And here's more natural go again. Exactly what Peter needs to put together a really oppressive hand. If he can do more than 12 damage, the game's over, and it looks like he can do just that as he swings in, and Tyler gives the fist bump.
Says, I don't need to see this anymore, folks. All these allies are going to come my way, and that will be it. Peter Buddensiek ascends past the quarterfinal round into the semis here at the June AGE Open. I bet you we will have that semifinal round ready for you sooner rather than later, because I tend to think that the rest of the matches have wrapped up. We did have a long judge call there, so we're going to keep the high-octane action going for you. Probably no interview here, probably straight into the next match. We will be back with more Gravy Bones for sure. Oh, wait. Yeah. We still have a Gravy Bones live. We just saw him ascended right here. More Gravy Bones, more Cindra to Cry of Aether, and more Flesh and Blood after this.
Thank you.
The tale of Gravy Bones continues here at Arcane Games and Events. One has fallen, but two remain, both divvied up between the semifinals matches. The one we are going to watch, however, is going to be a little bit tough for the Bonester. It's going to be up against Cindra Drakai of Retribution in the hands of Anthony Zichella, otherwise known as Del Taco from Taco Time, a podcast that has kind of gone the wayside now that Anthony is a father like so many of us Fab players.
Yeah. Definitely hard to make it out to Flesh and Blood every night if you've got the kids to watch over, but making it here and making it count, making it all the way up to the quarters or semis rather, and hopefully for his sake up to the finals. Looks like he's got a good matchup.
The bracket is definitely looking good for Anthony. He's just been slaughtering Gravy Bones all day long. If dying once was not good enough, he's been killing them twice, over and over again. Anthony is very happy with the advent of High Seas, but not because he wants to buy the new cards. He wants to kill the new cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get him out of here. Stay draconic, stay true.
And it's important to mention that Anthony is at his first ever AG Open in Season 3. And he's making quite a splash right here, killing Gravy Bones right and left, trying to get as many points as he possibly can and slip his way into the top 16. On the other side of the bracket, we've got yet another Gravy Bones matchup, and it's a rematch from Swiss. Ryan Brown took Zachary Wallach down pretty handily in the last round of Swiss. We'll see if he can do it again. What are these players playing for, though? It's $400 for first place, $200 for second place, third through fourth at this point is all that's kind of on the line here. It's $100 and also 20 AGE points. So this semifinal match is the difference of $100 and 5 AGE points. Everybody in the top 8 bracket at this point is going home feeling really good about their position in the race to the Players' Championship, but there's also cash on the line, Michael.
Yeah, the cash, the points, it all matters here, and especially for someone like Anthony, who, if he manages to get first place here with 30 points, is almost in the top 16 already, and if he's able to show up to one more and do it again, I think he could make the Players' Championship. He would have a big hill to climb, rather, but you know, anything can happen when you read the meta like he did and just slice your way to the top with that Cindra.
And there's a couple other options to show up for to clench those last few points. For Anthony, it's going to be the 13th of July and the 9th of August. Those are the last two AG Opens in Los Angeles before the top 16 cut and the Players' Championship in September. Both of those will be at Top Deck Keep here in Riverside, California, the very building that we are sitting in right now. If you are on the East Coast, however, you can join us on June 28th, which is a Saturday at Grave Troll Games, a brand new store, not just to us, but also to the world. They just opened up on the 1st of June. Store owner Katie is sporting a crazy business model, according to some people in the region. She is only going to be carrying Flesh and Blood and Pokemon. No Magic the Gathering, the typical cash cow for trading card game stores. So we want to support that. We're going to be there at the end of the month. We will be streaming that event and seeing what Grave Troll has to offer. Sounds like our players are ready, Michael. Should we get into the semifinal?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Crank that music, folks. It's Cindra Drakai of Retribution on the left side of your screen, piloted by Anthony Del Taco Zichella versus Peter Buddensiek, the man from Las Vegas, our favorite, as he would say, crackhead from LV. And he's out here piloting Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. It seems like Peter is awfully blessed when it comes to AGE Opens. Pretty much everyone he drives out for, he ends up in the finals, but Anthony's going to have something to say about that.
Right, he will. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is, as much as Anthony has been eating these Gravy Bones for breakfast today, one of the most feared matchups for Gravy Bones is this Ninja, and a lot of the Gravy Bones players, despite knowing that it's not great, tech specifically for this. So I'm always curious to see how the Gravies have devised a game plan into a deck that can draw cards every turn after hitting your ally. Are you able to string together the disruption and the damage output to do something meaningful while your opponent gets free reign on the card draw?
I tend to think that Peter's more red slanted version of Gravy Bones is better suited to deal with Cindra, namely because there's just more cards in his deck that will provide a little bit of disruption. There's Command and Conquers, which you typically don't see in the more ally-slanted Gravy Bones list. Let's call it the Buddy Boy Gravy Bones deck.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what the Gravy Bones puzzle is to solve right now. How do I face against my worst matchup and make it not so horrible? And I think that's what someone like Peter would have been sitting down and cooking when building this deck. So I am very excited to see what he has in store for us and if he can say something about the supposed worst matchup in the game for Gravy Bones.
If I were to equate Peter to a horse, which I'm not doing, it's just the expression. I heard it from his own mouth that this deck was actually constructed by Yuki Lee Bender and not him. He kind of ported it over and had a couple cards difference, but I'm sure that was her consideration when she crafted this list that we see before us.
Yeah.
Anthony did have choice of turn order. Remains to be seen whether he chose first or second here. Both players kind of thinking as though they're on the play. I think he put Peter on the play. I think he just wanted second, he being Anthony, so that he can make the first tempo swing of the game.
Yeah, it's an interesting consideration. Of course, Gravy Bones loves going first to establish the allies, but Cindra, being so adept at clearing allies, might not care so much and might be happy to, as you said, take the tempo in exchange for just needing to do a little bit of janitorial duty on the first turn of their turn of the game.
Badgerooni's in chat saying, let's go DT, so sexy based and good at this game. All accurate things about Anthony Zichella. Badgeroony, I'm pretty sure you're Joel Racino's the third, in which case, what the heck are you not doing here, my friend? But glad to see you in chat and supporting our Odyssey local DT.
We've got 2 minutes on the clock and no game actions taken yet. Not sure what we're waiting for, but
both players just looking at their watch, probably unconfirmed from our producer that they have the go-ahead, taking a drink of water, making sure they're nice and hydrated, which I do respect, and the fist bump has been extended, and we are underway, folks. Kunai of Retribution is the first action of this game. Anthony did decide to take the play, probably trying to prevent Peter from establishing too many buddy boys on that first turn of the game.
I also really like this because Cindra's kind of hard to block all the damage of in turn one, and so you can sort of just get a bit of a life lead here, especially into a deck that could just draw a bunch of allies and not be able to block.
Down to 39 is Peter Buddensiek. Anthony very happy to have drawn one of those probably few blues that are in his deck. I will say, though, I know that Anthony has been on a Spreading Flames variant of Cindra for some time now. He never quite committed to that red line variant that did so well in Memphis at the early outset of the Hunted meta.
Yeah. Very, there's so many decks that have these multiple ways to build them, and Cindra being one of them. Choosing the right number of blues, how much do you want to be able to pay for the daggers naturally and kind of even out your game plan? How much do you want to have this red line consistency of aggressive plays? Losing a little bit off the top end in exchange.
Dagger flicked on this combat chain link. Ronin Renegade's link has technically hit thanks to flick knives, and Peter has taken 3 damage on this turn 0. Not a bad shake for a deck that typically wants to make the first tempo swing.
Yeah. The ability to potentially trigger Mask of Momentum on turn 0 or turn 1, if you prefer that.
It's an important moment to mention Peter's mental state because there was an incredibly long judge call in the last round. Peter, a very clean player in his own right, not proud of the fact that he was able to play that Saltwater Swell without paying for it. That is definitely not a situation he likes, but he's got to turn off all of that in his brain right now. He's got to focus on the match at hand.
Anthony Just asking for 2 more cards. Peter happily handing them over as the life total is now 37 to 40. Anthony's got a card in arsenal, and Peter drawing up to 4 cards.
Now, even though this is a difficult matchup for the Gravy Bones player, they still do have a bit of a silver bullet at their disposal. If Peter brought it in the sideboard, Seafloor Salvage is one of those cards that can banish a kunai from the graveyard and really make it give the Cindra player a hard time for the entirety of the game.
I was actually able to get that off as my Puffin deck against Travis Wagner at our local events last week.
Absolutely savage. Anthony going for an early block of this Dragon Scalar flight path on a blue golden tipple, covering that up nicely. Still no blood drawn on his side of the board. Peter draws up and creates a gold token. 2 left floating and 3 cards with which to work. Activating Gravy Bones is Peter Buddensiek, discarding a Rigor Mortis. Should be bringing him down to 0 gold if I'm not mistaken.
Starting with 1, getting 1 from the golden tipple, using 1 for the hero ability. Did he draw off of 1?
No, you're right.
So he's at 1.
No, you're right. You're right. An E-strike and a blue left in the hand. Peter wondering if he wants to establish an ally board here. Yeah, Limpet Hop Along is going to go to the bottom of the deck in order to play this E-strike. Draw a card is the chosen mode here. So just 5 coming at Anthony, and those 2 resources left in the pitch zone are kind of going to go the way of the birds.
Interesting. Maybe I like playing an ally, but of course that ally is a target for Mask of Momentum. So it could just be a choice to not put anything on the board until you can flood the board. And I think I like that. But this is this is an example of why it's such a tricky matchup for Gravy Bones to play. Need to be very considerate about when you are putting those allies out on the board. You can't just play them willy-nilly like you can against other decks.
And you can't see through Peter's shoulder, but he has drawn up pretty red-handed. He's only got 1 blue in that hand. Anthony starting off with an Ignite. 2 go again. The next Draconic card he plays or activates costs 1 less. I think also the reason that Peter is not resolving either of those 2 allies in his graveyard at the moment is because they both have 1 health. And Anthony has a Kunai of Retribution on his board, so it would be a very easy removal for him, especially with an Ignite at the first attack on the combat chain.
Does make sense to me. And that Kunai coming through right now.
Comes in 4-1. Peter using that gold-baited hook right away, trying to prevent that Mask of Momentum earlier rather than later. It's a heads-up choice because that Flick Knives is what usually makes it so difficult. Anthony, without another dagger, cannot flick on this chain link. Ravenous Rabble is the follow-up, revealing a Fire Tenant strike first, so 4 go again is the follow-up.
Yeah, nice break point. So that one will very likely connect unless Peter wants to commit more armor or has a D-React in hand.
Taking 4 is Peter Buddensiek. He might be trying to go for a high roll on that. Excuse me, it's not going to be a high roll because he knows the top card of his deck. But if it is a blue, he's probably going to go Saltwater Swell into Conqueror of the High Seas, which could be absolutely devastating depending on how much setup Anthony tries to do on this turn.
And this is another moment where we get to see players make the choice of whether to play out their entire hand or go for the arsenal. We'll see how Anthony decides to play it at the end.
I like that Anthony started this combat chain so close to the middle of the board, probably indicating to Peter that it wouldn't go this wide, but here we are.
That's an interesting mind game you could play as Cindra, like starting it all the way over. Like, it's just one. It's just one.
They start it on their Mask of Momentum, and then you're like, oh boy, here we go. Right now, it's Rising Resentment. Another Draconic Head Jab coming in for 3, threatening to discount a card in Anthony's hand, but Peter calling the bluff. Looks like he's going to take 3 right here. Anthony, however, thinking about a Flick Knives in response.
I don't love it here because I'd rather just see it on the chain link that could keep Mask of Momentum alive.
Yep.
But you always want to stop and think, especially when you're at the top tables like this. Every decision matters when it comes to the game of Flesh and Blood.
And I love watching Anthony play at a slow clip like this because he is normally a guy that just hucks every single card in his hand down on the table. And watching him take his time and be patient usually means that I think Anthony's going to come out on top. He can be such a patient player when he wants to be.
Yeah, I think that he's usually just trying to rush through his game so he can go home to the kids. But in this case, he's locked in for the weekend. And yeah, this is some of the most patient play I've seen from him.
Anthony really in the tank. Flick or no flick? Peter has taken 3. Looks like no flick is the choice here. Will we get a banish on that Rising Resentment?
Doesn't look like it.
Looks like no. It's just an Art of the Dragon Blood.
And
Is not Draconic here, so it's just representing 4 vanilla damage.
No go again.
No go again, because it needs to be Draconic in order to be given go again.
He does have the boots available if Peter decides to let this hit.
I believe the boots say it has to be a Draconic thing to give it go again.
No, I think it's just an instant. Oh, if
Yeah,
target
Draconic attack.
attack. Excuse me. Thank you.
This attack is not Draconic, which means that it's threatening Mask of Momentum, but
A safe
Peter
time to allow the draw.
Exactly. Peter probably doesn't care about that here.
The damage, however, is starting to add up.
It's relevant, that's for dang sure. And Anthony does have 3 Draconic Chain Links here, so he is going to be able to go ahead and flick that kunai and then buy both of them, now that they're both in the yard, back for free. Peter descends on down to 27 on the flick. Anthony floating a resource here? What is the follow-up?
Yeah, I'm a little confused about this. Does he think that he can give this go again with the boots?
He might. His boots are in Japanese.
Uh-oh.
Oh, please have read the card, Anthony. Please have read the card. It could be another early judge call for Sleepy Connor.
Yeah.
He looks so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the background of Peter Buddensiek's player cam. He thinks the worst has already been dealt with. It's easy sailing here for Connor. Little does he know that here comes Anthony with a judge call. Maybe. We'll see.
No.
It's an Ancestral Empowerment to draw a card. Anthony, no. Yeah.
Oh, he needed the resource to buy the... No?
I don't believe
I
so.
thought I saw 3 attacks on the chain link.
Yeah, there was a Kunai of Retribution, there was an Ignite, and then there was also the Rising Resentment. So that is 3 Draconic Chain Links to buy the daggers back for free.
Getting that resource to flex on his opponent, Peter, just saying, look, I don't even need this chess piece. I can beat you naked.
Peter is definitely reeling here. His opponent is naked before him, bare-chested and burly-boned.
Speaking of bones, the Sawbones hits the graveyard.
Murderous Rabble is the follow-up here. We don't know what card this is, and it's a red. 1 go again is the ask. Peter giving a grimace to the top of his deck.
Yeah, and here we see the ratios come into play. Red so powerful on the combat chain, so weak on top of the deck when you're playing Gravy Bones. We're not looking for reds, we're looking for treasure.
And treasure does not come in the form of red cards,
No.
only yellows. 22 plays 34 in this, the semifinal of the June AG Open Series here in LA. Peter, red flooded in the hand, and he's just played a Ravenous Rabble. He's got himself a Call to the Grave to fuel the rest of this turn, but he really wanted to see a blue on the top so that he could resolve that Saltwater Swell.
Yeah, that's not... there's nothing he can do about that card right now. It's just stuck there, really gumming up his turn.
I think he's got to pivot to something else on this turn. He's got to let that Murderous Rabble go to the graveyard, resolve some allies. No, he's going for the
just
Conqueror of the
7.
High Seas instead. This was the play line that he wanted to make. He wanted to be able to resolve that Saltwater Swell.
Of course.
And then go straight into the Conqueror of the High Seas with Go Again, but unfortunately, the top of the deck not cooperating for him. He had the opportunity for it, though. He had seen the blue on top with the compass. Instead, he drew it, got rid of the ally, and sent Murderous Rabble.
Silver linings here, though. At least this is a breakpoint, and ninjas do not like to block things that say 7 on them. It's really tough with the block value of 2 on a lot of their cards to get there. So this will slow things down for Anthony,
And
deciding
Anthony
instead to just take it.
making the classic aggro player decision.
Yeah.
The amount of value I would give you by blocking this is far less than the amount of value you get by doing the damage and taking my arsenal card.
And I think that's why Peter went ahead and activated the hook despite not making a gold, just really like asking Anthony, please block this. There's so much value on the line. Please give me 3 cards. Anthony says, nah, you can have the 2 gold. You can have my arsenal. Don't care. We're going aggro.
A classic Del Taco decision. Ignite. Another start with Ignite in so many turns. 2 go again here. Discounting the next Draconic card played. Next Draconic card played. Probably going to be a kunai unless Anthony has found himself a 1 cost in the hand.
Yeah, and still no fealty to speak of on the side of Anthony. Those cards can be so valuable for turning on a lot of the power cards in the Cindra deck. So
it's a quick dodge flexor's turn for Peter Buddensiek. In the reaction step, a blue pitched, quick dodge flexors blocks 2 on 2 here. Threatening an additional 4 block for the remainder of the turn.
really, really powerful card when you're going wide.
1 go again is the follow-up from the right-handed kunai of Retribution for Anthony. Oh, and Peter throws the quick dodge flexors in front of that as well. That indicates that he's wanting to pitch even more cards into these boots this turn.
Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Of course, it does prevent any possibility of a Mask of Momentum trigger, but losing the value a little bit, I think it's okay.
It might be because Peter found himself yet another Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand. I don't know if I see 2 blues once again, though.
Yeah, if he just pitched his only other blue, this is sad for him.
And Peter losing a little bit of value on those flexors because he said no blocks to this Ronin Renegade.
Probably saving it for a more meaningful break point, likely the Mask of Momentum or some other on-hit effect.
Fire Tenant Strike first is the follow-up here. 3 go again, connects with Peter, down to 16. Now Mask of Momentum is threatened. It's a Burning Blade Dance, yet another Draconic Head Jab. 3 go again, on hit, Flick My Dagger.
Yeah, this is one of those power cards.
And it is coming in for 4 go again, thanks to Fire Tenant Strike first, buffing it by 1. Peter
is this
posturing to take it. He's already gone to reaction step. A flick happens here, down to 15. Peter's going to take another 2, and Mask of Momentum is going to trigger.
Wow.
Peter is down to 13.
Down to
12. He might have double hit that flick.
Well,
we're going to trust our players here.
2 daggers maybe came, or did he?
Yeah. It's another flick. Sure.
Yeah, because the double daggers.
Peter's just indicated, yes, the Burning Blade Dance.
So I think the flick knives was not required there. I don't know if it's, untapped, not used.
You might as well use the flick knives.
Well, no, because it sends them both.
No. The Burning Blade Dance only sends 1.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, so you have to flick.
Never mind.
If you want to send both of those daggers. And yeah, Peter is just hemorrhaging life here. 12 plays 27. He's got himself a really healthy graveyard, though. The boys are at the ready, but can they be deployed? Not right now because it's a red golden tipple. 3 go again.
Has Peter played an ally yet this game?
No.
Wow.
Gotta keep this on, but
So this is a very interesting game plan from Peter. Finally getting something that will be a little bit harder for Anthony to clear. The Chum. 6 life is a lot to work with.
3 go again here, drawing a card, creating a gold token.
That works if you discarded a card.
if I discarded an ally, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Dead threads.
Tapping Dead Threads to gain a resource here is Peter Buddensiek. And here comes the Saltwater Swell. Can he find the blue, though, in this very red flooded deck? It's a yellow no pitch there once again for Peter. Saltwater Swell is not looking too good lately. Anthony reaching over immediately to the life pad. Send the 3 damage. 12 plays 21 now.
I really want to see how Peter utilizes his allies in this game. Is he just going to let them sit there and rot, or is he planning on playing them out?
Peter has gambled twice on being able to use this Saltwater Swell, and he's left with 2 reds in hand. There's a red tipple and a red Conqueror of the High Seas. It might even be an IP penalty. I think he has to pitch these 2 cards into a gold here, but then he would just be drawing a Sea Legs to Arsenal?
To maybe break the last gold, but then you're out of gold. It's a really tough spot for
A blue
Peter.
has not gone into the bin.
No.
It's a rough situation, to be sure. He could activate Gravy to discard that Sea Legs.
True. That's a way to kind of...
Oh, no.
Here we go. 3 go again. Activation of the hook here. Golden tipple, nothing to discard. Peter gives a nod.
Just got in the car for 4
a knowing nod of defeat as he sends a red tipple, pitching one of the most powerful cards in the high seas.
3 gold.
You're rich.
Anthony is not scared of that gold-baited hook.
So I activate this, discard this.
Peter's not done yet, though. He is going to activate Gravy to discard the Sea Legs, create a Gold Kiss Rum for next turn if he can make it there. Anthony, however, 4 cards in the hand, 1 in the arsenal. and only 12 life points to take away from his opponent.
This is a really scary spot for Peter. At least he's got
starting off
blocking
right.
cards, but yeah, that's a great chain opener. One of the best if you're playing Cindra Redline.
Oath of Loyalty, 4 go again. Peter is not scared, not yet at least. Down to 8 he goes after accepting all of that damage. Anthony with plenty of Draconic cards in the hand.
Ooh, that's
not a single one of those is non-Draconic.
It's a scary, scary hand. Anthony just taking it in, reveling what feels like a victory already, enjoying the moment.
This is what Anthony loves to do. He loves to say head jab, head jab, head jab, head jab,
Yeah.
and have a massive turn. Peter blocking out that display loyalty with the sea legs. Ignite the follow-up here. 2 go again. No flick as of yet, so we are restarting the Mask of Momentum train. Peter takes it immediately. Down to 6. 18 plays 6. Things are coming up Anthony right here. Kunai of Retribution is free thanks to Ignite. 1 go again.
And that'll be 1 away from a Mask of Momentum trigger again. That thing turns on so quickly as Peter reaches for the last piece of blocking equipment. And there's the flick. He wants to keep the chain alive.
This next attack will threaten Mask of Momentum. Anthony's got 2 cards left. Brand with Cinder Claw is the choice here. 3 go again. He's got plenty of Draconic cards, but if the last one wasn't, Brand with Cinder Claw would make it Draconic.
You have 2 cards? 2 cards. Oh, Lava Burst, yeah.
Lava Burst is the
Ouch.
finish here. Blocking with 2 cards is Peter. At least he was able to find the block value. Next time he might not be so lucky, but Anthony does not have an arsenal for the next turn.
And this Gravy Bones, I can't get over the fact that he has not played a single ally all game.
Peter is just going to activate Compass and pass. Excuse me, activate Gravy as well. Probably an ally on top. No, it's an Avast Yi. So he's going to throw out Oyston and swing Oyston.
Okay. Not nothing.
It's definitely not nothing.
Please block, please. No.
When he dies, he makes gold?
Yeah.
Anthony confirming that Oyston creates a gold on death.
No bonus.
I can't, yeah, Anthony takes that 3 right away. He just wants to keep the pressure on. Peter is happy to establish an ally that swings without a cost. So essentially, Anthony is on a 5-turn clock if he ignores everything that Peter's putting down. Pain in the backside, 3 go again. On hit, flick, but without a destruction of that dagger. Peter's got to get rid of this ally in hand. Oh, but he's got 3 allies in hand, only able to get rid of 1. This is doom right here, folks. 3 go again, covered up by Loot the Hold.
And this is kind of what you do as the aggro deck. Once you get the Gravy Bones on the back foot, you just kind of keep throwing stuff until they say, oops, drew no blocks, and die.
Yeah, when this hits.
I can't even play that. There you go. There.
Okay. Peter nicely allowing Anthony to take that play back because it wouldn't have had go again because he had not yet played a Draconic card. So Brand with Cinderclaw is going to connect Peter down to 2. Next attack is Draconic, which happens to be Draconic anyway. It's hot on their heels. 3 go again on hit mark. Peter has the defense reaction, Blood in the Water, which is not going to get as much value as you would like here because normally that card is blocking for 6. In this case, it's just head jab, head jab. Anthony has flicked a dagger. Down to 1 is Peter, and it's all over. It goes the way of the Drakai of Retribution. Draconic seems to be the answer to the undead.
Yeah, and I think that's what people thought going into US Nats as well, and that was sort of what people believed to get through all these Gravy Bones. But, I mean, at least at AGE, that seems to be the answer. I'm still waiting to see how the rest of the world falls, and if it is true that, in fact, if you want to win against Gravy, you bring the Cindra. So far, today, it seems like that's the answer.
Like a hot knife through gravy, Anthony DT Zichella ascends to the finals of the first AGE that he has been able to attend this season. He's not just a father anymore, folks. He is a fab professional, and he's here to show what he's got. We'll be back with an interview with Anthony Zichella after this, and then more Flesh and Blood in the finals of June AGE after this.
Welcome back, folks. We are joined here with the winner of our last match, Anthony, Sandwich Salesman Zichella. How are you feeling winning and going into the finals?
Cindra's good, man. Cindra's good when there's a bunch of gravy.
Yeah.
I tweeted the other day, I love seeing the hype for gravy because it just makes my life easier.
You've been a die-hard Draconic Ninja player for as long as I've known you, pretty much. I mean, maybe just dabbling in and out of other heroes, but just so much. I mean, even back in the day, it was just Fi.
Like before Fi, me and my friend Joe really developed it. I just tuned it a bit. We used to play this Katsu deck before Fi was a deck, and it was just all head jabs, stubby hammers, and Art of War with no combo cards. So I've been playing Fi since 2 years before Fi was a thing.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fine.
I mean, obviously, you are eating these gravy bones alive. I have a couple questions about that. The first is, I know the gravy bones know that they have a weak matchup into you. Have you faced any thus far that have anything figured out that makes you feel a little bit uncertain about the way that you can beat them?
I would tell you, but then they'll beat me.
Fair. So what you'll say is that there's something they can do?
There's some. I'll talk. I'll spill the beans.
Okay.
Okay. So if you can get multiple of, is it the saw dude that prevents one? That makes stuff really weird and awkward.
Because Peter didn't play any allies. I don't know if you noticed that.
The problem with playing allies out is it gives me free mask triggers.
Yes.
So like I am losing a tiny bit of value, but you're taking a bunch of damage to play the dude out and attack with him, and I'm just making it back up.
Yeah.
And Peter's deck is, I think, the same deck or very similar to Yuki's deck. So like he, I think, is better equipped to just like head jab, CNC.
Yeah, there's that aggressive potential that I think can stand against basically what you said is there's the head jabs, but then there's the disruption that really throws you off. And we saw him hit with the Conqueror in the middle of that game, and you're just like, I'll take it.
Well, I had an Oath the turn before that I had to Arsenal. I had to pocket it because I couldn't play it. I think I might have drawn it off mask. And so, like, it's just what it is. And I totally forgot that my boots don't hit the whatever that card is.
Yeah,
that
we
comes
saw
in for
you
4.
make a resource.
I was like, oh, wait, this doesn't work. So I, played the Ancestral for no reason. And I was like, I'm going to get flamed for this. But, yeah, I think try not to give them too many targets. Or if you give them targets, make sure it's enough targets that it just nerfs their whole team so you can play catch-up.
Yeah.
Disruption is really good. I know a lot of Gravies are not playing a bunch of CNCs. I think they're really strong.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so that's it, right? Like disruption is sort of
you
the
have
sauce.
to disrupt.
Okay.
I played one at Nats and he almost killed me, and it's because he went like turn 2 boat, turn 3 boat, turn 4 CNC, turn 5 boat. Like
I see.
You kind of have to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious about your perspective on it because I know that it is known as a very tough matchup for the Gravy. So I was thinking, have you faced any that were tough? It sounds like boat into boat is the best way to go.
The thing is, it's like you can kind of get away. Like the games kind of go parity for a while, but once they're under 10, they just can't really catch up. So like as long as they're not super far ahead, like you just take everything face. Like you don't really even block. And it's a good idea that I found to not even Arsenal against them. Just throw your damage, because if their only saving grace is Arsenal destruction and you just nerf their turn, it's a good thing.
Yeah, that has been the theme of the day. I've seen so many players just play their whole hand out and not Arsenal. And it just seems like since that's what hits, their disruption is Arsenal hate. If you just stay off of it, you've stripped their deck of the disruption, which is the thing that they have against you. So I really liked the plays where you didn't Arsenal, and I think that is a smart way to play around it.
Yeah, I
so,
think you have to.
Yeah. Let's see. We hit so the other question I had for you was, what about the other matchups? You're playing Cindra. It's not just Gravy Bones out there.
So I played Oscilio. Oscilio always, technically we're favored into them, but the guy I played on Oscilio is a really good wizard player.
Yep.
So
Ryan Brown, right?
Yeah. So I won that game, but then I saw him beat Travis. He had a couple hands where he just didn't have blocks, so he just got punished for it. And then I played into Travis. Travis won the dice roll. I offered to just go get lunch with him and flip a coin, but he didn't want to.
Sure.
So he made me go first. I had pretty trash first turn, but then I had an insane like 7-card turn with Mask Trigger. I had Loyalty? Yeah, Loyalty from Beyond the Grave at the beginning of the turn. And then I went, I can never remember the name of it, the head jab that buffs Draconic cards.
Yeah.
So I went, at the end of the turn, it was
Fire
head
Tenant?
jab. It was Fire Tenant, break Fealty, snatch, Draconic Snatch for 6, hit, break Boots. I flicked knives in there to make a resource, swung the dagger, and then lava bursted, and he just died.
That's a good turn.
So I high rolled basically.
Yep. I mean, that's an aggro mirror, right?
Yeah,
That's what
100%.
you have to do. And then for the rest of the field, I guess the question that I am personally trying to answer, because this is a brand new meta, is, okay, I've decided I want to bring Cindra. I want to prey on the gravies.
Yeah.
What are the matchups I want to dodge?
You don't want to play. You don't want to play Prism.
Okay.
Prism can be really hard. She's really fast. You don't have space for poppers. You don't really have to worry about ALS loop because it takes too much to set up. But like they can just race you, and their allies and spectral shields are a problem. Who else is a problem? Assassin can be weird.
Yeah, the disruptive decks, right?
Stuff that
seems
disrupts
to be
you,
tough.
Stuff that disrupts you and stuff that goes above rate. Because Cindra is kind of a fair deck, as far as damage output goes.
As long as they can block the Mask of Momentum effectively, I agree with that completely. Yeah. So that's the meta. I think what I would like to ask now is a little outside of the realm of Flesh and Blood. Do you have any shout outs, and can you please explain to me why you are the sandwich salesman?
So at Nats, I'm a high school teacher, and I'm super poor right now because we don't get paychecks in the summer. So at Nats, I was like, how can I pay for my trip? So I brought a cooler, and I just made sandwiches for the judges.
That's
And
awesome.
I'm not naming names. I don't want anybody to get in trouble. But I just made sandwiches for a bunch of people, and they helped me pay for gas. That was cool.
Thanks for your contribution. And then those of you buying sandwiches, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, unnamed friends. And then shout out, fun story. Shout out to my father-in-law. I got home. He's like, how'd it go? I was like, it went okay. It was fun. I had a lot of fun. He's like, what do you get if you win? And I was like, 50 grand, I think. And he goes, 50 grand? He's like, you can make more money with slots. He's like, don't play in the tournament. Just play slots next time. So if I win this tournament, even though I'll be proud of myself, I know he'll be disappointed that I'm not a Morongo or...
You can make more money with slots.
That's what the man said.
That is a hot take.
I believe him.
I think it's technically true, and technically true is the best kind of true, but oh man.
What are you going to do?
I think you have a much better shot at winning Nats than winning 50 grand at slots. That's my take.
Not me.
Not you.
Shout out to my wife and my baby. That's
awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for joining us.
Bye.
Thank you guys at home. We've got one more game of Flesh and Blood coming up very soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Cool.
He's slinging knives, burning bright. It's Anthony Del Taco Zichella in the finals here at the June AG Open for LA. His opponent, Zachary Wallach, another gravy bones in his way, the third, I believe, of this top 8 bracket before Anthony Zichella can crown himself the June AG Open champion. Zach, however, is not going to make it easy. This guy is no stranger to board state heroes, and he's no slouch in any hero that he's piloting. He is an excellent player. I am proud to call him a teammate, and he is going to make it as difficult as possible for Anthony to ascend to the crown.
We already know that Cindra is supposed to be favored into this matchup, but one cool thing about Zachary Wallach's deck is that it's extremely different from the Yuki Lee Bender list that we just saw fall to Anthony against Peter Buddensiek.
What is on the line, folks? This is a $200 match. Second place is going to get $200. Winner is going to get $400. The difference thereby is $200. These players, I don't think, are going to elect to split that prize money. We'll see how it all shakes out. But also on the line is another 5 AGE points. Either way, both are going home with the lion's share of what is on offer as far as the points go.
Yeah, I did hear Anthony talking about being confident enough not to take the offer to split, which is exciting here.
Yeah,
we've
definitely
got money on the line.
There are definitely more stakes here, but also bragging rights if Zach is able to take this one down. It's also important to mention here that this is the only AG Open that Anthony Zichella has attended thus far in this Season 3. If he's able to secure all 30 of these AGE points, he's not going to be in the top 16 and thereby in the running for the Players' Championship, but he is going to be awfully close because the lowest seed at number 16 is Brian Gutierrez, sitting at 34 AGE points. So Anthony would be right at the cusp.
Yeah, we've got another contender depending on how he shows up or if he shows up to the next two in line.
And thereby, I mean, Zach is also fighting for his life here. Even securing only 25 points, he is going to pretty much cement his hold on this top 16. But you would love to have an extra 5 points, and you would love to have a win over a very unfavorable matchup.
Yeah.
Anthony Zichella is able to secure all 30 of those AGE points, he has a couple more opportunities to qualify for that Players' Championship. 2, in fact, here in LA. That's July 13th and August 9th, both of which will be held here in the Flesh and Blood at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. If, however, you are on our other coast, the East Coast for that matter, you can join us at Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire on the 28th of June. That's the end of this month. It's a Saturday, and we'll be crashing down the doors at Grave Troll Games for their grand opening that happened just at the beginning of this month, helping them establish an all flesh and blood, all the time business model.
Really awesome to see a store dedicated strictly to flesh and blood and maybe a little bit of Pokemon on the side. This game deserves it, and it's awesome to see store owners putting it forefront for their business.
You know who else deserves it, Michael, is whoever loses this match. I'm just kidding. They're all great people. We wish the best for both of our competitors. Let's go ahead and introduce them, shall we? Down to the match floor we go for the finals here at the June AGE Open. Get us on down there, Sock Puppet Justin, because it's time for Burning Blades to Fly and Necromantic Dudes to Die?
Yeah.
That was a rhyme.
You got it. Now you nailed it.
Dear Diary, today Michael said I nailed it. Okay, we've seen this match play out already. Who do you give the edge to, Michael?
I mean, it's got to be Anthony. The Cindra has proven that she is here to eat zombies alive with those kunai flying across the table as we see one right here starting things out. Coming in for one.
Eating zombies, gross. Kunai of Retribution is the first action of this game. Anthony electing once again to go first, as is his right, as the first seed. Currently sitting undefeated as well. This might be our first ever undefeated run at an AGE.
Wow. That's an exciting way to start your AGE year out, if that is the case.
Yeah, you need that.
Both players grabbing their lavalier mics. Zach says you need that because I'm going to make you trash talk me.
A little bit of a slower start here, though, from Anthony. Just pitching 2 reds, throwing 2 kunais. Of course, very tempting not to block these, so the damage often goes through, despite them being very low.
He doesn't have a blue like he did at the beginning of his game against Peter, so if he closes the combat chain here, he's not going to be able to buy his daggers back. Instead, it's going to be a flick knives here, probably just pitching yet another red in the hand in order to buy 1 dagger back and keep the offensive potential up.
Yeah, and it's not a draconic card, so looking... Well, yeah, uh-oh. Okay, jeez.
Still no go again.
Zach giving a wry laugh to Anthony Zichella, who is plays a little bit too fast sometimes, but it's a blaze headlong here, getting him to that 3rd Draconic Chain Link, which means that he can buy the 1 Kunai of Retribution in the graveyard back for free.
Yeah, that 3rd Draconic, very important in order to allow Anthony to Arsenal. And of course, with that Arsenal, Zachary will be hoping to be able to target it down with some Arsenal disruption in the follow-up.
We continually talk about the big difference between the Zachary Wallach list, which is very close to the Austin Summers list, which we have a deck tech for on the AG YouTube channel, and that difference is mainly in the number of reds in the Gravy Bones list. Peter Buddensiek was rocking like 12, I want to say. In this case, usually Zach is going to be on 6, probably 3 in this board because Blood in the Water is not going to get maximum value against Cindra of Retribution. That being said, you usually expect that this slant of a Gravy Bones list, the dude list, to have less damage in general. However, Zach blocked with a little card called Prismatic Leyline, which can be utilized for its full potential, honestly, pretty easily by Gravy Bones. And if you can make that a 1-card 6, yeah, you got some screaming numbers going.
Yeah, that card is a very potent offensive tool, especially because it can be cycled back into the deck with Scuba, which is one of the cool techs that I saw Austin talking about.
And here we go, a little bit of disruption here. Loot the hold from the Gravy Bones Armory deck. Going to confer an on-hit to Anka, drag under. If this connects with Anthony, he will have to discard a card from hand, and Zachary will create a gold token.
Loot the hold is from hand?
Loot the hold is from hand.
Loot the arsenal, of course. Duh.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You hold cards in hand, you arsenal cards in arsenal.
Oh, that's a good way to think about it.
A Gold Kiss Rum has also been generated by Zachary Wallach as he tipped the barkeep. A very generous tipper, notably, is Zachary Wallach.
Yeah, he didn't give the gold, so not really the most generous of tips.
Well, he didn't have the gold to give, unfortunately.
Well, it's not really a tip then, is it?
Okay, all right, fair.
The
but he got the
barkeep
drink
said,
anyway. So
I'm
did he
not
just
serving you anymore as she leaves into the graveyard.
But still gave him a bottle of rum? That's immaculate service. Zach
Yeah.
should be tipping for that.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate. The things these barkeeps go through.
Zachary is a downright scallywag now that we think about it.
He's always been.
Certainly looking like it as he thumbs his chin, daring Anthony to block.
Yeah, and Anthony's really thinking about actually reaching for 2 cards here.
Soundbite that, ladies and gentlemen. Add it to your Discord soundboard. This hand is buttholes, says Anthony Zichella, as he blocks out 5 on this Anka drag under. So he's saving all the cards in the hold despite not really liking them too much. He's going to have to remove this Anka sooner rather than later because that is a discard effect that you really don't want to deal with when you're threatening Mask of Momentum every single turn.
Right, you are. And this game already shaping up to be a little bit more competitive than our last one, as Anthony's not quite on the back foot, but not having a ton to work with. And Zach with a board.
He's got a plethora of head jabs with which to work. One of those has got to be sent at Anka sooner rather than later. Anthony, however, in the tank. It's an Ignite, targeting Zachary Wallach. 2 go again here, discounting the next Draconic card played or activated. Zach looking at 2 allies in the hand and 2 3 blocks. Gosh, and look at all of those treasure pack commons that he's got going on.
He's just the master of bling.
Without a doubt. If he could wear a full suit of rhinestones, I bet he would.
36.
Down to 36 goes Zachary Wallach after taking 2 on the Ignite. Follow-up here, likely to be that Fire Tenant strike first. I have to imagine Anthony is going to kill that zombie.
What's he do? Go for it. What's he do? So I can discard
First, he's going to read and
one
decide
card.
what he does.
Next time you would draw a card. Well, on resolution, you would discard the card.
Got it.
Or discard a card.
If I have no cards in hand, does it still work? Like if I have no cards in hand when this happens, what's the order?
So you would draw off mass.
And then discard.
The trigger would go on the stack, and then when it resolves, you would discard.
Got it.
We're letting Zachary Wallach explain this interaction because he's one of those guys that reads the entirety of the rules reprise. He knows the rules of Flesh and Blood inside and out. Case in point, on the AGE Pro team, we have a little chat called Rules Questions. It's always Zach who is answering the questions there. Evan Bridges, who is a level 1 judge, forget it. We never want his rulings. We always want Zach's.
Trying Sawbones, it will die. Effect is lingering.
Yeah, these players are very, very smart, and you have to be to play the game of Flesh and Blood to the highest level.
Okay, and an important distinction here. Zachary Wallach activated Anka drag under, discarded Sawbones before Anka died. So if Anthony is to threaten a mass trigger here, it will basically be moot because that Anka trigger still floats through the duration of the rest of the turn.
Super useful card. And here it is, the threat of the Mask of Momentum. Is that right?
Yes, Art of the Dragon Blood.
So basically not.
Yep. Taking 4.
I'll flick knives.
Taking 5.
Anthony says flick knives first.
I'll Cindra.
Down 5 life points is Zachary Wallach. Down to 30. Mask will trigger, but it will immediately be the card drawn from Mask will immediately be discarded thanks to Anka.
There it is, and there it goes.
And a Blaze Headlong is a really good one to hit there for Zach. He's still got 3 cards.
Yeah. My turn. And is the Anka still on the board?
No, Anka is gone.
'Cause that's a second.
That's no, that's a
It's
Sawbones.
these darned marvels.
I know. It does make it hard. I commiserate with you, my friend. Avastji resolved for Zachary Wallach here. Next zombie attack is going to get go again, and on hit, make a gold token.
I'm like, everyone's cheating on stream.
Anthony says everybody's cheating on stream, but if there's one person that isn't, it's Zachary Wallach.
Very clean player.
Especially with the board state heroes. I just remember the way he managed all of his cards and resources with Dromai was, honestly, that was part of the show, watching Zach play.
Yeah, he turned into a bit of a villain during the Dromai era for me. Every time he would come on camera, he would just sweep, and I was getting sick of it.
Make a gold and draw a card.
It's like Tipple, but without.
Portside exchange, discards Cuddy Shark Quick Clip, and draws into a Conqueror of the High Seas. If Zach can draw into another blue off of gold,
I will play Sawbones.
no, he doesn't want to go for the risky play. I respect the heck out of that.
I do too.
Play Sawbones, swing Sawbones, 6 go again here, thanks to a Fabtcg. Anthony takes 6 immediately on the chin, down to 34. Zach creates a gold token.
I'm gonna tap Dead Threads for a resource because an ally is putting.
Dead Threads creates a resource because an ally has been put into the bin this turn, and Cuddy Shark comes out to play. Consuming the action point, of course, because Sawbones took the go again off of Compass of the Sunken Depths. And passing back over to Anthony Zichella is Zachary Wallach with a bit of a board to remove on his turn.
And just to comment briefly on the fact that Zach did not choose to gamble on the blue, I really love to see the way that these top-level Flesh and Blood players know how to play a fine line between taking chances and playing safe. And for the most part, it's really wise not to take the gamble over and over again.
You've got to know when the time is to take big risks and when the time is to play smart. Anthony holding out an Oath of Loyalty, which is honestly a really good thing to send at that Cuddy Shark. Usually, Cuddy Shark is a really difficult ally to remove for decks that love to go head jab, right?
Yeah, 4 life. But, of course, the Sawbones could make that a little bit more challenging.
Exactly. So we'll have to see if Anthony sniffs it out.
An extra kunai could help shore up the difference. But that would be 2 cards committed.
If Anthony does have head jabs, and if I know Anthony, he's got head jabs, he could always send Oath of Loyalty at face first, and then just send one of those head jabs straight at Sawbones. Start clearing up from there.
It does make sense.
But Zachary's showing why Cuddy Shark is an include in some of these Gravy Bones decks. It's not because the effect is particularly powerful. Sure, it plays well with a larger board, allows you to sink extra resources. But it's all about the butt. It's about the life totals here on these allies.
I'm a bit surprised to see Zach not use the Sawbones, just kind of snap taking the damage and sacrificing the Cuddy. Happy to make the exchange.
As am I. Zach activates Compass here. Display Loyalty, generating a fealty token, because this is the 2nd or greater Draconic Chainlink. Anthony, I think, had, yes, an Ancestral Empowerment in hand. He is no longer going to be able to play it thanks to the fact that Oath of Loyalty was the first action on this combat chain. Unless, of course, he would like to pop that fealty token, but it's not like Fang where you're generating them constantly. In the Cindra deck, you kind of have to hold on to them for those Art of the Dragon Fires, for those Art of the Dragon Bloods.
Yeah, really important to utilize those for their full value rather than just skirting around a card that you should just be able to line up a turn into.
Display Loyalty still needs to be answered here for Zachary Wallach. Blocking 3 with Tip the Barkeep here.
I think this is a pretty easy flick knives in to kill the Sawbones.
I don't think you can flick Sawbones.
No. He's not. He's attacking Zach right now.
He's attacking Zach.
So instead of the flick, it was the Ancestral Empowerment. Same idea, though. Keeping the Mask of Momentum trigger alive for the 3rd chain link, which then I expect to go into the Sawbones.
Words are wording. You are absolutely right, Michael. Fealty token has been consumed to make Ancestral Empowerment Draconic. So Zach is going to take 1. This Mask of Momentum is still live. Down to 29 he goes. Ronin Renegade to kill that Sawbones, as my co-caster alluded to, which means Mask of Momentum is going to draw a card here. Really clean play from our Drakai of Retribution.
Yeah, and we once again see a blank Watery Grave on the side of Gravy Bones. Of course, it can fill up so quickly, but that is what you want to see when you're trying to clear allies. Getting the Gravy Bones to a position where they don't have any more to play means you have free reign to go straight for that health.
All systems are go. Or Cindra, 2 go again here off the back of an Ignite. Surely a kunai to follow.
No block. Take 2.
No blocks here. Down to 27 goes Zach.
2 cards in hand.
34 plays 27. A valley separates these two life totals. As one go again comes in off the back of the kunai. Brand with Cinderclaw is the follow-up here, and probably the last thing on offer. 3 go again. Anthony doesn't want to keep an arsenal here. He's smelling conquerors of the high seas out there in the water.
And we were just talking about how the one sort of vulnerability that this Cindra deck has is into disruption. So not playing the arsenal theme of the day into the Gravy Bones and really makes a lot of sense when that seems to be one of the only forms of disruption they have on offer.
And mill a yellow.
Okay, chart the high seas resolved here.
One, I mill the other. I pitch a blue.
Zach going to take a look at the top 2 cards of the deck. He gets to pitch a blue from among them and discard.
I got you, Bobby. You got the high roll. I'm doing the thing.
We have not seen this high roll yet very much today. I think maybe early on we saw one from Charles Dunn in game 1, but after that it's been whiff after whiff. Finally, Zachary getting a little bit lucky and hitting the coveted 1 ally, 1 blue off chart the high seas.
And this is the value of building your deck around this card. This is the Austin Summers Salty Spittoon Gravy Bones deck, and a lot of it is really geared towards making sure that Chart the High Seas hits every single time it's played.
Yeah. I'm curious to see the difference between this list and the one that got second place. Maybe you know more about it, and maybe we should hold off on the conversation, but that is a question in my mind.
Yeah, there is a big difference here. The ally count, for one, there's a total of 3 allies separating the 2 lists, and also the choice of allies. I don't believe Jacob Shaker has any Cutty Sharks, I want to say. I think the numbers of Rigor Mortis is very different. Also, Prismatic Leyline, a massive difference in those 2 lists.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of talk about this card for many, many reasons. It's such a role player and a flexible slot.
I'm going to pop the other. Sure.
Okay, popping a gold. The last in his coffers is Zachary Wallach drawing up. It's an ally. Probably not what he wanted to see here because he seems fairly resource deficient at this point. I know he was hoping to resolve this Prismatic Leyline, but does he have the blue attack that you really need in order to capitalize on that card?
Activate gold-baited hook.
Conqueror of the High Seas. Rigor Mortis is enough to pay for that.
Make a goal from hook.
So none floating here, but it's 8 go again. On hit, create a gold from the hook. Anthony astutely, did not pocket that Brand with Cinderclaw that he drew off the Mask of Momentum. In this case, no arsenal to threaten, which means that Anthony can just ship all that damage.
Yeah, and with the gold-baited hook, though, at least Zachary has some meaningful on-hit that he's able to capitalize on. Anthony not finding it meaningful enough to block, but Zach helping his game plan.
Ooh, Zach missing a point of damage here. He could have activated Dead Threads in order to activate Cutty Shark before swinging it. One of the very few misplays I think I've ever seen Zach make.
Yeah, there was that one, and I think one earlier that I'm not sure if it was a misplay, and I can't actually remember what it was, so I'll leave it here.
Leaving it there is my co-caster. But leaving it on the table is Anthony Zichella. Life totals are very close, but Anthony has his foot about firmly pressed on the gas. He's got a Lava Burst in hand and 3 head jabs with which to use.
And this chum is in the Watery Grave, right?
It is.
Okay.
It's in Gravy Bones' locker, waiting to be deployed.
Such a good card.
Oh, if this game comes down to 1 life, Zach is going to be regretting that Cutty Shark misplay.
Oh, yeah. So far, though, even life totals, 23 to 22. Really impressed with how Zach has been able to keep even.
It's a very different game than the one we saw against Peter Buddensiek. Peter, unfortunately, missing on 2 saltwater swells, which really spelled doom for that game. 2 go again here. Ignite, the last one in Anthony's deck.
And from what I've seen from the Zachary Wallach and... from this list is that it just seems like it has a little more consistency, and I like that in a list that can brick. It's a very bricky possible deck, and we saw that a lot with the Peter Buddensiek game earlier.
Zach staring down a good number of blues here. Murderous Rabble of Ask G, Back Alley Breakline, and Chart the High Seas. I love that he compassed here on the first attack of Anthony's turn. He knows exactly what he's going to get, at least half of what he's going to get from that Chart the High Seas. Back alley break line covering up 2 here.
Not often you can use that card that efficiently. Covering a 2 breakpoint also means 1 less chain link has hit for the Mask of Momentum. So I do like the use of that card in this case, even though it's not a very high block value.
Anthony seeming to forgo the flick knives. Kunai of Retribution hits Cuddy Shark quick clip. Cuddy is down to 3 life on this turn. Probably not long for this world because if there's one thing that Ninja has, it's head jabs.
And I like this play here, getting to the 3rd chain link by using 2 attacks into it, one of them being a weapon. Really efficient play, and he's going to draw up after killing this, so he's trading 0 for 1 in a sense.
He would have had to... It's curious then that Anthony did not flick on the Ignite chain link, because then he could have been drawing a card here.
True. Yeah, I actually misspoke, and you caught it there. So not drawing the Mask of Momentum here, and maybe regretting not flicking.
Was
We'll
this...
see.
Actually, was this not... This attack didn't go at Zach. I'm sorry, it didn't go at Cuddy Shark. It went at Zach. This explains everything.
Huh.
Flick Knives keeping that Mask of Momentum alive. Now Anthony's going to follow up with a head jab at Cuddy Shark.
Okay, well played by Anthony.
That's 3 hits. Yeah, that's 3 hits. Yes.
Zach said, not so fast.
Not so fast. You can't be playing Scurv in this
That's
format.
a Scurv card. Get out of here, Anthony. Rising Resentment has connected. Looks like no banish on that. Ravenous Rabble, however, finds a red on top. 4 go again. Zach does have the answer. Blood in the Water. Making me eat my words. That card is an include here. Lava Burst, the finisher. 5 here on this Draconic attack. Has hit the fabled 4 or higher chain link of Draconic variety. Zach down to 16 here. 23 plays 16. Zach has 2 cards in hand. It's Chart the High Seas once again. He likes the top card of the deck, but what is the next one? It's an ally. Oh, Zach hitting twice on Chart the High Seas this game thus far. 3 in the pitch, Swabby in the bin.
And if you're going to have a chance against the Cindra, you need to be hitting your Chart the High Seas like this. Very well played by Zach, showing his skill at the game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Chart the High Seas just does everything that Gravy Bones wants. It gets a blue into the graveyard while also usually getting a blue into the pitch. Also an ally in there too. So the sky is the limit for Zach here.
Yeah, Swabby, and what's the one behind that?
That is Chum.
Chum, right.
So with Dead Threads right now, he could simply just resolve Chum, swing Chum, pocket something in Arsenal. But I know Zach wants to go a little bit further than that.
Yeah, I like the play of Chum as soon as possible, simply because... Interesting.
Zach has a head jab of his own. 3 go again off of Murderous Rabble. 2 blue cards have hit the graveyard. Closing the chain to activate Death Threads, and yep, it's going to be Chum out of the graveyard. He probably just didn't have enough resources to go, say, like Chum, Gold Kiss, Swabby, like swing one of them. So instead, it's just Murderous Rabble, get a little bit of damage in, and also swing Chum.
And Chum can be extremely disruptive to a ninja. The 6 health on that ally means if you count that towards Zach's life total, he is now up 6 points of life in this matchup.
He is also up, I believe, 3 or 4 gold off of that gold-baited hook just this game.
Yeah, really good usage of that. Of course, you kind of expect things to hit when you're playing into a ninja who doesn't want to block.
Now Anthony, wondering how many head jabs am I going to have to send at this Chum? Pitching a red snatch to send a Kunai of Retribution.
Showing a little weakness.
That must be because he just doesn't have any Draconic starters, and yeah, that's the way the hand looks.
Ooh.
An unfortunate stumble for a Draconic Ninja.
Starter Andy.
No starter Andy, says Zach. Nothing gets by this guy. He can sniff it out. Gold-baited hook comes out to play, blocking in a very similar fashion to how it did in the Peter Buddensiek game.
And I like that a lot. Just keep that Mask of Momentum from getting to 3.
Burning Blade Dance, 3 go again. At Zach, says Anthony. On hit. Flick a dagger. We see a Gravy activation here. Got to get those non-blocking allies out of the hand. Zach still has 1 to contend with. Luckily, drew a blocking card off the top, though.
And if this chum can survive and he can establish a Sawbones, that is going to be a brick wall in front of Anthony.
Not a brick house.
A brick house, a brick wall.
She's a brick.
I know she is. Is that relevant to this?
Yeah, sure. Keeping pace as always is Michael Murray.
We're just trying to make references that make sense. That's all.
Yeah. Brick house.
She's a yeah, fine. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Don't you assume chum's pronouns. What the heck are you doing?
Just singing a song.
All right, I respect that. Still 3 a go again on the combat chain here. Zach really in the tank on this one. What are the options he's considering here?
Block or not block?
Fair.
But I think there's a lot to consider on the way that he plays this turn out offensively. Really, really important to get as much value as you can when the life totals are this low and you've got a chum on the board. A lot of options to consider. And it could be that this is the time to say no blocks and try to set up an oppressive army. Not the case, though, as Zachary respects the damage and blocks 3.
I have to think that he was trying to figure out the best way to get a blue into his graveyard. And I think Restless Bones in the blue is one of those cards that really needs a good think because it requires 2 resources up front and then plenty more to play out the allies that you want.
It does make sense to me.
In this case, just going to shore up the 3 damage on Burning Blade Dance. Anthony rubbing all of his brain cells together, trying to figure out what Zach is planning, how to push as much damage as humanly possible.
He's also probably worried about when this chum activation will come through, if it does, because if he ends up going down to 1 card, it's very likely that the chum could just eat the final card and absorb it without dying.
4 go again at Zachary Wallach here. Zach does have the ally in hand to discard to the chum ability whenever he sees fit. And with Anthony only 1 in hand, I think he's thinking about the moment to strike.
This is Chainlink 2 of the Mask of Momentum. The last Chainlink did hit thanks to the Flick Knives.
Saltwater Swell plus Dead Threads. The all-important Necromancer chess piece comes out to block 4. Anthony no longer has access to Flick Knives. So Mask of Momentum is essentially dead for the turn. Kunai of Retribution sent thanks to the blood-splattered vest, and then Lava Burst cleans up the chum.
I do like that. I was getting a little bit worried that Zachary was going to blow Anthony out for disrespecting the chum activation, but Anthony says, no, I know that that's a possibility, and I'll just do it for you. I'll target the chum, take him out, and I do like that play, although Zach didn't take very much damage and has a couple cards to work with.
I think he's gonna have to start drawing here.
Yeah, with only 2 gold, that he doesn't have a ton to work with.
Break a gold to draw a card. Sure.
Here we go. What is the card drawn? It's a blue, and it's a golden tipple.
It's a nice hit, I think.
We are back, baby.
Yes, it is. Okay. Still learning my gravy bones chops.
And yes, because it is a blue, Loot the Hold can come out to play, unlock that graveyard, and then resolve Sawbones, swing Sawbones with a nasty on-hit in its own right. This is 6. No go again, but on-hit, force your opponent to discard a card and create a gold token.
Yeah, so this is kind of like a 2-card. It's like a CNC that hits the hand almost.
This is exactly the pivot that Gravy Bones needs into the aggro matchup against Cindra. You need to force them to start playing your game. And that game is, I play allies, you remove allies while I'm disrupting you.
Yeah, and I think other than the life totals being a little bit higher than I would personally want for the pivot turn, this is a great time for it to hit. I was just thinking that if the life totals were 10 lower on both sides, this would be even better.
6 right here for Anthony. Can he even block it out? I know I saw 1 3 block as he was thumbing through those cards.
Still has 1 on the boots as well.
What is he working with? There's 1 3 block. Rising Resentment is 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't
then
feel great to give
Rabble.
any of these cards, but of course, if you don't give any of them, you have to give 1 anyway. So it seems prudent to block.
And you've got to come back with something that is worth just basically giving your opponent an extra 3 value by discarding a card.
The other question is, okay, you've got 2 cards to work with. Can you clear this ally efficiently with that? I mean, you can throw 1 at it and then like Arsenal the last one, but man, then you've given all the tempo back to Gravy Bones.
Which can be really rough, especially when a Swabby is lying in wait.
Anthony kind of chuckling, I think, realizing that this is a tough spot to be in. As the favored hero, he's a little bit against the wall. The brick wall.
The brick house, Michael.
No go again.
No go again, asks Anthony. No, indeed, sir. You are free to take this damage at will, and nothing else will come.
No gold-baited hook activation here, because I think Zach expects the block, so I like that.
It is one of those situations where people often draw very close attention to the baited part of the gold-baited hook. Sometimes, if you make it juicy enough for your opponent to block, especially when they are normally remiss to block, you can generate enough value there to steamroll to the end of the game. Zach, however, not wanting to risk that piece of equipment just yet.
Yeah, I think the interactions with that card in particular are so interesting in this game, and it was so aptly named as well.
Zach still has access to his Mage Master boots.
Yeah, really doing a good job of conserving his tools for the late game. And a Gold Kiss Rum.
Rum is good. Anthony, however, still has a very difficult decision ahead of him.
Yeah, if I'm him, I think I have to block 5 and then 1 with the boots.
I don't know. I almost don't mind taking 6 here, getting rid of one of these cards, saying like Oath of Loyalty into Head Jab into Arsenal.
You might be right. You might be right.
Nevertheless, Anthony elects to go with your line here. Oath of Loyalty, Rising Resentment, and the boots are used to block on this meaningful on hit.
If he sends 1 card to clear and Arsenal's a card, he could save up a really powerful turn, but he also sets himself up to be vulnerable to some Arsenal disruption, and we do see it.
Conqueror of the High Seas lies in wait in Zachary's hand. But he's got to find blues here. He's got a Gravy activation and a gold token to get rid of one of these allies, but what is on top of the deck?
And
Zach gets to know.
Anthony continuing not to Arsenal, and once again dodging that Conqueror.
It's a blue drawn up for Zachary Wallach, which means that Conqueror of the High Seas is at the ready. Oh, Zach's feeling good right here.
Yeah, even if the on-hit isn't active, 4 for 8 go again is just such a powerful ability when you're trying to push damage.
Zach, however, is probably not going to be able to get a blue into the grave with this hand. He's going to have to pitch immediately to the Conqueror of the High Seas.
Takes 4. I like that decision.
Down to 11 goes Zachary Wallach. 16 plays 11, currently in the favor of our Draconic Ninja. But Zach has 4 cards. Let's see what he's doing. Saltwater Swell is the first attack. He finds a blue, which he knew was there thanks to the Compass of Sunken Depths. Up to 4 resources floating is Zach Wallach. 1 go again here.
Yeah, and this is a turn. He has pieced together the ability to play an ally and that Conqueror.
Oh, yes, indeed. 4 resources at the ready. Zach is going to be able to resolve Swabby and swing Conqueror of the High Seas if he so chooses.
The only thing he's missing is the ability to swing the Swabby after, which would be devastating. Just a little bit resource shy. And actually, I wonder if, obviously, the block was a very high-value block. A miscount? You mean on the dead threads?
On the resources, yeah, because there's no dead threads here.
Yeah, exactly. So I was saying if he had the dead threads, this turn gets a lot scarier.
Because with dead threads, he would have been able to resolve Chum, swing Conqueror of the High Seas, then swing.
Resolving the Chum means he doesn't have the resources to play the Conqueror. So is it...
Oh, did Zach miscount his
Oh,
resources
no.
here? His head goes to his brow. Oh, did he think he still had the dead threads at his disposal?
He's doing some math. I wonder if he wants to just try to get the extra value instead and arsenal the Conqueror for later.
Instead, it's Mage Masters, give Swabby go again, and be able to swing Chum. So if it was a miscalculation, he definitely found a great out. Activate gold-baited hook and swing Chum for 4, which is free, thankfully.
Yeah, his body language is not telling me miscalculation. I think he's valuing the health on the board, sitting at 11. Now he feels a little bit more protected against what Anthony's trying to do, and just kind of playing the slow grind game instead of trying to blast the health total of Anthony in one fell swoop.
And this is one of those board states that's incredibly hard to answer, even for a ninja deck. Because at any point, Zach can discard an ally, force Anthony to attack the Chum, and then Swabby is just sitting there at the ready to basically be a Titan's Fist that swings for 7.
Yeah, the ability for Chum can't be activated until after the first card is played from Anthony, of course, priority not being granted until then, which does mean that Swabby is vulnerable to any form of head jab if that's how Anthony starts the chain. So that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to love the play, but
no, pain in the backside going towards Zachary Wallach.
And I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, you want it to go at Swabby,
I
huh?
do.
I respect that decision. However, Zach has established a board state that is hard to answer, which sometimes can mean that if you're in the aggro seat, you've got to start ignoring. You've got to start ignoring the allies and going face and trying to just strip all of the cards out of your opponent's hand that way. You can't swing Swabby if you don't have anything to pitch.
Yeah, and Anthony has 11 life, which is 3 swings of Chum, so still has quite a few turns to work with if he's able to strip every card from Zachary. But the value of being able to just throw 4 damage for 0 cards every turn will add up, and if Zach is able to find his blocking cards and stay alive at this point in the game, Anthony will probably run out of steam.
Zach blocks with a Blood in the Water here, perhaps because he knows that Ancestral Empowerment is in the hand of Anthony Zichella, thanks to the Ravenous Rabble resolved the turn prior.
Also an overblock, you can see Anthony's got the Ancestral Empowerment. Maybe would have liked to play it here, but has to wait until the next link.
It's 11 plays 11. The tension is palpable here at the final table of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series LA June edition.
And I do love that what we thought going into this was a very favored matchup for the Cindra is turning out to be anything but. Neck and neck are these opponents.
Like this hero is so prism coded, it's crazy.
Zach says this hero is so prism coded, and he's talking because all of the cards have incredibly high rarity versions if you want to take them. And Zach is nothing if not a max rarity gamer.
Oh yeah, he loves it. I think I saw one non-Marvel ally in his graveyard, which frankly I'm disappointed.
I bet you so is Zach. Anthony having a real think here. He's got to piece together a good turn.
Yeah, this is looking scary for him. I think I have Zachary favored in this spot. It's close. It's very close. But if I had to put my money on one or the other in this moment right here, right now, I can see how Zach is piecing together the final pieces of this puzzle to stuff what Anthony's trying to do. It's becoming harder and harder to connect with that life total with the Chum on the board and only 3 cards to work with.
We have to dig.
Pieces on pieces. Does it lead to the stuff? Anthony drawing a card off that Ancestral Empowerment saying we have to dig. We have to go deeper.
Yeah, that March of Loyalty not doing what he wants it to this turn.
And there's no Draconic starter here, Michael, so he's going to have to pitch one of these reds for a Kunai of Retribution.
And this is why I really would have liked to see that head jab go into the Swabby. Understandable why he didn't want to do it, trying to eke that extra value out of the Ancestral Empowerment, which he was kind of expecting to connect, but the defense reaction, not even allowing that. Really, really nice bit of a lucky timing from Zachary, as every point of health matters at this stage of the game.
Can Zach do the impossible and take down the cursed matchup that is Cindra Dracai of Retribution for our brand new zombie commander? flicking these cards back and forth, trying to will them to be different ones. Anthony, at this point, at this juncture, he's at a crossroads. He needs to decide whether or not to deal with this board or continue pushing damage at Zach.
And not having the Draconic starter right now means that his cards are lacking go again.
Correct.
So he's bricked up beyond belief at the moment. He can't clear Chum, right? With what he's got, I don't see a way.
He can clear Chum if he pitches March of Loyalty, send Kunai of Retribution, both head jabs go at Chum, but that is kind of a losing position because then Swabby stays around.
Right. That's so much damage.
And the agency is still Zach's to activate Chum as he has done so, discarding a Whaler Humperdinck, also a Marvel, mind you, which means that Anthony is forced to now remove that Chum friendly first mate. And Zach is so happy about this. This is exactly the board state he wanted to set up here. He knew that Chum was probably going to die on this turn, but as long as Swabby survives, Zach is in a great spot.
And he must be over the moon that Swabby is still there. Anthony had an opportunity to take it, but just chose not to.
Anthony shaking his head, and yes, the Kunai of Retribution goes straight at Chum. Down to 5 health is the friendly first mate. Burning Blade Dance, 3 go again. Hot on their heels, also at Chum. Flick Knives at Zach, which means 1 damage is finally going to get through on this turn. But it is all for naught because this is exactly the plan Zach had all along. Lava Burst, it's the draw though.
That is a bit of a reprieve for sure. The question now is, where does it go?
For my money, it's Swabby. Gotta hit Swabby.
Yeah.
There is a Whaler Humperdinck in the graveyard, but Zach is not going to be able to resolve that.
Yeah, and so Anthony choosing to clear the Swabby, it looks like.
The first time this big dice works, because all my cards go up to 3 and this is 4.
This is an intense moment. Is this going at face?
I think it might be. It
This
is at
face.
You know I had it, but
Interesting.
Oh, a bold move from Anthony here.
You told me you had it.
I showed you because I love you.
Anthony Zichella loves his opponent, Zachary Wallach.
Take 5.
There's no surprise there. There's nothing not to love. But Zach taking 5, down to 5. He knows this is exactly the way he wanted this whole cycle to play out. Swabby at the ready. 1 card 7 over and over again until the game is over.
My turn.
Pretty good.
Zach thinking about playing out this Loot the Hold to try to give Swabby a valuable on hit.
Loot the whole.
Do you think that makes sense?
Or
This is the discard one.
Fuck off, Zach.
Or does it?
That's the last one, right?
It could.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Yeah, no, the discard is extremely meaningful here.
7. Swabby's first swing of the game, and it's a big one. Loot the Hold to back it up. Anthony will have to discard a card if any of this damage connects.
It's like a CNC with a might token on it.
It makes me think, though, if Anthony had hit Swabby with that Lava Burst, yeah, sure, you're losing some value. But what is Zach's turn at that point? It's Call to the Grave, find a different ally,
Yeah.
create probably a Sawbones, swing Sawbones.
Well, obviously, in hindsight, he could have sort of gotten his cake and eaten it too by attacking it with the head jab for his first attack.
True. A truer statement could not be made here, Michael Murray.
What the?
Anthony posturing to Arsenal, the Blood in the Water in Zach's graveyard. That has got to be illegal.
You don't need any more advantages in this matchup.
I gotta say, I am thrilled with the way this game has played out. For a finals to be very one-sided is a sad thing to witness, and this case, we do not see that, as Zach is putting up an absolute show with Gravy Bones, showing us that, yeah, just because you can draw a card after every single ally kill doesn't mean that you can beat me. And I'm just so impressed with the way that he has navigated this matchup.
We call him the Wall on the AG Pro team, and there's a good reason. He is so good at setting up these checkmate board states, much like his counterpart, Austin Summers. That's why these two jive so well and why they are such an amazing pair on this team.
Absolutely. And the other thing, too, is I know that when a new hero gets released and I just want to watch all the games to learn how to play it, the best thing that I can see is a game into an unfavored matchup that wins. I love seeing that when it's my hero. I used to be watching Oscilio into Prism, and now we've got it here with Gravy Bones into Cindra.
You know who hates to see it, though? Anthony Del Taco.
I was going to say.
He's not stoked
I
right
love
now.
the guy, and I of course, appreciate every time he shows up and is able to take it down. Such a great story of him being at his first AGE for the year and doing so incredibly well.
But now, in this situation, he's in an even worse spot than he was previously, because if he blocks this out, say with 3 cards, a 3-block, a 2-block, and a 2-block, and then he just takes a turn off to kill Swabby, Zach then has full steam ahead to resolve a Whaler Humperdinck and make an even worse showing for Anthony.
And the worst part of all about that Whaler Humperdinck is it does 11 damage, and that is precisely the life total Anthony has. So if that thing swings, Anthony can't say no blocks anymore.
Will that thing swing? That's the thing we're trying to answer here at the Arcane Games and Events Open Series.
If anything's a brick house, it's Whaler Humperdinck, let me tell you.
I have never seen Anthony play slower than I have here.
Yeah.
At the top 8.
No, he's the fastest player I know.
No, it's time for the Mask of Momentum to go bye-bye. Sure, it's a PCG 9.5, but it's worth about as much as a crack bauble now that it is block 2.
And this time we see the head jab going towards the Swabby. I'm almost sure of it.
Zach is only at 5.
Yeah.
So if Anthony can pressure the entirety of the hand, then he gets into a situation where not even Swabby will save Zach. But only 2 cards in the hand for Anthony. That can't be enough gas.
Pain in the backside representing 3. We keep calling them head jabs, but of course that is not a card in this list. But it is an infamous 0 for 3 go again. And did he send this at face again?
Seems like it.
Oh, Anthony.
He's got a Snatch left in the hand, so he could be thinking, I want to guarantee the hit on Snatch on Swabby and refresh the arsenal.
No, that is better, especially because if this hits, it does technically represent 4, as it can send an extra ping from the dagger, so this kind of asks for cards from Zachary.
And if Zach blocks with a card here, he's not going to be able to resolve Humperdinck and swing Humperdinck.
Right.
He technically needs 4 blues in that case.
No, I do, in hindsight, really like this play from Anthony. I think that was the right call to go. Face.
He's bought himself a card.
And this is a nice spot to be in. You would like the life total to be a little bit lower to be in this spot, but the Flick Knives is a sense of inevitability as he's chipped now 20% of the remaining life total of Zachary. While
Anthony sends Snatch at Zach. He's fully committed here.
Wow.
Zach is going to be able to block with 2 cards and then just send Swabby. It's still a tense moment, folks.
It is.
Zach is still at 4 life to Anthony's 11, and Flick Knives, like my co-caster said, is something that can just close out games inherently.
Activate hook. Pitch eye for Swabby.
And here comes the play that Zach probably wants to be making until the end of the game. Swing Swabby. 7 power for the cost of a blue. The decision here is the Eye of Ophidia opt. Both are going to the top for Zach Wallach. And I love that choice because Chart the High Seas is on top, and that is a high roll card. We have seen it do work for Zach just this game alone. If he can resolve 1 more, if that is the last card in his hand and he hits 2 off the top, it could close this game out.
And I'm sitting here wondering if maybe I do like the fact that Anthony sent that Snatch at face, as he's got the life total to work with. And now a 4-card hand, this time not being disrupted by anything.
Another head jab, but it's not a head jab. It's a Ronin Renegade. It's the Draconic head jab. Zach's gotten rid of the 1 ally in hand, which means that the rest of these are going to block 3. Exactly where he wants to be. And he's got to give no quarter, too. Which could mean that he finally resolves the Whaler Humperdinck, but will Anthony give him the space? I think not.
no way you get that Whaler out at this point in the game.
Ronin Renegade blocked out by Restless Bones. No damage conferred this turn. 4 plays 4 here. Zach will be swinging for lethal if he can just keep 1 card in hand.
Okay.
3 go again. Brand with Cinderclaw. Next attack will be Draconic, and Anthony's got a Blood Runs Deep and a Ravenous Rabble. Chart the High Seas, comes out to block this head jab. Ravenous Rabble, 4 go again. Is Draconic. This is going to be huge. Block 3, take 1, says Zachary Wallach. He really needs to hold on to this last card. The Flick Knives has already come out. Cindra activated. Blood Runs Deep is going to come out next. 4 go again, 2 flicks immediately, and that's the game.
God.
Anthony Zichella rubs those 2 kunai together and gets there in the end, closing it out against Zachary, the Wall Wallach.
I was getting nervous for the way he was playing that at the end, but he knew exactly the kind of gas he had left in the tank. He used the last drop he had to find that last piece of life, and man, what a finish from Anthony, closing that game out in what should have been a really easy matchup. Zachary showing up and putting it in work.
Kudos to Zach, because he is the guy to get it done in an unfavored matchup. He knows how to play against aggro, but hey, Anthony, in his own right, detected the moment where it was time to stop dealing with these zombies and just go face. If you rip all of the cards out of a Gravy Bones hand, forget about the Swabby. That thing is not swinging for 7. You need a card to do that, and ninjas are good at stripping cards.
Whew, my heart is beating. That was a close one.
Michael Murray confirming that he is indeed alive. Heart is beating, which I'm happy to hear, because I need him back next month to cast another one of these.
Yeah, maybe a little irregularly, but we're there.
No palpitations, Murray, is what we like to call him over here. That is going to do it for this AG Open. We will be back in just a moment for an interview with our winner and first-time competitor in Season 3, Anthony Zichella. Congratulations to him. We've got a champion to crown. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with Anthony DT Zichella, more flying butter knives, and more flesh and blood kinda after this. He's playing a royal hero, and now he has a crown to show for it. It's Anthony Del Taco Zichella. Congratulations for taking down AGE June LA. How you feeling?
Good.
This is yours.
Thanks.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, man.
It's
good to be here.
Yeah, 100%. I was just happy that you were going to be in the room, let alone taking down the whole event.
This is my first one this year.
Exactly. We've been talking it up all stream long. Can't believe that you show up one time and then take the whole darn thing down.
I got lucky.
And we need to give a shout out to the family back at home who were so gracious to let us have you for the day.
Yes.
How are the wife and kid?
Good, man. Really good. I asked Nairi, I was like, hey, I just come back from Knott's, but are you cool with me going to play at Age? She's like, I don't care. It's summer. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
I don't care. Sounds like a good
Yes.
enough thing for you.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Not that usually it's no, but it's usually like, well, we have this birthday and this birthday, someone's anniversary, Father's Day. And I'm like, maybe this is my Father's Day gift.
There you go.
I don't know.
And what the heck? You're going to take home $400 on top of it.
Don't tell her.
I'm not going to tell her that.
She's going to want it.
Okay. She's definitely not watching, right?
Maybe.
Uh-oh.
Every time...
Nary, he
Every
is
time-
maybe not coming home with $400.
Here's the thing. Every time that we go to like a calling or something together, like if I cash, I just send it to her. I'm like, here, take this because I drug you to wherever and you've been sitting around for like 12 hours.
You drugged her on top of it?
I drove her. I would drug her.
Jesus Christ.
Right?
Ignore. No. We
Well,
would
it's
never drug our wives.
Like melatonin when she can't sleep.
Melatonin, is that considered drugging?
Yeah, it's a drug. Ibuprofen when she has a backache.
Okay.
I love my wife. I would drug her.
Okay, Anthony is somehow putting a positive spin on drugging his wife, which I didn't think was something he could possibly do.
Not illegal drugs. Oh, crap. She's watching.
Hi, Nary.
I did not win any money. It was a lie, but I will give you this direct deposit into the account.
Nary, Anthony is coming home with a $400 check just for you, and we're really excited to see how you're going to use it. Maybe another beach day. We would love that for you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Are you ready as well to come back in the next couple months to fight it out for the Players' Championship?
The thing is, Nairi, if you're watching, I have to come back because I won't qualify for the Players' Champion.
Yeah,
she
Nary,
consents.
Nary,
She said, give me the money.
I do have to show you the standings here, Nary, because he is really, really close to top 16 contention for the Players' Championship. We are going to see a bit of a shakeup based on the proceedings from today, but you got to look. I mean, the 16th place is only at 34 points, and Anthony secured 30 by winning this AGE Open today, in addition to that $400 check that is going to go directly to his wife. So all you have to do, Anthony, is show up to an AGE Open and place top 16, and you're pretty much kind of maybe sort of locked.
I can do that, I think.
Yeah, you can at least show up to both of these, right?
Yeah.
Just roll that
There's two more?
$400 check into two more $40 entries, and surely we get there in the end.
Surely,
100%.
Obviously.
And this would be the first ever Players' Championship that you'd qualified for, or am I mistaken?
That's rude. Yes.
It is.
Yeah. First one.
Yeah. And that is an exciting prospect, is it not? Listen, Anthony.
I'm very excited.
You've been on Draconic Ninja for years.
Yes.
And now does it feel like it is finally your time?
Yes.
Why?
Burr.
I
mean, if there's a bunch of gravy still, like that last matchup was terrifying. Like Zach is OP.
Yep.
And back when I used to play Fi and Zach would play Dromai, he was always like the final boss. There's never easy games against that guy. So I'm not saying the other people I played against were bad. I'm just saying that I think his list was the best one. And the amount of disruption that he threw at me, annoying. Super annoying.
Very annoying.
Yeah, I tried to steal his D-React, but he wouldn't let me. Can you
I saw that.
Can you imagine?
I didn't think that was legal. You were lucky that Sleepy Connor wasn't near the table.
I mean, Connor, doesn't know what's going on. Right?
You heard it here first, folks. Our mainstay judge at AG has no idea what's going on.
Not a clue.
That's him in yellow in the back right there, sitting on that table.
I think honestly, the big thing in that game was...
How big was it?
It was so big, dude. It was huge.
Okay.
The big thing was like my first two hands were like unfunctional.
Yeah.
Like I had to pitch a bunch of cards that didn't have natural go again. I wasn't finding fealty. The setup wasn't there. So like I squeaked it out barely, but like... one better turn for him, and I'm dead.
The one fealty token that you were able to generate all game had to be sunk into an Ancestral Empowerment when you had to lead off with an Oath of Loyalty.
Yep.
There was that issue. I have to take you back to probably the most pivotal point in the entire game.
Are we going to do an instant replay?
No, I wish.
Okay.
We don't have the technology yet, but we are on it.
Let's talk about it.
Let me paint you a word picture, shall I?
Yeah.
We're back to Zach has a Swabby on board.
Yeah.
He has a Chum on board.
Yeah.
You lead off with a pain in the backside.
Yes.
Which could have targeted that Swabby, which later on in the game swung at you for 7 with a Loot the Hold.
Yes.
Empowering it.
Why did I do that?
Why did you not go after the Swabby is my question.
Okay, so this is probably wrong because I'm not good at Flesh and Blood. But in my head, if I go after Swabby, okay, if that card hits, right? If that card hits, I can use my chest to make a resource, swing a dagger, and then play out all 4 cards. That only works if it hits a hero. I can't hit Swabby. My hand is still not functional. So I need Zach, even though he knows I have Ancestral because of the turn before, to block 3. I need to Ancestral that, draw a card, flick the dagger, make a resource, swing the dagger, and then go 4 more wide, and he's probably dead. The D-React is huge there.
Yep.
So my thought process is he does know that I have the Ancestral. I haven't seen a lot of D-Reacts.
0, I think, at this point.
At this point, I've seen no D-Reacts, and we're halfway through the game. Odds are it's probably going to hit, or he's going to give me 2 cards, which I'm also fine with.
Yeah.
And then, so that was the thought process. I don't know if that's correct. But, Swabby's cool, but he doesn't do anything, right? So I'm at 11. I have some
Swings
space.
1 card 7.
Yeah, but he doesn't do anything scary other than damage. He's damage, right? So my thought process is I just need to pull cards out of his hand because, Zach on 3 cards is really scary. Zach on 2 cards is much less intimidating. So I was just trying to get him to a point where he would only have 2 cards a turn or less.
Knowing if you were able to have the foresight and the omniscience to know that a Loot the Hold is in hand, does that change your reasoning?
Say that one more time, sorry.
If you're able to see Zach's hand and see the Loot the Hold lurking, lying in wait, does that change your thinking?
Probably, yeah, probably. I don't remember exactly what was in my hand or what happened the turn before, but knowing that card does what it does, I'm definitely reassessing the situation.
Was this the first time you were seeing a lot of these Gravy Bones cards?
So, Dad Life, I haven't had a lot of time to catch up on the new set. I generally know kind of what everything does, but it being a match that actually matters, I wanted to know for sure what everything did. So I was reading everything, even on cards that I thought I knew what they did, and asking for a lot of clarification just to cover my bases. At Nationals, I only played against 1 Gravy. And it was kind of a blowout. So I didn't get to see a lot of his deck, and I didn't spend a lot of time studying it.
Which is unfortunate for you because you have been killing Gravy Bones right and left today.
Yeah, I think I beat 4 of them today. So
3 just in the top 8.
Yeah, Cindra, good choice.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Did I play 3 back-to-back?
You did.
That's gross. Who let that happen?
See, that's what I'm saying. Is it Draconic Ninja's time? Because there was a moment where we were thinking that, she's the answer to Scepter Florian, and for whatever reason, she just kind of didn't rise to the top.
I thought it was a good matchup.
In that, I'm sure, but for whatever reason, she just wasn't winning the Pro Quests when that deck was around, despite a lot of people pivoting to her.
Yeah.
But now, with Gravy Bones being maybe not the best meta pick, but certainly a strong deck and a very popular deck.
Yeah.
Could be Cindra's time.
Dude, it's beautiful. All the cards are beautiful. The Marvels are insane. Okay, so this is what I think. I think that if it becomes a meta of Gravy Bones is getting into everything else and Cindra is decent in everything and really good into Gravy, I think you see Prism getting a lot better because Prism is good into almost, I think, everything but Gravy. And I think even then, a good Prism can maybe squeeze out a win every once in a while. And I think that Prism as a matchup is horrendous for me. I'm sure a bunch of people in the chat will be like, no, dude, I'm 85-0 into Prism on Talishar. But I don't think it's a good matchup, especially when you're playing a good player. If I got paired into Tyler, I think I'm just dead. I think Azalea is still really strong, but she's almost gone. I think Puffin probably, Anthony plays Puffin.
Yep.
But I don't know. He did well with Puffin, but I don't know if it's because he's Anthony, right? So I don't know if that hero's good. Yeah, a lot of people were coping on Marlin. Marlin seems fun. She's not figured out yet. Maybe she's good, maybe she's not. And then you have the usual suspects. I think Florian's still a fine deck. I feel good about that matchup. Verdance is really good, but didn't convert very well today. I think it's kind of an open. I think it's kind of open, which is nice.
Yeah.
I like an open meta.
I agree.
I like a meta that's like everything is at worst 40%. And there's obviously like tech will blossom and stuff, but I think for the most part, everything's pretty. If you play a real hero, like you can outplay your opponent or just like sometimes draw well or, you know. But yeah, I think it'll be a good meta. I think that Gravy's a real deck. I think that Gravy's not figured out yet. I think in 4 months it'll be way scarier.
Definitely in the hands of Zachary Wallach.
Yeah. I personally really liked the way that Peter's deck played. I don't think it's the best way to play it.
You liked it when he was revealing reds off Saltwater Swell?
I love that. No, I just think that like having the ability to get some decent go again, especially in the mirror match, is a strong thing to have. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about yet.
Yeah.
It's too early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to come to light, man.
Yeah, like what's buttered sausage?
Yeah, honestly. But what we definitely do know is that there's no real reason for you to change your ways, and that Draconic Ninja is probably going to be the Zichella way for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I've been practicing Slippy a lot because I really like the assassin playstyle too, but I'm not deep enough in the reps to feel confident on it. I brought it with me to nationals, and I was like, last minute, I was like, this is not a good idea. But yeah, I mean, I've been on Ninja of some form or another since EverQuest. So it was Katsu, then it was Phi, now it's Cindra.
Well, a massive congratulations to you, my fellow Fab Dad.
Thanks, man.
Take that $400 check and ship it right into your wife's pocket. And
I keep looking over and see her on the on the screen, and she's so stoked that she's about to get paid out right now.
I hear that. I'm stoked for you as well, Neri. Use it on something nice, but please let us have Anthony back for another time here at AGE. For now, that is going to be about it, except for one last thing.
Are you going to crown me?
I'm going to dub thee.
Oh, sick.
I dub thee. Wow, this might be too small for your head, actually.
That's perfect.
That's a big head right there.
Just like that.
Okay, I did my best, folks. We have crowned the June AGE champion, and it is Anthony DT Zichella. Yeah, there we go. It's an eye patch. I love that. If you don't come next month wearing that, in fact, if you don't wear it everywhere in your house all the time, including on the toilet, then I will be incredibly disappointed in you, and you don't want that to happen.
I'm going to do one of those things where you like, what's it called, the garter? I'm going to wrap it around my thigh every day.
Okay.
Yeah. Duh.
As I cringe thinking about that image.
I can't. So I'm just going to leave it here.
I'm going to send us out, but first we got to talk about what is upcoming. We've got AGE New England coming at you on the 28th of June. That will be a streamed game at a streamed event at Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire. Then we have 2 more opens for AGE LA. Anthony's going to be there, and so should you. That's July 13th at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. And you guessed it, August 9th, also at Top Deck Keep here in Riverside, California. There's so much more in the pipeline here at AGE. Go ahead and visit our YouTube channel. Join our Discord and follow us on the YouTube. Follow us on Blue Sky, and we will constantly be offering more and more content for your viewing pleasure. We love Flesh and Blood, and we want to do whatever we can to build this beautiful community that we have. For now, that's all she wrote at Arcane Games and Events. Join us next month and on the tube. Until then, see you next time.
That was great.